Rain streaks down the grand facade of a sprawling mansion, its imposing architecture hinting at immense power and wealth. Inside, within a lavish chamber, a small crib holds a newborn, bathed in the soft glow filtering through a tall window. A man with a stern expression looks down at the sleeping infant, his gaze devoid of warmth, uttering a chilling declaration. A disgusting thing has been born. Meanwhile, in another part of the mansion, a woman cradles a different infant, her thoughts consumed by the cruel twist of fate that saw her misfortune born on the same day, at the same time as a child blessed by the sword god Kashak, born with a blessed body and talent. The woman gazes at the sleeping infant in her arms, the name echoing in her mind, Kazan. Her expression is one of deep regret as she whispers, "You were Kazan." Soon after, she would discover the true reason for her and her husband's profound disappointment. Even from birth, he knew something was wrong, a fundamental flaw that set him apart. His mother's hushed laments echoed through his earliest memories, a constant whisper of sorrow. She would hold him close, her words a desperate plea for him to simply cease to exist, followed by a heartbroken apology. He didn't want to die, even as he overheard his father's harsh words about him while still in the womb. For his parents, another child, Kazan, represented their true hope, a blessed future. His mother collapsed in despair, knowing he wasn't the one born with a divine blessing, while his father's face contorted in furious disappointment. He understood then that he had to be better, that his father had wished for him to be Kazan, but he was born unarmed and without a god's blessing. He was the disgrace that had trampled his parents' hopes simply by being born. While other children played freely in the sun-drenched garden, their laughter echoing through the air. His mother watched Kazan with a gentle smile, asking if he was happy, to which the boy enthusiastically affirmed, declaring himself to be like an angel. Her joyful laughter filled the space as she continued to observe her blessed son, a stark contrast to the quiet struggle unfolding elsewhere. She would often sigh in frustration, wondering why her other child was so slow, already walking but still struggling, a heavy burden on her heart. Davin, with his missing arm, could barely manage to get up and take a single step, each movement a monumental effort. His father, too, would watch Kazan with pride, remarking on his natural talent with a blade and excellent mana control, a stark contrast to Davin's own physical limitations. Trapped in a dark, narrow space, Davin could only hear the echo of his mother's wish, a painful whisper that wished he were more like Kazan. Over time, Kazan became not just a brother, but a figure of both adoration and deep envy, a constant reminder of what Davin lacked. His world felt as cold and desolate as a snow-covered mountain, the biting wind a constant companion to his solitude. The heavy wagon clatters through the deep snow, its journey slow and arduous. Following behind it, a small, cloaked figure trudges through the desolate landscape, remembering the day he was sent to be Kazan's attendant at the age of 7. Now older, he reflects on how, externally, he was merely a helping hand or a cousin, but the reality was far more complex. In his memories, a younger version of himself is tied to a post in the biting cold, his back already raw with fresh whip marks, a pained gasp escaping his lips. Kazan, a cruel grin splitting his face, points and laughs, mocking the suffering boy. His laughter echoes as he turns and walks away, leaving the other child bound in the snow. The memory shifts to another instance, Kazan standing over him with a sword, demanding more tears from the cowering figure on the ground. For from the very beginning, Kazan had disliked him, making him the constant target of his anger, the sound of a harsh impact accompanying his cruel words. Even with his back scarred and aching, the younger boy had to hold back his tears, refusing to give his tormentor the satisfaction. He clenches his jaw, blood trickling from his lips, not because of the pain, but from a deep, burning anger that seethes within him. It was a bitter truth to bear, the adults who once showered him with affection now turning a blind eye to his torment. While he suffered, two figures stood in the grand hall, their conversation seemingly more important than the cries of a child. Outside, the whip cracked through the snowy air, as Kazan mercilessly struck him again and again, the other adults merely observing from a distance, their faces impassive. In truth, there were no adults truly present for him in those moments, only the vast, cold expanse of the winter landscape. The grand mansion, a symbol of their family's power, stood silently amidst the snow, a beautiful but indifferent backdrop to his suffering. Unchecked by any authority, Kazan's cruelty festered, his eyes glowing with a sinister red as he grew into a true tormentor. Another blow landed, sending a sharp, agonizing jolt through his small frame. He was sent flying through the air, Kazan's voice echoing with disdain, declaring him nothing more than trash. Finally, he lay defeated on the cold ground, the bitter taste of loss mingling with the blood in his mouth. Kazan, a cruel smirk playing on his lips, watches his opponent, letting out a short, mocking laugh. Then, with a swift, brutal strike, he brings his wooden stick down on Davin, drawing a spray of blood. The blond youth continues his relentless assault, his stick whistling through the air. As Davin kneels, battered and bleeding, Kazan stands over him, demanding he rise and continue the fight, while two indifferent figures observe from a distance. Despite the pain, Davin grips his own wooden staff, a fierce jealousy burning within him for Kazan's strength and talent, wanting to be strong too. The blonde boy's stick connects again, a sharp impact against Davin's body. But this time, Davin manages to intercept the blow, his own stick meeting Kaizen's with a jarring clash. The effort is short-lived, however, as another strike lands, sending a jolt of pain through him, a silent declaration that he doesn't like this. Finally, with no arm left to defend himself, Davin lies defeated amidst the rubble, blood staining the ground, yet his eyes still burn with a defiant glare. A heavy impact echoes across the ground, the force of the blow still reverberating through the air. Standing over the defeated figure, Kaizen's voice drips with condescension, asking if he truly believes he can win, then musing internally about how someone who has lived their entire life could still be unable to keep up with him. Despite the pain and defeat, Davin's eyes burn with an unyielding fire, his inner voice screaming, "I want to win. I really want to win." He remembers a time, long ago, when his dreams weren't about innate talent, but simply about the relentless pursuit of hard work, running through the forest as a child, pushing his limits. Even then, surrounded by his parents and a smiling Kaizen, he couldn't quite grasp the elusive victory he craved, the feeling of being truly equal. No matter how much he trained, how fiercely he fought, he simply couldn't beat Kaizen. The memory sharpens his resolve, the stark truth of their childhood echoing in his mind. Kaizen was a lazy genius, and he, Davin, was a hard-working idiot. Yet, the vision of Kaizen's future glory, standing triumphant in a grand arena before a roaring crowd, only strengthens his resolve, a challenge he vows to meet. With a powerful swing, Kaizen unleashes a brilliant, arcing attack, his blade glowing with raw energy, a testament to the power Davin yearns to overcome. Kaizen lunges forward, a blur of motion, his attack landing with a sharp, metallic clang. The impact sends Davin reeling, a pained gasp escaping him as purple energy erupts around his body. His face contorts in a grimace, the force of the blow momentarily overwhelming him. But Davin pushes back, a surge of his own purple energy erupting outward with a resounding crash. Kaizen is thrown backward, a frustrated curse escaping his lips as his vision blurs from the unexpected retaliation. His eyes begin to glow with an ominous light, a silent exclamation of raw power building within him. Davin looks up, his gaze fixed on his rival, sensing the shift in his opponent's energy. Kaizen's face contorts further, a guttural cry of Kajin, escaping him as the purple aura around him intensifies. He clenches his hand, concentrating the volatile purple energy into a potent, glowing sphere. A deafening magical explosion rips through the air, the raw power of it shaking the very foundations of the arena. The crowd gasps in shock, their eyes wide with disbelief as the sheer force of the blast washes over them, and a murmur spreads, identifying the one-armed Davin. Amidst the swirling debris, Storm Sword Kaizen stands triumphant on a floating platform, his power undeniable. Below, Davin struggles to regain his composure, his breath coming in ragged gasps as he recalls his long history of 21 matches and 21 defeats. Kaizen, however, remains perfectly poised, his massive blade held with an air of absolute confidence. He muses aloud, dismissing the notion that his opponent has been fighting for over 2 decades, believing it to be nothing more than a waste of time. Looking down at the arena, he asserts his own victory, regardless of the other's experience. The very ground beneath them groans, cracking and shattering under the immense, lingering magical pressure. With a final, arrogant gaze, Kaizen challenges his opponent, wondering how much longer he believes he can remain the stronger one. Kaizen continues his taunts, looking down at Davin with disdain, declaring that if his own son were like him, he would have chosen death over such a life. As he turns his back and begins to walk away, Davin's eyes glow with a furious green light, his anger simmering. A guttural curse escapes Davin's lips, his fury reaching a boiling point. Unaware of the seething rage behind him, Kaizen continues his monologue, asserting that he would have chosen to live instead of merely stumbling through life. Suddenly, he stops, his eyes flashing a dangerous red as he declares the confrontation is over. But before he can turn, a shadowy figure lunges from behind, burying a blade deep into his back, blood erupting from the wound. The crowd gasps in collective horror, their faces contorted in shock at the sudden, brutal attack. Kaizen cries out in pain, collapsing as the shadowy assailant stands over him, the crowd shouts of Kaizen, and stabbing him in the back, echoing through the arena. The attacker's face, partially obscured by shadow, reveals sharp features and glowing red eyes, a chilling gaze fixed on the fallen champion. Despite the searing pain, a defiant snarl twists across Kaizen's bloodied face. He feels the agony, but his rage burns hotter, a voice echoing in his mind, declaring that if his target doesn't fall, he cannot truly live. With eyes glowing a furious yellow, Kaizen vows that his attacker will forever be remembered as a loser. The name of the defiant warrior, Kaizen, rings out, even as the blade that struck him remains a chilling presence. Time passes, and the scene shifts to a desolate, torch-lit stone corridor, its arches stretching into the gloom. Within a stark chamber, the hooded figure of Kaizen is now bound tightly to a wooden chair, his fate uncertain. A voice from the shadows questions his situation, wondering if this is truly his end. Towering over him, a massive, horned figure, adorned with heavy chains, poses a chilling question, asking if this place is hell. From beneath his hood, Kaizen's voice, though muffled, carries a hint of dark amusement, remarking on his own luck and the unexpected presence of the one-armed Davin at that critical moment. Still reeling from his injuries, Kaizen looks up with a pained expression, a fresh scar marring his cheek as he questions the very nature of his survival. He recalls a vision, a miraculous figure like a saint, who had revealed a profound truth to him, shining like the sun. But the memory only brings despair as he laments his broken body, feeling utterly useless despite his survival. The horned interrogator, shrouded in shadow and bound by heavy chains, leans in, his voice a low growl as he poses a chilling question. Had Kaizen signed a contract with the devil? Kaizen's eye widens in confusion, unable to comprehend the accusation, wondering why his captor would even suggest such a thing. He denies any such pact. But the interrogator dismisses his denial, asserting that his parents, and even Kaizen himself, knew the truth, making further pretense useless. A chilling flashback reveals a young Kaizen, standing between his parents, the father and mother looking down at him with an unreadable intensity. The interrogator's eyes glow with an ominous red light as he declares Kaizen to be a devil, cast out from heaven for betraying God. He continues, revealing the horrific truth that Kaizen's own mother repeatedly stabbed him, the devil of the Adenkaga family, weeping as she killed her child and best friend. The horned interrogator observes Kaizen, who is bound and kneeling before him, remarking on his identity. Kaizen, defiant even in chains, asserts his name, but denies the accusation of being a demon, while the interrogator continues to speak of his family's fate. The interrogator's words echo with a sinister promise, condemning him to an eternity of suffering and imprisonment. His limbs were severed, and he was cast into a desolate cell, bound by countless layers of heavy chains. This was the fate that awaited him, imprisoned and left to languish. Suddenly, a voice calls out, and Kaizen's eyes snap open, glowing with an intense blue light. The scene shifts to a flashback, revealing a younger Davin standing over a bound Kaizen, his expression stern and resolute. Davin accuses him directly, believing Kaizen to be responsible for his parents' deaths, and vows to exact his revenge. Kaizen, with his eyes still glowing blue, lets out a chilling laugh, uttering that everything is thanks to his accuser. After Kaizen's humiliation, the meager food supply provided to the prisoner was drastically reduced. Lying on the cold stone floor, he could only whisper, "I'm hungry." A chilling thought echoed in his mind. If I die. He desperately wanted to survive, regretting that he hadn't left the arena when he had the chance, his body swaying with weakness as he thought, I should have left the arena. His strength fading, he lay motionless, feeling only the biting cold. A deep scar across his eye, he wondered, if I hadn't been one-armed, would my life have been different? He reflected on his past, a distant memory of his parents and his younger self, thinking, I've been like this from that day. If I had the blessing of my parents, would my life have been different? Despite the pain and despair, a fierce resolve ignited within him. I don't want to die. His eyes now open with determination, he declared, I want to live. From the depths of despair, a profound darkness begins to recede, as subtle ripples spread across the void, disturbing the stillness. Then, a single, brilliant point of light ignites, piercing the gloom. It expands, growing in intensity, a beacon against the encroaching shadows. As the light fades back into darkness, a quiet resolve settles. He realizes he will not succumb to this fate. He will not die after all. A system interface flickers into view, displaying the standard of reincarnation and another card option, listing names like UIPA, PRAS, Kaizen, and Davin. Meanwhile, a voice cuts through the air, sharp with irritation, demanding to know if its listener is even paying attention, as an adult of the family is speaking. A single eye, burning with a fierce, crimson glow, reflects the raw tension of the moment. Without warning, a hand adorned with intricate gold embroidery clamps down on an arm, its grip impossibly tight. The man in the white shirt winces, the sudden, sharp agony making him question if the pain is truly coming from his own right arm. The man in the red robe lifts him effortlessly off the ground by that single arm, taunting him about being a mere child and asking how the pain feels now. But then, a flicker of recognition crosses the aggressor's face as he murmurs, Huh? This person? His thoughts race, realizing the man is an adult from one of the branch families, and he wonders how he knows him. Elsewhere, a young man with dark blue hair observes the unfolding chaos, muttering about an apprentice's brother and questioning what is happening with these people. Still grappling with a strange sense of familiarity, the aggressor questions his own perception, wondering if he's seen the man before, while the victim cryptically mentions having a right arm. He then seizes the victim's arm, demanding to know if this is a divine gift before his demise, eliciting a cry of pain. His grip tightens, the aggressor pressing for answers on how the victim intends to hack him, then decides to inflict pain by targeting his mana. A vibrant blue aura flares around the aggressor's hand as he initiates a magical assault, aiming to separate the victim's mana. The glowing energy intensifies, causing the victim to gasp in confusion as the aggressor explains his technique. With a sudden surge of force, the victim is violently hurled backward, slamming against a distant wall. Looking down at the now prone figure, the aggressor expresses bewilderment, questioning why his attack failed to work as intended. He dismisses the unexpected outcome with a casual shrug, claiming his hand merely slipped. The victim, struggling on the ground, attempts to speak, but the aggressor cuts him off with a disdainful, impudent. The man in the red robe continues his tirade, dismissing his opponent's lineage. His face contorted with disdain as he vows his blade will crush him mercilessly, claiming the Branch family's inheritance for himself. He asserts his magical precision is as formidable as his father's. But the young man facing him, having realized the true nature of his own unusual existence, remains unfazed. Turning away, the man in the red robe mutters about arrogance and rudeness, walking off while adding that winning over people isn't always desired. A sigh of relief escapes the young man as he stands alone in a different room, a tray in his hands. He stands in a quiet room, his mind still reeling from recent events, wondering why he hasn't woken up from this strange dream yet. A sudden jolt of pain flashes through him, as odd, fragmented memories begin to surface, revealing a painful truth. His mother passed away shortly after his birth. He sees himself as an infant, surrounded by servants, a tiny life left behind after his mother's passing. As a child, he kneels before his father, a towering figure who seems to regard him with cold indifference, leaving him to wonder if his own father truly cares for him at all. The other servants and children of the household treated him as nothing more than a plaything, a target for their cruel games. He remembers being such a coward, retreating to his room to cry alone after being bullied by the other children in the family. Eventually, he was abandoned by the servants, left to starve amongst the animals, a pitiful existence, looked down upon, deserving of all the pain. He reflects on this past, the fate of the second son, the unwanted child of the Adinka household, and a profound thought settles in his mind. He believes in reincarnation. Back in the present, a sense of confusion washes over him as he struggles to make sense of these overwhelming memories. A hand reaches out, discovering a diary. As he reads, the man in the white shirt reflects on his past, wondering why he couldn't achieve what his elder siblings did, feeling like a failure stomped upon by his kin, ignored by even his own maids and butlers, forced to pretend he was fine when he was anything but. The diary itself is filled with accounts of his brutalization, the malice directed at him so intense it wasn't even hidden. His eyes begin to glow with a fierce red light as he recalls a voice declaring, "Looks like God has abandoned my prayers, kid." Lying in bed, he ponders his final moments, wondering if anyone truly wished for his death, and if that was the reason he, the one who wanted to die, had come back to life. He stands again, questioning the absurdity of such a belief, asking himself if he could truly accept something so outlandish. Suddenly, his eyes flash red with intense anger, and he senses a presence, demanding to know who is in the room and who they are. His glowing red eyes narrow as he dismisses the notion of being naive or a fool, realizing that if a demon were trying to trick him, then reincarnation was never meant to be his fate. He was the original owner of that body. The blonde young man, enveloped in a cosmic aura and ethereal blue butterflies, declares this situation a challenge, believing that completing his callings will allow him to reclaim a true body. He acknowledges the dark-haired young man's frustration, who retorts, questioning the value of a new life if everything is an illusion, asserting his intent to live his own life without dealing with anyone's shortcomings. The blonde young man then admits he gave up on his life, and the dark-haired young man's appearance resulted in this current state. However, he reveals his spiritual energy is incredibly low, warning that he won't be able to help if it doesn't recover. The dark-haired young man considers this, wondering if it's meant as a threat, and muses on the weakness of his current body, too fragile for an early death. His eyes suddenly flare with an intense red glow, his face contorting in a surge of raw fury. In a flash, he seizes the blonde young man by the collar, lifting him effortlessly off the ground, his voice a guttural snarl. "You bastard." The blonde young man, suspended in the air, simply looks down with a knowing smirk, asking, "See? How naive." Lying in a void surrounded by glowing purple butterflies, a voice echoes, declaring its intent to watch him from now on. He processes this revelation, recognizing them as his true memories. Suddenly, with a deafening crash, a powerful, destructive force strikes him down. His eyes glow crimson as he reacts, questioning the very nature of these memories. A heavy foot presses down on his chest, and a condescending voice sneers, "Trash. Moron. Step on him some more." The protagonist lies still, his expression unreadable to his unseen tormentor, who wonders aloud about his lack of reaction. Then, the voice understands, realizing he hadn't fallen into despair, which is good, as it's all part of a larger plan. The tormentor comments on the fading spiritual body, then lets out a small gasp, feeling a surprising pang of pain. With a soft, mocking chuckle, the voice asks how it feels, gloating about its convincing performance. He had to escape his family's clutches, a desperate need to study magic that drove him. Now, as the torment continues, the man in the white shirt questions if he feels like heading back, even knowing how disadvantageous it would be. With a slight tilt of his head, he acknowledges the thought, a silent, "all right then," passing through his mind. Suddenly, his eye flares with an intense, crimson glow, a raw surge of power or defiance erupting from within him. As the blonde man in the red robe watches from a distance, the man in the white shirt abruptly stands, a silent "what?" escaping him as he confronts the unseen force. His face contorted in anguish or exertion, he lets out a primal scream, the sound of an archdemon echoing in his mind. 500 years ago, a storm of lightning and power raged, as a lone figure stood before a crumbling structure. This was Davin, an infamous one-armed demon who had escaped from Saemon's prison. And through a contract with the demon, he extended his life, eventually becoming a minor god, said to have lived for over 10,000 years. His legend was built upon countless fallen foes, which is why history remembers him as a great demon. The great demon Davin finally met his end 500 years ago. Suddenly, a young man awakens, his mind reeling with a single, disorienting question. Had he somehow traveled 500 years into the future? He can't comprehend the situation, finding it utterly illogical. A voice echoes, questioning the probability of the same man dying the same way then, only to be reborn as an infant into a noble bloodline. His eyes narrow, certain he had died 500 years ago, imprisoned. The narrative shifts to a past event, where the arrogant Samayon family captured the one-armed man, choosing the firstborn as their heir. The one-armed swordsman, Davin, met his end alone. Yet, in his prime, Davin was a formidable warrior, his blade a blur in the arena. Meanwhile, the storm sword, Kazan, ascended to become the Sword Emperor. Returning to the present, the awakened one's eyes burn with fury, cursing the Samayon family for making fools of Davin's loyal followers. His fury boils over, the young man's fist slamming down with a resounding crash. Meanwhile, a childlike figure floats serenely, a faint glow surrounding him as he muses aloud. The hero king, Kazan, was a friend who really loved? That's what the history books say. Isn't that romantic? The young man leans heavily on the surface, his head bowed, the weight of the past pressing down on him. He suddenly snaps upright, his voice raw with indignation, demanding an end to the crazy bullshit. Kazan, still hovering, tilts his head, his curiosity piqued by the outburst, asking why he is so angry. The childlike figure then speculates if the anger stems from the history being fabricated, or if the young man himself was someone from that distant era. The protagonist looks up, a wry smirk playing on his lips as he confirms his connection to the past, then playfully calls Kazan an old man. A narration box reflects on the nature of history itself, suggesting it is merely a convenient story crafted by the victors, as the two figures continue their exchange. Kazan expresses surprise at such a profound statement coming from someone so young, while the protagonist retorts that while he is indeed old, he cannot physically age. As the child king continues his tale, he simply listens, a tray with a teapot held steadily in his hands. The story speaks of a hero king, who, despite his sorrow, joined forces with the greatest swordsman of all time, his best friend, the Sun Sword Emperor. Together, they embarked on a perilous quest to defeat the great demon. Kazan, however, interrupts the narrative, wondering why he's never heard of this Sun Sword Emperor before. The time traveler, pouring tea, explains that this hero was the one who led the Imperial army to victory. A mischievous grin spreads across Kazan's face as he concludes that this brilliant emperor then went on to establish the Sun Sword Empire. The scene shifts, revealing a younger version of the time traveler, now introducing himself to an infant, saying, "Hello, Sir Davin, I'm Yulian." The infant Davin, looking up with wide, innocent eyes, responds with admiration, "I really admire you a lot. I want to be like you when I grow up." The man in the red robe holds the infant Davin, a silent witness to the child's innocent declaration. Even though the written history was a lie, he had been a friend and family to Yulian, who now wonders what good a one-armed man like himself truly is. He recalls a time when Arslan visited him in prison, making several trips to see him. Arslan had promised that his loyalty would never be forgotten, assuring him that he would be rewarded for his unwavering devotion. He swore to fulfill that promise, no matter how long it took. Yet, after Arslan made that declaration, he never came to visit again. Another memory surfaces, of the first patriarch of the Adinza family, who left them with their life's mission. The young king, Kazan, explains that this mission is related to Yulian's achievements, prompting Yulian to ask what it entails. Kazan's answer is clear. Their mission is to surpass the Samayon family. As Yulian processes these memories, his eyes glow with a fierce red light, his resolve hardening to face the truth. He knows the truth is often distorted, written by those who emerge victorious, yet he can't shake the feeling that the history he's been told is fundamentally flawed. This isn't just a coincidence, he muses, and though he might not grasp the full scope of it yet, he senses a profound connection to the one who started it all. He recalls a time when Arslan, the Sun Sword Emperor, was abandoned by the Samayon family, a pivotal moment that led to the creation of the Adinza family. A man with long, flowing white hair and a red robe once spoke of this truth, explaining that the Adinza family was a new lineage, forged to honor a specific purpose. It was a destiny, he understood, that had been bestowed upon this family. The grand edifice of the Adinza family stands as a testament to this, and he can't help but feel that his own existence is intertwined with their fate. He remembers a time when he was told he would be able to awaken his true power, a power that lay dormant within his very being. A young man with blonde hair, dressed in a vest, once proposed a deal, asking if a mutually beneficial arrangement sounded appealing. As the blonde young man walks away, the memory fades, leaving the protagonist to ponder the implications of these past encounters. Holding the dagger, a silent acknowledgement passes through Yulian's mind, a quiet thanks to Arslan for his aid. His form shimmering with nascent power, he vows to leave nothing behind, to surpass even the formidable Adinza family itself. With unwavering resolve, he declares his intention to ascend beyond the very family that betrayed him. This ambition, he knows, can only be realized by truly becoming a part of that very lineage. Later, walking through an ancient, grand estate, Yulian and Arslan move with a steady pace. Their footsteps echo softly as they continue their journey. Suddenly, Yulian glances back, a question on his lips, asking Arslan where he intends to go. Arslan turns to him, a hint of exasperation in his tone, reminding him to stop using that particular address. With a playful leap, Arslan springs away, while Yulian retorts that anyone from 800 years ago certainly qualifies as an old man. Still playfully referring to him as an old man, Yulian finds Arslan questioning his choice of words, wondering if he truly believes him to be ancient. A light-hearted tap to the head from Yulian elicits a mock complaint from Arslan, who insists he's not that old. With the banter concluded, the real challenge begins, sparring. Both men assume their stances, Arslan remarking on the anticipation of their martial arts clash. Blades flash and collide in a flurry of motion, their glowing edges leaving trails of light as they test each other's skill. As they spar, Arslan's thoughts drift to the evolution of martial arts, wondering how much they've changed over the centuries. He continues to move with practiced grace, his mind still pondering the advancements in their techniques over 500 years. Yulian, listening to his companion's musings, considers the implications of the Marin family's history, a lineage that has endured for half a millennium. Suddenly, a wave of inexplicable heaviness washes over him, leaving him disoriented and questioning the sudden change in his body. He feels his body giving out, an overwhelming pressure crushing him from within. A deep, ominous rumble echoes as he continues to fall, his form cracking under the strain. Vincent observes the collapsing form, deeming the young man's body utterly useless, too fragile to withstand the slightest pressure. Yet, within the blue glow of his meditative state, a thought surfaces: would it be better to simply live a normal life? Suddenly, his eyes snap open, a surge of surprise washing over him as he notices something new. This unique flow of mana, could it truly be what he suspects? Meanwhile, in a different space, Arslan frantically calls out, his voice filled with worry as he searches for Julian. A soft yawn escapes him as Julian's own consciousness stirs, wondering why he's suddenly being sought. Arslan watches, stunned, as Julian's body, still enveloped in a blue aura, appears to float away. Kazan questions Julian, asking why he never learned swordsmanship, to which Julian replies that his unique specialty prevents it. The boy's eyes widen in surprise, processing the unexpected revelation. He presses for more, wondering why, and Julian simply states that he was born a mage. Internally, Julian marvels at Kazan's potential, questioning why someone with the heavenly incarnation wouldn't pursue swordsmanship. His expression remains intense, reflecting the depth of his thoughts. He continues to explain to the boy, detailing how he can store mana throughout his entire body, even within his bones and organs. Kazan, still processing the information, repeats the astonishing concept of storing mana in his bones. Julian sighs in exasperation, struggling to find the right words to convey such complex ideas to the confused boy. For a mage, the ability to use mana to gain strength is a power far beyond that of a normal human, with the miraculous energy typically stored within the human heart. He continues his explanation, illustrating how mana, rather than being confined to a single core, can permeate and be stored throughout the entire body, even within bones and organs. This unique ability means that one can store mana not just in their heart, but throughout their very being, allowing for an endless reservoir of power. A young woman, listening intently, gasps at the revelation, wondering if she too possessed such an incredible gift. He looks down at the child, a hint of skepticism in his voice, believing the true depth of this power is beyond his current comprehension. He then conjures an image of a formidable warrior, a woman wielding a glowing sword, the legendary figure known to all as Kazan, the Hero King. His eyes widen, emphasizing the incredible truth. This Hero King also possessed the fabled heavenly exoskeleton. Something feels fundamentally wrong, a deep unease settling within him as he gazes out at the world 500 years in the future. But the world he returned to is a far sadder and emptier place than he had ever anticipated, leaving him unsure if this is truly a reincarnation or merely a return to a past life. Later, a pink-haired man with a cheerful demeanor asks him, "Okay, how do I make it so I can't link imagery to the heart?" The pink-haired man then questions Julian's understanding. "Imagery? What is that? Are you for real right now, Julian? From where do I have to explain things?" He attempts to clarify. "Imagery, it's an imaginary stone that you can." Julian, surprised, places a hand on his chest. "In the heart? Then what about the mana from nothing?" The pink-haired man looks thoughtful, pondering Julian's question. Exactly which type of meditation method are you talking about?" He begins to explain the first step of a powerful meditation method, one that involves storing mana directly within the heart. This technique, he clarifies, is all about imagery, a concept that might seem simple but holds profound implications. Those who master it, those who can truly store mana in their hearts, are known as the mana from nothing users. He admits that it's an incredibly rare ability, so rare that most people would find it hard to believe, even for him. Indeed, the mana stored within the heart is the true mana from nothing, a power so exclusive that only 1 in 1,000 individuals can ever hope to achieve it. He reiterates the profound significance of storing mana within the heart, his hand now gripping a sword that pulses with a soft, ethereal glow. In the past, he explains, most people couldn't even dream of storing mana in their hearts, but now, it's possible, all because of him. His eyes blaze with an intense blue light, mirroring the sword's radiant glow, as he makes his dramatic declaration. As the unnamed man's red aura flared in protest, he demanded a halt, questioning if a mage can truly collect mana into their heart. Yulian, his hand glowing with a steady blue light, reassured him that his heart was strong enough. He then insisted that to grasp the concept, one must first understand mana from nothing, before abruptly mentioning that the one-armed Davin had mastered it, only to be killed. Taken aback, the unnamed man questioned the sudden mention of Davin, to which Yulian explained that Davin was one of the rare mages who struggled with mana efficiency. Yulian sighed, finding the man's outburst too loud. He then asked rhetorically if there was a formula for mana's flow, scoffing at the idea of anyone letting their mana simply dissipate. Arslan, his eyes wide with realization and a yellow aura sparking around him, exclaimed that there must be a formula for efficient mana use. Yulian is back to the viewer, mused that many must have failed in their attempts to master such a formula. Both Yulian and Arslan pondered the implications of magic power concentrated in the heart, with Yulian's thoughts showing a dark, swirling mass of energy. He continues, explaining that in another world, the concept of mana from nothing was considered an absolute heresy. Arslan, taken aback, questions why he would speak of such a thing, to which Yulian simply replies that it feels familiar. Yulian, lying in bed, wonders why he feels this way, as if he's heard it before. Arslan stares, a look of surprise on his face. He then elaborates, stating that physiognomy is the structure needed to hold mana, but it also requires the mana itself. Arslan continues, explaining that if one were to succeed in mastering this, they would be considered a god in the Baron family. He adds that the physiognomy for the first time in history has been starving for it. And at this rate, Vincent Adinkaga's body will die before reaching adulthood. The grand estate stood silent under the pale sky, its imposing structure holding secrets within. Inside, he felt himself falling through a void of knowledge, realizing that even if the impending doom could be halted, there was a definite limit to how long it could be held at bay. Perhaps only 10 years remained, a thought that weighed heavily on him as he meditated amidst glowing texts. He knew it wasn't enough time, not enough to master the sword arts, nor to become a mage, nor even simply to live a full life. The grim reality was clear. The physiognomy of Vincent Adinkaga was already beginning to fade, even as the young lord yearned desperately for life. Those 10 years, a period of constant struggle and fear, had been horrifying. And now, the prospect of another 10 years felt absurdly long. His frustration boiled over, his fist slamming into the wall with a resounding crack, just as a voice from outside demanded, "What are you doing in there, young lord? Please answer." Startled, he looked up, a single thought echoing in his mind. Who is it? A figure steps through the doorway, announcing his presence with a clear, firm voice. He surveys the room, taking in the disarray. Before questioning the young lord about the state of his chambers, the young lord, seated on the floor, remains silent. He stares at the floor, lost in thought, his gaze eventually drifting to the infant in the crib as he internally confirms his own identity. He recalls the old human's words about the new body being ready in 3 years. Shaking his head, he dismisses the distracting thoughts, deciding to focus on the immediate present. The attendant, holding fresh clothes, offers them to him, who stands up to receive them. As he looks at the infant, the attendant wonders aloud about the striking resemblance to Yulian, and questions if this is the healing, Unshin body. He then directly asks Yulian if he performed some strange experiment, his concern evident. He listens intently, his expression unreadable as Arslan's words continue to echo through the room. Arslan, however, presses on, wondering if he has learned nothing from his past mistakes, urging him to abandon his current path and leave the infant's body alone. He finds it rare to see someone as foolish as Yulian, especially when it comes to the most important matters. Yulian finally reacts, a sharp, disbelieving question escaping his lips, as Arslan continues, finding it amusing that he would even question his master's intentions, let alone act on them. Arslan's voice remains steady, emphasizing that he merely followed orders, and it is Yulian who is acting strangely. Yulian's eyes begin to glow with a fierce, crimson light, his anger simmering beneath the surface. Arslan continues to provoke him, asking if he truly believes he didn't say or do things he didn't feel like doing, and if he ever thinks about the consequences. With his eyes still burning red, Yulian challenges Arslan, demanding to know if he is wrong. Arslan simply turns and walks away, stating that it is fine if Yulian doesn't want to do it, then he shouldn't. He declares his intention to retrieve the items himself, prompting Arslan to question his destination. He explains to the chamberlain that he will personally fetch them, because his personal maid is unwilling to work. With a determined expression, he stands firm, his resolve unwavering. Clenching his fist, he vows, he will get it, daring anyone to suggest otherwise. Now dressed, he strides away from Arslan and a young attendant, moving with purpose through the grand hall. He reflects that despite his perceived cowardice and sensitivity, he is certainly not impudent or arrogant. His thoughts turn to the situation, concluding that he must have been placed in this position intentionally. The young attendant, overhearing his thoughts, agrees, affirming the sentiment. With a determined glint in his eyes and a faint blue aura beginning to emanate from him, he resolves to demonstrate what Adinkaga's seventh young master should truly be like. He stands before Arslan, who questions his understanding of power, suggesting that true strength comes from the energy of those one has killed. Arslan insists that a person who has taken many lives possesses a certain energy, a unique aura that sets them apart. Yulian, however, feels no such energy from Arslan, only a faint, almost imperceptible presence. Arslan, taken aback, challenges him, asking if he's truly never taken a life, or if he simply doesn't understand the weight of such actions. A grim expression crosses Yulian's face as he reflects on his past, acknowledging the life he has lived. Arslan, sensing the shift, asks what he means, his gaze fixed on the young man's intense expression. With a soft rustle of fabric, Yulian moves towards the door, his voice firm as he declares, "If you don't want to do it, I'll have to go get it myself then." Meanwhile, Arslan stands frozen, his thoughts racing with concern. How should I answer the young master's transfer when he asks me why I'm there in person? He tries to plead his case, muttering, "I'm already in a difficult position, so please don't make it any harder for me." But Yulian is unmoved, simply demanding, "So, get up and go with me." With a frustrated sigh, Yulian pulls out a small, glowing orb, a soft thud echoing as he mutters, "Seriously, how can I be a second?" A sudden, piercing scream erupts as Yulian's eye glows with an intense purple light, unleashing a raw burst of power. The overwhelming force sends Arslan sprawling to the ground, as Yulian stands over him, enveloped in a vibrant purple aura. He then casually places his foot on Arslan's hand. A sarcastic apology escaping his lips as he looks down. "Gosh, I'm sorry. I've got some bad memories of being attacked from behind." Arslan, still reeling from the sudden assault, can only stammer in disbelief. "I've never heard any such thing before," as Yulian lifts him by the collar. He stands over the man, a chilling declaration hanging in the air. "This is great then, be my servant from now on." The other man, still on the ground, groans in pain. A sharp, internal pain flares, making him wince. As the pain subsides slightly, Arslan manages to push himself up, a question forming on his lips, while Yulian watches him with an unreadable expression. His eyes narrow, a dangerous glint appearing as he challenges. "What? You've got something to say?" The intensity of his gaze, now glowing with a fierce red energy, is enough to silence any protest. Arslan, intimidated, quickly retracts, muttering, "No. What did you say?" He tries to recall the exact words, his mind still reeling from the shock. Yulian's expression softens slightly, a hint of sarcasm in his tone as he asks, Didn't you say you didn't want to do it?" Arslan, now fully aware of the situation, quickly corrects himself. "Yeah, I didn't say I didn't want to do it." The words tumble out in a rush. The ornate ceiling of the room looms above them, a silent witness to the forced recruitment. He steps out of the room, the door creaking loudly shut behind him, though he hadn't intended for it to close at all. A slight frown crosses his face, a silent thought escaping him about the little rascal who hadn't even spoken a word. With measured steps, he continues down the grand hallway. Meanwhile, another figure, clad in light armor and carrying a sword, walks with purpose. His eyes glow with a fierce red light as a grimace twists his features, vowing never to lose to Yulian again, declaring his true identity as Wilson. Standing tall, Wilson holds a staff, a confident, almost mocking expression on his face as he questions how it feels to be a servant, implying he won't make it easy. Yulian, holding a book, calmly addresses Wilson, asking if he knows the truth about his past, specifically mentioning the people he betrayed and the concept of freedom. He continues, revealing a detail about Wilson's difficult life, specifically mentioning the loss of his right arm. Yulian concludes his statement, implying that Wilson's life ultimately met a terrible ending. He offers a brief word of gratitude to the man before him, a smirk playing on his lips as he declares, "There's no end to this, is there? Now that I've completed my business, I'll take my leave." With that, the ornate doors close behind him, leaving him to ponder his next steps. He knows he needs some proper training. Clutching his staff firmly, he prepares to move forward. His footsteps echo with a rhythmic tack as he begins to move, picking up speed down the long, ornate corridor. He continues his rigorous training, a focused expression on his face as he practices with his staff, knowing that despite his heavenly sensation of power, he still has a long way to go. A soft huff escapes him, a testament to the effort he's putting into each movement. The sensation of power feels good, he muses, acknowledging that his movements now resemble those of a true martial artist. Suddenly, his staff connects with something solid, eliciting a surprised exclamation from him as he realizes his mistake. The impact sends a figure recoiling, their shield absorbing the blow with a sharp clang. The figure, clad in red and gold armor, steadies himself, his gaze fixed on Yulian as he calmly asks for his identity. With a confident stance, the newcomer introduces himself as Revan Adenka. As Revan turns to leave, he glances back, a hint of recognition in his voice as he questions if Yulian is the useless Vincian. Left alone in the grand hall, Yulian looks down, processing the unexpected encounter and the mention of his old name. He stands, a faint blue aura surrounding him, as the thought echoes that Yulian is indeed a very critical figure. Revan continues, explaining that Yulian is also one of the candidates expected to win the Assembly of True Swords this time around, before asking if he had previously met his father. A slight pause hangs in the air as Yulian processes the question, then responds, acknowledging the connection. Yeah, so he's that guy's son, huh? A memory flashes, a foot descending with impact. As the narrative voice explains the past belief that he was a minor god, the only one capable of using the Awakened One's power to fight alongside him, and thus, a friend. The grand title of the Assembly of True Swords is then presented. And Yulian listens intently as the explanation continues. It is a competition that gathers all the children of the Adenka family, those connected by bloodline, to wield real swords. Though there's no official age restriction, participants usually enter the Assembly of True Swords around the age of 15. He stands in a grand, ornate hall, the weight of the information settling upon him, the thought lingering that Vincian is the weakest among the candidates. He listens as Revan Adenka continues to mock him, declaring that he won't be able to hide his weak body, and that in the Assembly of True Swords, he was nothing more than a booter bridge. Revan laughs, then boasts, claiming the protagonist doesn't understand his training regimen, asserting himself as the strongest among the Adenka. The protagonist, maintaining a calm demeanor, advises Revan to improve his manner of speaking. Revan dismisses the advice, stating that even provocations require a certain level of strength, and the protagonist is simply too weak, a remark that ignites a furious internal response within the protagonist, who vows to tear him to pieces for such mockery. The memory of his past self, one-armed Davin, being despised and disrespected on the training grounds and sparring stage, flashes through his mind, fueling his growing rage. Revan, oblivious to the protagonist's internal turmoil, clarifies that he isn't mocking him but merely stating the truth. He is too weak to be a swordsman, then issues a final warning, telling him not to blame him for what happens if he doesn't back off. The protagonist's composure finally breaks, as he shouts, enraged, at Revan for daring to insult his father. Without hesitation, Revan launches himself forward, delivering a powerful flying kick directly towards the protagonist. As the attack closes in, the protagonist's eyes glow with a fierce blue light, while a voice warns that Revan is a level 7 star, possessing awakened steel mana, and advises extreme caution, for he is far stronger. He grips the sword hilt, purple energy flickering around his hand, knowing that a direct confrontation would likely end in defeat right now. But Revan Adenka, looking down with disdain, continues to provoke him. It's obvious you're the descendant of Adenkaga he was talking about, he sneers, but you're still too weak. Revan's voice drips with contempt, observing his opponent's uncontrolled mana, and revealing more of his knowledge about the Adenkaga family. He's losing mana at an uncontrollable rate. He's a madman. His father doesn't acknowledge him as his son. He doesn't know the true nature of the Adenkaga family. I heard the wind of a martial artist who disappeared completely 10 years ago, one of the Adenkaga family. The protagonist's grip tightens on his sword, the purple energy intensifying as he makes a silent vow. He must make sure Revan learns his lesson. Suddenly, his eyes glow an electric blue, and a powerful surge of purple energy erupts from his form, catching Revan completely off guard. Despite the unexpected display, Revan regains his composure, clutching a scroll and declaring his own unwavering resolve. I still have a good reason to fight. How dare you would have gotten rates of the Adenkaga family? Before Revan can act, the protagonist moves with impossible speed, striking back with a counterattack that leaves Revan reeling. What? Did he reverse his sword at me? Revan collapses to the ground, defeated, staring up at his opponent in utter disbelief. Not only does he not have mana, he's not even able to use his sword, yet he's acting so confident. The protagonist's eyes glow with an unwavering resolve, purple energy swirling around him as he asserts his dominance. Revan has no way of winning against him, but there is still more to this confrontation. He dismisses the notion that his power is merely enough, his eyes burning with a fierce red glow. Still processing his defeat, Revan attempts to de-escalate the situation, suggesting they stop. In a sudden shift, a different memory or reality flickers, showing the protagonist in formal wear, casually suggesting a trip to the auction house if funds allow. Back in the present, his red eyes intensify as he challenges Revan's understanding of loyalty, questioning how he could betray the name of True Swords. Revan's face contorts in a furious snarl. Consumed by rage, he lunges forward, his sword blazing with a crimson aura, vowing to end the protagonist's life. But before the blade can connect, the protagonist's hand flashes out, intercepting the attack with impossible speed. A powerful counterblow sends Revan recoiling violently, the impact radiating outward. A powerful, red energy-infused thrust erupts from Davin, his voice echoing with a fierce declaration that he will end his opponent's life right here and now. The attack connects with a resounding crash, forcing Arslan to recoil from the impact. He cries out in pain, his head snapping back from the force. Davin's eyes glow with an intense blue light, his expression a mask of fierce determination. But before he can press his advantage, Arslan moves to restrain him, assuring Julian that he cannot be wounded. His voice firm, he commands the young lord to stop immediately. Suddenly, Revan voice cuts through the air, reminding them that they cannot fight the young lord, Vincian, in this place. His attack halted, Davin looks up, surprised by the sudden intervention. A sigh of relief escapes Arslan as Revan intervenes, preventing Davin from escalating his aggressive outburst. Revan firmly holds Davin's arm, reminding him that this is not the place for a fight, his words carrying a clear warning against further conflict. Davin's eyes glow with a furious red light, his frustration boiling over as he labels Arslan a coward. Later, in a different setting, Arslan looks down at Davin, questioning his apparent fragility. He reflects on the previous incident, acknowledging that Davin would have been in serious trouble if Revan hadn't intervened. Arslan, now seated and engrossed in a book, dismisses his earlier actions as merely teaching a lesson to a disrespectful child, while Davin, standing nearby, expresses his determination to surpass him. He admits to learning personally to achieve this goal, prompting a curious hum from Arslan. The book Arslan holds reveals a detailed portrait, its presence sparking a question about its identity. Arslan, seated and engrossed in a book, gently reminds Davin to focus on his studies, urging him to complete his image theory before moving on to new concepts. Then, with a shift in topic, he introduces the next lesson, blessings and traits, prompting a curious inquiry from the young boy. Davin, floating in the air, listens intently as Arslan explains the concept of a man-made blessing, a notion that seems to challenge his understanding. His eyes widening in disbelief, Davin exclaims his shock at the idea of creating a blessing, deeming it disrespectful to the natural order of things. Arslan, however, advises caution, suggesting it's not the right time or place to delve deeper into such sensitive topics, promising that the truth will reveal itself when the moment is right. Still pondering the implications, Davin shifts his curiosity to Revan, asking about his steel body trait, to which Arslan offers no immediate response. Arslan then begins to elaborate on the nature of blessings, explaining that the Dwarf King's blessings encompass many aspects, but this particular trait focuses on enhancing physical strength. As a blue, ethereal aura emanates from Arslan, he continues, describing how the accumulation of specific traits leads to greater power, a concept known as the trait tree. Davin's eyes glow with a vibrant blue light, reflecting a complex, star chart-like overlay. As he silently processes this profound new information, his mind already mapping out the intricate pathways of power. The Steelman trait, a medium-level ability, specializes in both defense and destructive power. In a different time, or perhaps a memory, Revan explains that the martial arts one builds towards a single goal can lead to rapid strength. Observing a training dummy cleanly severed at the neck, he acknowledges the truth in Julian's words. Davin, now a young man with striking blue hair and glowing eyes, reflects on Revan's unparalleled achievements for his age, wondering if this is the true power of a trait. His gaze sharpens, a determined glint in his luminous blue eyes as he realizes he must master these newfound skills. Outside, the Grand Academy stands tall, a silent witness to the unfolding journey. Within its grounds, Davin moves with newfound grace, a vibrant blue aura swirling around him as he trains under a starlit sky. An observer notes his return, commenting on his left-handed swings and the inability to use imagery with that hand. As Davin begins his practice swings, the observer continues to watch his progress intently. Standing tall, a figure with dark blue hair looks down at the kneeling man before him, a stern warning echoing through the chamber. The kneeling man, identified as Revan, the vice leader of the Adinka Guild, is the sole keeper of the Adinka family's hidden legacy, acting as its protector. His face contorts in a furious demand, insisting on an apology. Yet, the blue-haired figure remains unyielding, his presence a silent, immovable force. Revan's expression shifts to one of frustrated determination, a silent thought forming in his mind. He is a man whose arrogance is his pride, one who would readily trample the weak and disdain others, a stark contrast to the blue-haired youth who now holds a staff. Revan throws his hands up in exasperation, declaring that they are aristocrats, inherently different from others, while the blue-haired youth simply acknowledges his top-tier talent. Surrounded by ethereal purple energy and spectral faces, the blue-haired youth reflects on his past, accustomed to being looked down upon. He ascends, bathed in the vibrant purple glow, for no one had anticipated that the one-armed Davin would wield the Stormblade. Despite his earlier resolve, Arslan finds himself changing his mind, a decision he believes he can repeat if necessary. He then produces an advanced recovery potion, consuming it with a gulp. As he recovers, a new figure approaches, prompting Arslan to question his identity, wondering who this person could be. The newcomer introduces himself as Merlin, the vice commander of the Wyvern Knight unit. Merlin then asks Arslan if he isn't laughing at him. Arslan admits his surprise, confessing he hadn't expected Merlin to be able to speak. He observes the emotions reflected in Merlin's eyes, recalling the legend of a martial artist who was said to have laughed at him. Merlin, in turn, acknowledges Arslan, promising to remember his name. With a final, contemplative expression, Merlin prepares to continue their interaction. As Merlin acknowledges his name, Arslan observes that something has indeed changed within the young lord. With a final, almost wistful glance, Merlin offers a quiet wish for good luck. Days later, Arslan is deep in training, his sword ablur as he strikes a dummy with powerful, resounding blows. He executes a perfect lunge, his blade cutting through the air with precision. Finally, exhausted from the rigorous practice, he collapses to the ground, gulping down water to quench his thirst. Later, he sits quietly, engrossed in a book, a small child reading intently beside him. His focus shifts to his own body, concentrating on the subtle balance required on the surface with his right leg. As his perception sharpens, he begins to see the flow of mana, a vital aid to the Hof sword. His eyes glow with newfound insight, confirming that he has truly started to perceive it. The legend of the one-armed Davin, a formidable warrior, echoes through time, a testament to his power and resolve. Meanwhile, shrouded in a dark cloak, Arslan continues his rigorous training, the air around him shimmering with raw mana as he pushes his limits. His goal, to forge a sword path that allows him to attack with both body and soul, manifesting his abilities through sheer will and focused energy. With a staff-like object in hand, he prepares to strike the training dummy, a faint blue glow outlining his form as mana gathers around him. The critical moment arrives, a single word echoing his determination. Then, with a swift, decisive motion, he unleashes a powerful sword strike, a vibrant blue aura flaring around him as the attack connects. The training dummy splits cleanly in two, glowing with residual mana from the precise cut. A wave of satisfaction washes over him, the realization of his success sinking in. A wide, triumphant grin spreads across his face, mana particles still dancing around him in celebration of his breakthrough. Arslan's blade hums with newly awakened power, a vibrant blue aura radiating from its edge, as he declares his swordsmanship complete. The sword vibrates with an intense, almost ethereal energy, ready to strike. He turns from the cleanly bisected training dummy, acknowledging that this feat was not solely his own, but a testament to the seventh prince's teachings. Meanwhile, in a different setting, Merlin grins mischievously, urging someone to face their opponent. His expression shifts to one of surprise and mild irritation. The sound of metal clanging echoes as a dish of food is knocked askew. Davin looks up at Merlin, demanding to know what he is talking about. Merlin, flustered, covers his mouth, suggesting that if he had any sense, he would keep quiet. Merlin leans over the breakfast table, his expression a mix of amusement and challenge, as he remarks on the young lord's cuteness. Then warns him, "I hope you don't cross the line." He continues, a hint of his rough past in his voice. "You know I was a street gangster, right?" Davin, clearly unamused by the veiled threat, responds with a sarcastic, "Huh, so scary." As Merlin maintains his stance, Davin simply replies, "Yes, so?" Merlin then questions how someone from a sleepy village could know his mind, before realizing the implication and asking, "Telepathy? Lord with mana? Since when?" Davin, with a dark look, reminds him that despite his current appearance, he has killed many, adding that the important thing is his status as a grandmaster. Merlin simply replies, "Yes," before sternly telling him to stop being foolish, asserting his own position as a knight. He then promises that soon Davin won't be embarrassed to be called a Dinka, concluding with a chilling statement about fear. In a realm of swirling starlight, a young man with vibrant blue hair and piercing crimson eyes calmly eats a meal, his expression unreadable. Later, standing in a grand, sunlit hall, he gazes out a towering window, a fragment of an overheard conversation echoing in his mind. There's no way loyalty can. A soft thud resonates as he turns, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. A rapid beat of his heart, a quickening pulse. And a sudden realization washes over him, a thought forming in his mind. Phew, his coolness exploded. Meanwhile, the grand hall stretches empty and silent. Until Merlin, cloaked in black, strides purposefully through its vast expanse, his gaze fixed ahead. His hand rests firmly on the hilt of his sword, a silent promise of action. Merlin stares intently at a rolled-up practice mat, a single word escaping his lips as he processes the sight before him. The mat itself is riddled with countless, impossibly precise cuts, leading him to wonder if they were made with a real blade. But no, he quickly corrects himself. From what he saw, only small kitchen knives were used. Holding the mat, a profound thought crosses his mind. Such precision, such growth, is it truly possible in just a few days? His concern deepens as he whispers the title of the one he suspects is behind this impossible feat, the young lord. Meanwhile, in a sunlit dining room, a young boy with dark blue hair calmly eats his meal, while a blonde-haired man observes him, asking what kind of martial art he is learning. A sharp screech echoes through the air as Arslan stands by a barred window, gazing out from what appears to be a prison cell. Later, in a lavish room, he sits at a grand table, attended by two maids, his expression thoughtful. Addressing a blonde woman with glasses, Arslan remarks that while people know how to make this type of food, they don't know how to make it well. As a faint blue glow emanates from his hand, the woman questions what it is. He then shifts his attention to his attire, explaining that his clothes are made of divine cotton, prompting her to again ask for clarification. Later, with a male servant present, Arslan continues, stating that while the clothing is cost-effective, its quality is not suitable for a noble. His gaze falls upon a plate of food, stained with what appears to be blood, as he adds that the food's quality is also low compared to the family's budget. The blonde woman, clearly frustrated, demands to know what he means, suggesting someone is stealing or embezzling funds. Still reeling from the previous conversation, Arslan's mind races, a single name echoing in his thoughts: Wilson. He glances at the blonde woman, Levine, who stands nearby, before dismissing the thought with a quiet, "Never mind." His brow furrows in deep contemplation as he internally asserts, "I'm not Wilson. I simply can't be." He then considers the possibility. I had to be someone power-up. Meanwhile, a dark, sword-like object plunges downward, disappearing into an unseen abyss. In a different realm, a muscular blonde man, Finn, stands ready, gripping a massive club as he prepares for battle. A shadowy, blue-haired figure with glowing eyes manifests behind him, as a voice declares, it seems he is a reincarnated person. Finn's face contorts in a snarl, his eyes glowing with a fierce red energy as he lets out a guttural cry. Arslan unleashes a torrent of crimson energy, his form a blur of power as he challenges an unseen force. A guttural cry escapes him, the sheer force of his will manifesting as a violent surge of power. Meanwhile, in a lavish, empty chamber, a voice echoes, searching for a familiar name. Far from the search, Finn pushes through his training, his heavy breaths filling the grand hall as he swings his wooden club with determined effort. A shadowy figure, reminiscent of Arslan, observes his progress from behind, as a voice confirms his efforts are yielding results. Merlin, his expression serious, reflects on the scarcity of true heroes, his words carrying the weight of experience. He then turns to Finn, emphasizing the critical task ahead, to defeat Vincian and escape the oppression of the branch families. Finn acknowledges his father's words, his hand gripped firmly by Merlin, who reiterates the absolute necessity of his mission. With renewed resolve, Finn understands his path. He must become a main branch family member to ultimately topple the main family itself. His back, scarred from countless battles, glistens with sweat as the voice of his mentor echoes, urging him to push past his limits. Finn, his gaze unwavering, affirms his commitment, declaring that he must become stronger to protect his father and break free from the constraints of the branch families. Merlin, observing his son's fierce determination, reminds him that the path to true power lies in overcoming the main family's oppression. With a surge of raw energy, he proclaims his training is finally complete, a vibrant red aura flaring around him. Later, dressed in more formal attire, he pores over ancient texts, absorbing information about the assembly of true words. Merlin watches him, as Finn marvels at the incredible techniques described within the ancient world's records, wondering how such power could have been lost. Levine approaches, commenting on his terrifying dedication, to which he accepts as a compliment. As they continue their discussion, Levine reveals the existence of a hero stone, a legendary artifact. The conversation leads them to a vibrant, multifaceted mana crystal, identified as the mana crystal given to the champion. A voice explains the miraculous properties of an unknown substance. Once ingested, it would instantaneously strengthen both body and mana, living up to its name. Looking down at the kneeling man, Julian reveals his long-standing interest, admitting he had kept a close eye on him since their first encounter. He continues, noting that despite his martial artist experience, the man was still unable to overcome the challenges Julian had presented. Julian then challenges him, urging him not to remain the same person he was before being brought here. As his eyes glow with a crimson light, he promises a life far more valuable than anything he could have imagined. The young master then considers what the man's previous life could have offered, before ringing a small bell and calling out for Wilson. A moment later, Wilson enters, looking weary, and respectfully asks if something is the matter. Julian, with a serious expression, informs Wilson that he has a task for him. He holds the small bell in his hand, his gaze fixed on the man before him. A quill scratches across parchment, the sound of diligent writing filling a quiet chamber. Suddenly, a soft knock echoes from beyond the door, and a voice announces, "It's Wilson. May I enter?" Inside, a man with silver hair and a monocle pauses his writing, his hands still gripping the quill. Wilson waits patiently on the other side, a faint creak signaling the door's slow opening. The door swings inward, revealing the Grand Chamberlain Railgat, who stands with an air of quiet authority. He returns to his seat behind a grand desk, observing Wilson with a piercing gaze. His purple eye, magnified by the monocle, narrows slightly as he demands, "State your business." Wilson, looking visibly nervous, reflects on the unexpected summons and the intimidating presence of the Chamberlain, thinking, "She's scary." He then reports, "Young Master Vincent and someone we don't know are in the public area," to which Railgat retorts, "Is that not reason enough for you to have the courage to go see him yourself?" As the Grand Chamberlain's hand meticulously penned a report, A voice relayed the young master's latest directive. He had requested the family head to personally oversee the assembly of the lords. A purple-haired woman, standing before him, explained that the family head had declined, citing the young master's busy schedule as the reason for his absence, a decision that had already prompted inquiries. Her expression hardening, she declared this was the consequence of embezzling the budget. Railgat, his gaze sharp, simply instructed her to make the impossible possible. Meanwhile, in a bustling public space, a young man with vibrant green hair offered a wide, unsettling smile. Back in the study, the purple-haired woman stammered, insisting she had only followed the young master's direct orders. With a curt command, Railgat dismissed her, and she quickly departed. Alone, Railgat mused that the young master could have come himself, which would have been more effective in asserting his authority. Instead, he had sent Wilson, a deliberate move to demonstrate his growing influence, leaving Railgat to wonder if Vincent had finally understood his intentions. Meanwhile, the young master, now a formidable man, sits bare-chested in a chamber, surrounded by ethereal blue rings of energy, his body radiating a potent aura. Muscles rippling with controlled might, the blue energy pulses around him. He calls out, "Railsa." Continuing, "Family head, young Master Vincent has invited you to the assembly of true swords." A formal attendant, Railsa, stands poised before him, her expression serene. She relays his message. He said he would prove his worth as a member of the main family again. Vincent's eyes glow with an intense blue light as he questions, "Prove his worth?" His gaze sharpens. "Opinion, do you think you are good enough to speak of the worth of his lineage?" Kneeling before an unseen figure, Railsa listens intently as she is informed that the woman has promised to show his worth this time. The figure, Railgat, then instructs her to attend the assembly, declaring, "This will be your notary public." Railsa, confused, asks for clarification. She responds with a solemn understanding. Yes, if young Master Vincent cannot prove himself. Railsa declares her willingness to sacrifice her own life, but Railgat dismisses her understanding, explaining that she is not aware of the true meaning of will. He then questions her, his gaze sharp. "Is it your embezzlement of the budget?" Railgat clarifies that her concerns are misplaced, stating that the Adenka family has no intention of being part of the assembly of true swords, prompting Railsa to apologize. Now revealed in a powerful, muscular form, Railgat states, "I have no reason to interfere." He continues, his voice firm, "Strictly speaking, you are that woman's." Finishing his thought, he adds, "Exactly. But this kind of method won't work." He reiterates that Adenka has no intention of being part of the assembly of true swords. A mysterious figure, cloaked in a vibrant purple aura and holding a gleaming sword, stands with their back to the viewer, a question hanging in the air. Truly, Sarvana's child? Meanwhile, in a lavish chamber, Railgat pulls up his trousers, his movements precise and deliberate. His muscular physique now fully visible, he continues his earlier thought, stating, "All participants in the assembly of true swords." On the day of Revan's test of true swords, a massive crowd roars with anticipation. As two figures make their way across the vast, grid arena floor. Their footsteps echo with purpose, one of them, a young man in red armor, radiating fierce determination. He calls out to the onlookers, urging them to brace themselves, promising to defeat everyone today. From a high vantage point, an observer in dark robes watches, a hint of surprise crossing his features, wondering aloud about the identity of the person making such bold claims. Beside him, a man with silver hair and a commanding presence, Patriarch Khan, expresses disbelief, while Merlin, with his bright red hair, stands silently observing. Meanwhile, another figure sits regally on a throne, their lower body visible, also taking in the spectacle. Revan, confident in his abilities, believes he is the one destined to succeed, seeing this test as his ultimate chance to prove himself as the rising star of the Adenka household. The banner of the Adenka household unfurls, signaling the commencement of the test of true swords. Revan Adenka lunges forward, his blade flashing with a burst of light, a frustrated cry escaping him as he demands his opponent fall. But his challenger meets the attack head-on, their own blade deflecting the blow with a powerful impact. The other combatant presses their advantage, a defiant shout echoing through the arena, warning Revan not to get conceited. Another clash of steel rings out, the force of the impact sending shimmering energy across the ground. Yet, Revan remains unfazed, a slight smirk playing on his lips as he questions if his opponent had even managed to land a blow. His opponent, however, retorts with a confident challenge, questioning if Revan truly believed such an attribute would work against them. With his blades still glowing, the challenger holds his stance, ready for the next exchange. He launches himself into the air, his blade glowing with a fierce blue light as he executes a powerful, sweeping strike. "Kaha, Revan, that's how you do it, Revan," a voice booms, praising his technique. Merlin, observing the display alongside Arslan and Finn, nods approvingly, declaring the performance truly brilliant. Standing in the grand hall, Revan reflects that no matter the name given to a sword technique, the outcome remains the same. He muses on the profound insight of someone so young and inexperienced. Based on 200 years of experience, he knows that all martial arts are fundamentally the same, yet he finds a critical flaw in their execution. They lack true depth in their martial arts. Their strength, he concludes, stems mainly from their experience, but their movements betray a lack of genuine fighting experience. It's as if they are merely puppets dancing on top of an answer sheet, following predetermined motions. He wonders why someone could wield a sword so skillfully, yet remain so brittle in their understanding. He stands poised in the arena, a purple aura of anticipation swirling around him, as his opponent, a dark-haired challenger, taunts him, claiming to have given him credit for not fighting. The challenger, with sharp, confident eyes, dares him to climb quickly, assuring him he won't be running anywhere. From a regal perch above the arena, Khan watches the unfolding spectacle, his expression unreadable. A sword clatters to the ground, the sound echoing the swift end of the match. A collective gasp rises from the assembled crowd, their cheers turning to murmurs of surprise. The dark-haired challenger recoils from an unseen blow, his body contorting from the impact. Merlin's voice cuts through the air, declaring the match over, and confirming Revanadinka as the victor. Standing before Khan and Merlin, Revan receives the formal announcement. He has won against all his competitors. He stands in the center of the arena, his back to the crowd, the weight of his recent victory settling upon him. Meanwhile, another challenger steps forward, declaring, "Now, as dictated by the laws that all of our elders have set." He continues, his voice echoing through the grand hall. "I'll be fighting with my close friend, Vinchun, for the last fight of the Assembly of True Swords." His gaze sharpens as he adds, "I'll fight Adinkaga's direct descendant of our family." Elsewhere, the one known as Vinchun listens intently, his electric blue eyes glowing faintly. Back in the arena, the fight has concluded, with the challenger falling to the ground, leaving Revanadinka standing victorious. Merlin approaches the two combatants, addressing them with a slight apology. "I'm sorry, but the winner from the previous rounds, both of you reap. So, hold on to that for a moment." Later, Vinchun turns to his companion, Wilson, who responds with a simple, "Yes." With a determined look, Vinchun declares his intention, "I'll only use this wooden sword." He holds the simple wooden sword, its plainness a stark contrast to the grand challenge ahead, and declares his intent to use it for the first 3 attacks. Meanwhile, in a different chamber, Finn, surrounded by Merlin and Revanadinka, can only scoff, wondering aloud, what is he talking about? Davin, standing beside Arslan, reiterates his decision, confirming that he won't move from his current position. His gaze is firm as he adds, "I won't move from where I am now." Finn, his face contorted in disbelief, challenges him directly. "Do you intend to mock me all the way?" The surrounding crowd murmurs in shock and confusion, unable to comprehend such an audacious claim from a martial artist. From a raised platform, Patriarch Khan, his expression stern, addresses the young lord, reminding him that a true warrior proves their worth when they lose. He pauses, allowing his words to sink in, before adding, "Pardon." As Davin and Finn stand ready in the arena, with Arslan, Merlin, Revanadinka, and Khan observing, the Patriarch issues his final command, "Vinchun, you better prove your words with your actions." He affirms his decision to the Patriarch, ready to face the challenge. As the two combatants stand ready in the grand arena, Patriarch Khan's voice booms, declaring the official start of the direct combatants fight. An announcer with long blonde hair calls out, instructing both sides to prepare themselves. Finn, his eyes burning with anticipation, challenges Davin to bring forth his best. With the word "start" echoing through the stadium, Patriarch Khan reminds Finn that he will not be granted the usual 3 attacks, emphasizing the seriousness of the duel. He makes it clear that no quarter will be given. Without hesitation, Davin launches himself forward, a blur of motion across the arena floor. His eyes fixed on his opponent, he prepares to deliver the first strike. From a high window, a young boy observes the unfolding battle, commenting on the high probability of a brutal outcome. Finn lunges forward, a red glow emanating from his hand as he challenges, "Let's see how long you can act conceited for." His sword flashes, trailing a powerful red aura, aiming for a decisive strike. Believing his attack has connected, he exclaims, "I got him." But Davin's movements are a blur of feints, his true attack always hidden, his speed defying expectation. Finn, still confident, attempts a second strike, crying out, "I got you now, Vinchun." Yet, it is Davin who lands a swift, precise blow, the impact barely visible on Finn's armor. From above, the spectator boy watches, marveling at the protagonist's movements, his thoughts echoing the sheer impossibility of keeping up. Davin, now holding a glowing blue orb, meets the gaze of his opponent, his words a quiet challenge. With Finn reeling from the unexpected counter, Davin stands poised, having decisively turned the tide of the exchange. Finn watches, utterly stunned, as his attack is effortlessly deflected, a realization dawning on him that his opponent's perception must be far beyond an ordinary S-rank. With eyes glowing in intense blue and a dark aura swirling around him, Davin's voice cuts through the air, warning his opponent that he will pay the price for his blindness. Enraged by the taunt, Finn curses under his breath. A crimson aura flaring around him, he lunges forward, determined to strike back. But Davin, still radiating his dark power, scoffs at his opponent's perceived arrogance, dismissing his efforts as mere petty trickery. Before Finn can even fully commit to his charge, Davin's counterattack connects with devastating force. A glowing blue fist, shrouded in crackling energy, impacts squarely. The sheer impact sends Finn's foot skidding violently across the ground. He is launched backward, a blur of red and white against the arena floor. The force of the blow sends Finn crashing violently onto the ground, debris scattering around him. A guttural cry of pain escapes his lips, blood splattering from his mouth. As Davin stands over him, radiating a potent purple aura, Finn can only stare up, recognizing the sheer power he just faced, a power described as the hand of God. Julian grips his staff firmly, a determined expression on his face as he silently reaffirms a promise. He stands resolute, the purple energy swirling around him, remembering the promise he made to his father. With a final, unwavering gaze, he declares that it is now his turn to attack. Julian grips a glowing staff, his voice firm as he reaffirms, "Julian, I will keep the promise I made with you." He looks ahead with unwavering resolve, declaring, "I will keep the promise with father." Purple energy crackles around him as he announces, "I will start attacking now." In a vast arena filled with spectators, Julian stands alone, facing 3 opponents, one already fallen. From the stands, Railgat watches the unfolding scene with a serious expression. Nearby, Khan observes, his face contorted in a mixture of shock and anger. One of Julian's standing opponents, Merlin, shouts down at the fallen figure, "What are you doing, Revan? Get up." Julian, his staff still glowing, looks down at the struggling Revan with a confident smirk, questioning, "Why are you struggling against a guy who can't even use mana?" He stands over his fallen opponent, a challenge in his voice, asking what exactly is happening, and if Revan can even see clearly. Julian then clarifies that this is merely a basic fight of the hand. From the stands, Merlin fumes, declaring that standing powerless with a blade in hand is not the mark of a true artist, and that there are many ways to defeat an opponent without a weapon. Finn, observing the scene, nods in understanding. Julian continues to press, remarking on a trait Revan must have obtained in such a short time. Revan, still defeated on the ground, can only speculate that it must be a small, minor god trait that Julian is too embarrassed to reveal publicly. Julian, unfazed, tells him to think that way if it makes things easier, but warns that his thoughts will soon end. Enraged, Revan screams, a crimson aura flaring around him as he vows that Julian's sayings will end now as well. Calmly, Julian replies that it is indeed an embarrassing thing Revan has to dodge to be left, and that he knows it. He moves with blinding speed, a glowing fist connecting squarely with Revan's side, sending the enraged warrior spinning helplessly through the air. Revan cries out in frustration, realizing his defenses have been utterly shattered. Before he can recover, Davin is already upon him again, his body crackling with blue energy as he prepares another devastating strike. The second blow lands with equal force, sending Revan reeling once more. Yet, Davin feels nothing from Revan's counterattack, a faint surprise crossing his features as he realizes the blows simply don't hurt him. Revan, however, is clearly suffering, clutching his neck in agony. Davin's voice rings out, filled with disdain, proclaiming that a pathetic defense could never break his own. He continues to mock Revan, asserting that a rotting bag of flesh like him couldn't even scratch his strong body. He watches his opponent, anticipating the familiar pattern, knowing that if Revan gains even a sliver of confidence, he will attack with the same predictable method once more. True to form, Revan lunges forward, a crimson aura flaring around him, declaring that he will demonstrate the unbridgeable gap between their talents. But before Revan's attack can connect, Davin moves, his fist glowing with a potent blue energy, unleashing the full force of his own strike. The impact sends Revan reeling, a sharp cry escaping him as he struggles to defend. Davin follows through with a powerful kick, a surge of purple energy radiating from his leg as it connects. The force lifts Revan off his feet, sending him hurtling backward through the air. He crashes violently into a distant wall, the impact echoing through the arena. With his eyes now glowing a fierce red and purple energy crackling around him, Davin turns his attention to the moderator Japon, a challenging question hanging in the air. The announcer looks on in stunned surprise as Davin asks, "Are my skills not enough to be a moderator, huh?" With a surge of crackling energy, Davin realizes he has only one chance to turn the tide. He launches himself into the air, a dark aura flaring around him, knowing that if he fails this desperate gamble, he will surely perish. Meanwhile, Revan, seeing his opening, lunges with a glowing blade, determined to finish the fight while his opponent is vulnerable in midair. Before Revan's attack can connect, Davin's own dark power erupts, delivering a devastating blow that sends his adversary reeling. A cry of pain escapes Revan's lips, his face contorted in shock. He curses as the force of the impact hurls him backward, crashing through the air. Davin's eyes glow crimson as he watches, his mind already processing the intricate dance of their battle. He sees the precise point where Revan's attack began, and the exact trajectory of his own counter. His perception traces the sword path connecting the two, a clear line of cause and effect. He prepares to unleash a devastating attack, his eyes glowing crimson as purple energy crackles around him, a voice warning, "Careful, Julian," as he thinks, "This is the sword I mastered." With a sharp, piercing sound, a focused beam of red energy shoots forth. immediately followed by a parallel beam of vibrant purple. The two energies converge, forming a colossal, crackling blade of pure mana. It strikes with devastating force, erupting in a shower of crimson particles. As the dust settles, he stands firm, residual red energy swirling around him. The last vestiges of purple energy dissipate into the air. From the stands, the announcer and Railgat stare in utter disbelief, their faces etched with shock. He holds his hand, glowing with purple energy, understanding that this technique allows him to cut into space, twist the flow of mana, and use it to sever everything. He stands amidst the fading glow of his technique, the energy blade still humming in his grasp, a testament to his skill. Meanwhile, his opponent, Revan lets out a guttural scream, his face contorted in pure agony. He clutches at his arm, now severed and bleeding, the horrific injury leaving him writhing on the ground. The announcer, aghast at the brutality, demands to know what the victor is doing, only for Davin to coldly ask if he must also sever a leg to be crowned victorious. A discarded sword lies on the arena floor, a silent witness to the swift and decisive end of the match. Still reeling from the shocking display, the announcer raises his flag, his voice trembling as he declares Vincent Adenka the winner. Railgat and Merlin rush to the fallen Revan, Railgat urgently calling for hemostasis, while Merlin cries out that it's useless, demanding a priest be called for the fever. Railgat then bows deeply to Davin, admitting his failure to prevent the tragedy, and taking full responsibility for the outcome. Davin looks down at the injured Revan, his expression unyielding, reminding him that as an Adenka, he has no right to collapse yet. He offers a confident, almost challenging smile, a silent promise hanging in the air. Meanwhile, the Patriarch addresses someone with a stern tone, acknowledging their title. He reminds them of a crucial agreement, a promise to attest to the significant gap within the direct lineage of the Adenka family. His gaze remains firm, reflecting the weight of his words. Below him, the Patriarch looks up, as the announcer's voice echoes through the arena, declaring Vincent Adenka the undisputed winner of the Tournament of True Swords once again. His hand rests on the hilt of his blade, a silent testament to his victory. With the tournament concluded, the Patriarch gestures broadly, inviting everyone to enter as the amazing ceremony is about to begin. Under the serene glow of the crescent moon, the night sky watches over the unfolding events. Inside a grand hall, the Patriarch stands at the head of a long table, presiding over a gathering of many figures. Within a grand hall, a radiant, multifaceted crystal glows atop a pedestal, its light illuminating the declaration that the one who possesses divinity will be rewarded with power and honor. As the ceremony unfolds, Patriarch Khan stands before the assembly, while Revan Adenka kneels respectfully before him, with Merlin standing close by. The crystal continues to shimmer, its vibrant light casting an ethereal glow across the chamber. Suddenly, a look of profound disbelief crosses Revan's face, as he exclaims that this turn of events simply doesn't make any sense. His distress deepening, he insists that it must be some kind of trick. Merlin, observing the unfolding situation, explains to the young lord that someone must have inherited the power of an apostle. Meanwhile, Railgat approaches with a worried expression, informing Khan that a small problem has occurred. Khan, his gaze sharp, demands to know what is wrong. Railgat, still looking troubled, begins to explain that it seems young Lord Revan Kim. A golden light pulses around Davin, who lies heavily bandaged in a bed, his body radiating an immense, almost overwhelming power. His face contorts in a silent scream, the sheer force of the energy coursing through him causing an agonizing strain. Heavily bandaged, the young lord stands before several ethereal, glowing figures, the air thick with an unspoken question about his condition. A grimace twists his features as he realizes the severity of his injury, the words echoing in his mind that it won't reattach. The tight bandages across his chest and shoulder offer little comfort, a stark reminder of the missing limb. Later, seated and dressed in more formal attire, Davin listens intently as Railgat, bowing deeply, offers his sincere apologies. Davin's frustration boils over, demanding to know why even the priests are powerless to reattach his arm. Now in a dark suit, he stands facing a new figure, who addresses him with a familiar name, Vincent. His body, once a vessel for immense power, now rejects him, unable to handle the divine energies that once flowed through it. Observing the grave injury, Railgat warns that if they don't act swiftly, even the most skilled priest might not be able to mend the damage. Revan Adenka exclaims in disbelief, noting that such an injury, beyond the capabilities of even a high priest, must be more than just a physical wound, perhaps a response to divine power itself. Railgat considers this possibility, the implications of such a profound injury weighing heavily on his mind. Merlin agrees, acknowledging the suddenness of the event, and wonders if there's a deeper, hidden cause. The scene shifts to a grand hall, where the announcer challenges Charles Adenka, demanding to know his intentions. He continues, asserting Charles's position as a direct descendant of Adenka's lineage, and therefore the rightful heir to the Patriarchy, a prophet destined for ultimate victory. Patriarch Khan interjects, stating that such claims directly undermine the authority of the current Patriarch. He then directly confronts Charles Adenka, questioning if he truly intends to deny the patriarch's authority, especially in a place where all special powers have vanished. Revan's father, a man of stern countenance, looks down with a dismissive scoff, uttering a single word, Kellic. Meanwhile, Charles Adenka turns to his attendant, questioning, by that rag you mean? To which the attendant replies, yes, my, as Patriarch Khan interjects, his voice booming. Charles Adenka, you may be the direct descendant, but you are only questioning the patriarch's authority in a place where special powers are gone. I say rubbish. The attendant, with a resolute expression, confirms his compliance, as you've commanded, and without hesitation, binds Charles Adenka with thick ropes, eliciting a shocked cry from him. WH, what are you saying? Let me go. Charles, now restrained, stares in disbelief. From another part of the chamber, Railgat speaks, his voice carrying a pointed reminder. Don't you realize that you're indebted to Vincian? Revan's father watches Charles, his expression unreadable. As Patriarch Khan concludes, his words a stark warning about the Adenka family's strict laws. We've known not one or two who you wouldn't dare to defy Patriarch's sanctions. Patriarch Khan stands over the bound Charles Adenka, his voice firm as he declares that Charles will not speak again. Turning his attention, Khan praises Revan Adenka, acknowledging his great efforts, while Railgat, Finn, and Merlin observe from a distance. A slight blush crosses Revan's face as Finn remarks on his happiness, noting that it must be a valuable experience to be praised by the Patriarch. Meanwhile, Charles remains bound and prostrate on the floor, with Khan and Railgat standing watch over him. Revan, now alone, glows with a soft, golden aura, his thoughts turning to his lost right arm, wondering if it will be gone forever. Finn calls out to him, using his alias, snapping him back to the present. Railgat then addresses the young Lord Revan, asking if he would not want a miracle stone, to which Revan replies that he will do as Railgat asks. The golden aura around Revan intensifies as he considers the proposition, Finn observing him intently. He contemplates the reward for his achievements, wondering if it truly means he can use the miracle stone. He considers the proposition, his expression thoughtful, before concluding that it is indeed possible. Patriarch Khan then questions the one-armed man about the individual who severed his limb, to which Revan replies that it would be impossible to put him in such a situation. Railgat interjects, offering an apology and a plea to create a new arm. Khan, satisfied with the exchange, agrees to leave the matter to Railgat. Revan, however, apologizes for his current state, acknowledging that he is no longer worthy of martial artists. Railgat reassures him, promising to watch him well. Revan then requests the miracle stone, and Railgat responds that all things must be proven. As Railgat speaks, a vibrant golden aura begins to emanate from Revan, glowing with intense power. Patriarch Khan, observing the display, declares that Revan's reflection shows him worthy, and the miracle stone will be used to heal him. Revan, his hands now bound by glowing chains, looks up at Railgat, asking what he truly desires in return. His eyes glow with an intense, almost menacing light, as the golden aura around him flares even brighter. Still on the ground, he remains unresponsive, even as Patriarch Khan observes him, knowing he is fully conscious. A scoff escapes Railgat, who dismisses the young lord as nothing more than a loser. Khan continues to express his frustration, wondering why he refuses to speak despite the dire situation. Railgat then presses him further, taunting him about the importance of his right arm and his dependence on the Adenka family's protection. Finally, Revan Adenka rises, his voice filled with a desperate resolve as he declares his willingness to sacrifice his right arm. As he makes the vow, a crimson energy begins to emanate from his right hand, forming an intricate, glowing symbol. Pain contorts his features as the red energy crackles violently around him, the power surging through his body. Observing the raw display of power, Railgat muses, acknowledging that even if twisted, this act is still a form of love for his son. With unwavering determination, Revan Adenka steels himself, knowing he must complete this sacrifice for Revan, even if it means severing his own limb. As the crimson energy erupts from his hand, Revan Adenka lets out a guttural cry, the sacrifice of his right arm manifesting in a searing, painful surge of power. His face contorted in agony, he recoils from the sheer force of the magic, his hand still engulfed in the ominous glow. From a distance, Railgat watches, his eye glowing with a sinister red light, declaring, I said to stop any mishaps. A single word, Zarin, echoes through the air, followed by a sudden surge of brilliant blue energy. Charles Adenka, enveloped in the azure aura, lunges forward, his attack a blur of motion aimed directly at Revan. But before his strike can fully connect, Charles is violently repelled, a sharp exhalation escaping him as he's thrown backward. He lands, his sword now shattered in his grip, the force of the counterattack leaving him breathless. Railgat approaches the defeated attendant, his tone laced with disappointment as he advises, I hope you will use your power for a better cause next time. Kneeling respectfully, Charles responds, It's been resolved, Patriarch. As the ritual unfolds, Patriarch Khan stands observing from a distance, his back to the viewer, the fur trim of his cloak prominent. A voice echoes through the ethereal space, uttering a single, significant name, Vincian. Meanwhile, Khan holds a multifaceted gem, its surface shimmering with an inner light. reflecting the mysterious events unfolding. In another location, a different hand, clad in white, cradles a similar gem, which pulses with vibrant, emerald energy. The hooded figure performing the ritual stands before Charles Adenka, who watches intently as the gem glows. A golden aura erupts around the hooded mage as they raise their hands, invoking, "O goddess of healing, please have mercy." With a blinding flash, the gem shatters into countless fragments, its power unleashed in a burst of light. The energy from the shattered gem courses through the mage's body, manifesting as glowing lines across their skin. Elsewhere, Revan's father reacts with a look of profound shock and horror, his eyes wide and mouth agape at the unfolding events. Elsewhere, a conversation unfolds as Revan and Merlin discuss an ancient miracle stone, with Merlin expressing disbelief that such a rare item could be used for physiological purposes. He still can't quite grasp the implications, while Revan reminds him that he was the one who suggested giving it to him in the first place. With a soft click of the door, Merlin begins to depart. His footsteps echo softly as he walks away. Left alone, Revan looks down, a profound realization dawning on him as he thinks that the stone is so damn cool, and that since then the time comes if you will give in to fear. Meanwhile, Merlin, holding a fork thoughtfully, considers the choice, or will swear loyalty. A smirk plays on Revan's lips as he confidently replies, "Of course." In a different scene, Revan's father cradles the infant Davin in his arms, while Revan and Merlin stand nearby, observing the tender moment. A cheerful young man with vibrant green hair beams, his expression full of bright enthusiasm. Inside a grand, ornate room, Merlin stands respectfully beside a large desk, while Davin, a young man with dark blue hair, sits thoughtfully, his gaze distant. He rises from the desk, turning away with a slight frown, as if contemplating a pressing matter. A blonde-haired attendant, wearing glasses and holding up a detailed drawing, declares with a confident smile, "Of course not. I drew something much larger than." Back at the desk, Merlin announces to Davin that it is time to go, as his lord is waiting. In a grand hallway, the blonde attendant greets Davin with a polite bow, asking if the young master has been well. Davin approaches the attendant, his expression serious as he begins to speak. He stands alone, hands clasped before him, a solemn look on his face as he gazes forward. Davin stands, his gaze sharp as he questions the unexpected visitor, asking why the Pontifex has come. The Pontifex, a man with blonde hair and spectacles, responds with a humble bow, explaining that he came to express his gratitude for a miraculous bottle. His hands then present a shimmering, multifaceted object, a legendary miracle stone glowing with ethereal light. Seated now, Davin reminds him that this very miracle stone was intended for the Pontifex as a reward for treating his illness earlier that day. The Pontifex looks down, a contemplative expression on his face, as he recounts his journey, from taking his first risk to eventually becoming a Pontifex. He continues, holding the glowing stone, admitting that upon encountering young Master Revan, he realized the true value of the miracle stone and, more importantly, a human life. Davin, observing his sincerity, remarks that the Pontifex willingly gave up the miracle stone he had won, almost as if to mock him. With a gesture of acceptance, Davin reaches out, as the Pontifex places the radiant miracle stone into his hands. Looking at the Pontifex, Davin concludes that thanks to him, they were able to reflect upon themselves. The Pontifex extends a hand, offering a card to Davin, urging him to accept it. Davin, however, deflects the praise, insisting the Pontifex's realization was his own, yet hesitates to accept the offering, finding it a bit much. Undeterred, the Pontifex presents another card, explaining it grants the temple's aid upon presentation. Merlin, observing from a distance, gasps in disbelief, realizing the card's true significance and the temple's limited capacity for such a high rank. He exclaims, questioning Julian about the implications of such a high-ranking title, a second-class Pontifex. The Pontifex clarifies that the card itself serves as proof of his second-class status, making it an undeniable declaration. Julian, however, remains oblivious to the true meaning of a second-class Pontifex, muttering his confusion. The Pontifex simply reiterates the gift is for him, expressing his gratitude. Julian holds the card, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. Merlin stares at the card in Davin's hand, his expression a mix of disbelief and awe, wondering how a mere child could possess such a powerful item. He can't help but question if Davin's true identity has been hidden all this time, or if he's simply been underestimated. Merlin's mind races, trying to reconcile the image of the young master with the authority of a Pontifex, muttering, "Ah, that's right. Speaking of peace." Meanwhile, Davin sits at his desk, a pensive look on his face as he recalls the Pontifex's words, a single question echoing in his mind. Who was it? His thoughts drift to a mysterious figure, a second child, or goddess seemingly overlooked by the world, whose identity remains elusive. Back in the present, Merlin, still processing the implications of the card, asks Davin, "Are you saying there's a possibility you'll be leaving tonight too?" Davin leans back, a weary sigh escaping him as he admits, "My body feels heavy, and I can't really rest now." Merlin, still pressing for a clearer answer, challenges Davin's vague response, stating, "I said it was 50-50. If it's something you've said, then it'd be 100. If it's something I've said, It's 1 in 100. Merlin's face flushes with a hint of embarrassment as he realizes the implications of his own words, finding the situation a little awkward. Merlin stares up at the young master, his voice filled with disbelief at the sheer power emanating from him. He trembles, overwhelmed by the aura, unable to comprehend the transformation before his eyes. Davin, meanwhile, reflects on the family head's trust in him, a burden he cannot afford to fail. He marvels at the foresight of the family head, who seems to have predicted even this moment. The grand mansion stands illuminated under the night sky, a beacon of power and history. Inside, Davin walks through a lavish hallway, his footsteps echoing softly on the polished floor. A servant urges him to hurry, calling him by his alias, Vincent. His thoughts turn to a woman with long, light hair and gentle eyes, whom he addresses as mother. In a memory from his past, a woman of striking presence, adorned in an elegant red and white gown, is heard to remark, "I heard you've accomplished an incredible feat at the academy." This was a time when Vincent's birth mother had already passed away, and the woman before him now was his stepmother, a new figure in his young life. Her name was Versa Merlane, a name that commanded respect. She was renowned as such a fierce martial artist that she earned the cognomen Giant, and currently, she managed all affairs pertaining to the Adinka household. With a gentle smile, she urged the young boy, "Let's go, your father is waiting." Following her lead, the young Vincent walked through the grand halls, his small footsteps echoing softly as they approached their destination. They arrived before the imposing figure of Khan, the patriarch of the household. With a stern gaze, he addressed the boy, "Vincent." An overwhelming pressure descends upon Vincent, making it difficult to breathe, as if his very lungs are being crushed. The sensation is so intense, his body feels as though it's being tested to its limits. Unlike the day's usual discomfort, this burning in his lungs and the feeling of poison from his meal are entirely new. He realizes this immense pressure is not accidental, but purposefully exerted upon him. From his seat, Khan looks down at him, inquiring why he believes this to be the case. Vincent responds, explaining that his mother had called for his father, not for him. A subtle glow emanates from Khan as he acknowledges Vincent's perception, implying he noticed the deliberate pressure. With an imposing aura, Khan declares he has summoned him for 2 distinct reasons. The second reason, he states, involves the consequences Vincent will face for his actions. Charles Adenka, his expression serious, considers the implications of the situation. As the family head, his face contorted in frustration, questions how a third-class pontifex could possibly wield such power. Charles Adenka, still pondering, asserts that there must be deception at work, as proper methods couldn't yield such results. Just then, a surge of energy emanates from him, a red aura flaring around his body. The ground beneath him cracks and splinters from the sheer force. While Versa Merlane, her eyes glowing with an ominous red light, appears to be the true source of this immense power. Charles Adenka, his gaze fixed, acknowledges the possibility of an apostle. He stands among other observers, the group seemingly unaffected by the distant power, yet he senses something amiss. An awful feeling washes over him, a premonition that this might be a monster's power, far exceeding anything he's encountered before. Versa questions the nature of the martial art, while a deeper thought wonders how such a technique could be accessed without the heart. He explains it as an ancient, generational martial art, but then a question cuts through the air, demanding to know how he, her son, learned it. A memory flashes, showing his father wielding a sword with unusual, powerful movements. The powerful technique continues, rumored to consume any dark power it encountered. Charles is visibly troubled, realizing this new information further distorts his understanding of history. Versa's expression hardens, her thoughts turning to Kazan and the sacred sword, questioning the true motives behind these events. She urges him to reveal what he knows. The swordplay, reminiscent of the heart of chaos, hangs heavy in the air. Versa presses him further, her gaze unwavering as she repeats her question about how he acquired such knowledge. His face etched with a profound weariness, Charles Adenka looks up, a question hanging heavy in the air. "Won't you tell your mother?" A glowing interface materializes, displaying a standard of reincarnation card, detailing various attributes like name, age, ability, rank, skill, and status. This intricate system, now active, is what brings him to this very moment. In a grand, ornate chamber, a woman with dark, flowing hair places a hand on the shoulder of a young man with dark blue hair, her expression unreadable. She speaks with a stern tone, declaring that his actions resemble the head of Saman. Looking back at her with a troubled gaze, he asks if she won't tell him the truth. His thoughts drift to his father, seated regally on a throne, as he recalls believing his father had called for him. But his stepmother quickly corrects him, stating that it is she who wishes to have this conversation. He realizes he is being interrogated about his martial arts, a realization that leaves him frustrated. As a distorted, aggressive image flashes in his mind, accompanied by the sensation of distorted magic, Julian clutches his head in pain. He stares into the depths of a glowing red eye, a chilling voice echoing in his mind, reminding him that if he cannot even contend with her, how can he possibly face the one who ended his life, someone far more formidable? As the internal torment continues, a spectral figure with piercing red eyes looms behind him, asserting that he is too weak to confront that woman, merely a foolish boy. Despite the crushing doubt, he pulls his arm away from the concerned attendant, declaring his resolve to try. His stepmother's voice cuts through the air, softly urging him not to feel bad, but to simply tell her what she wants to know. The attendant, Pontifex, looks at Julian with concern, imploring him to hurry up. As the stepmother's imposing aura radiates, Pontifex is overwhelmed by fear, admitting internally that he is truly scared of her, feeling utterly useless and unable to move. He reacts with a startled expression, uttering a surprised pardon. Julian kneels before his stepmother, who stands over him, calmly stating that he just needs to take one step, and it will come naturally. Julian, with a resolute expression, declares his intention to take the first crucial step. He then questions, with a hint of surprise, if he has truly received a revelation. His stepmother, Versa Merlane, responds calmly but firmly, challenging his claim to proceed without any supervision. Julian, slightly annoyed, demands to know why she doesn't believe him. He presses further, suggesting she simply doesn't want to undergo the revelation trial, a statement she confirms with a simple, "I am." Meanwhile, Pontifex, observing the exchange, murmurs in confusion about the mention of a revelation. Versa Merlane lets out a small sound of surprise, as Julian continues, asking if she merely wishes to stand before the judges of judgment. Turning to Pontifex, Julian issues a direct command, telling him to follow his instructions. Versa Merlane, seemingly unfazed by his assertiveness, offers a compromise. If he finds her suspicious, he can accompany her to the temple. Julian considers her words, the mention of the temple echoing in his thoughts. He ponders his own nature, questioning if there is any evil within him. Holding a glowing purple miracle stone, he wonders if such a first-rate artifact could truly cleanse it. Meanwhile, Versa Merlane, seated on her throne with Pontifex observing, calmly states that she received the stone as a gift. Her eyes glowing with an intense blue light, she dismisses his claims, accusing him of lying because her own eyes didn't react at all. Julian challenges her, asking how she can be so certain he's lying, explaining that he's lived a life of tremendous romance but remembers nothing of it. He reveals that he's only recently gained the ability to read the memories of his past lives, yet even now, he can't recall the exact date of his birth, or even if he was truly born. This is the truth he speaks of, a truth he desperately wanted to change. And even if it meant facing judgment from countless others, he was still going to do nothing but live his own truth. He feels as though he had to hide something, believing that only then could he truly remember the memories of his past lives, the truth of those lives. Julian, appearing in a memory, stands opposite a purple-haired companion, who asks if he can truly accomplish his goal. Meanwhile, back in the present, Patriarch Khan declares there will be no excuses. Versa Merlane, kneeling before him, explains that she believed her father would make the right judgment. Standing now, she realizes that with the temple gone, there is no one left to judge Julian's decisions. The Patriarch remains silent, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Versa observes his gesture, knowing it's a sign of his satisfaction, even if he doesn't fully understand why. Finally, Khan announces his decision. Back in the memory, the purple-haired companion questions Julian's resolve, asking if he truly intends to proceed. In the present, Versa Merlane, standing with Julian and Pontifex, begins to speak, reminding them of the accomplishments of both hero King Kalen and the great demon King Davin. Versa Merlane stands silently, observing the scene unfold before her. Patriarch Khan, his expression resolute, declares that a difficult decision must be made. In a memory, Merlin questions if this decision aligns with the Confederation as a whole. A question Versa Merlane now seems to echo in the present, her gaze fixed on the Patriarch. Khan, unwavering, repeats that the decision is final and necessary. Versa looks up, her thoughts unreadable. Meanwhile, in the past, Charles Adenka, standing beside the infant Vincent, states his inability to accept the Patriarch's decree, recognizing it as a definitive approval rather than a mere warning. He vows to bear it in mind, as the narration reveals that Vincent has already surpassed the limits of the Academy of Magic. Charles Adenka stands before Patriarch Khan, asserting his position within the family, reminding him, "You've also forgotten that I am an Adenka family's first concubine." The Patriarch, however, dismisses the implication, insisting, "I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that you should be more careful." Unconvinced, Charles challenges him further, asking, "What's that? A concubine can't do what you want." Khan then shifts his tone, offering, "Tell me something that I can do for you." Later, Charles consults with Merlin, inquiring, "Tell me, do you know what's in my library?" Merlin, standing between Charles and Khan, replies, "Only a story. I've heard that there are books that have been passed down for generations." Charles, reflecting on the information, admits, "I haven't been there yet." He then declares his ambition. "That's why I'm asking you. I'm going to the Academy of Magic. I'm going to become a wizard." Patriarch Khan, now alone, considers Charles's words, muttering, "I'll prepare everything. I've heard that there's a secret library that's a stop Martin." As the discussion concludes, Versa Merlane addresses both men, stating, "My lord, please prepare the Academy of Magic's Lich Unshan." As the conversation continues, Merlin explains that the Adenka family's secret library holds ancient books passed down through generations, containing knowledge about the Cronin Lord. The patriarch listens intently from his grand throne, as the image of a magnificent, glowing sword, known as the Cronin Lord, appears. Merlin elaborates, explaining that this is the sword that once split the sky, a weapon so potent it was used by the first emperor to make a move against the gods. Charles Adenka, now holding the legendary blade, acknowledges that it is precisely the kind of artifact he needs, though he admits he's only heard rumors of its existence until now. He considers the implications of such power, as Merlin, appearing as an ethereal projection, asks if such an accomplishment would truly make him happy, to which Charles dismisses the notion, stating he's not driven by simple happiness. Merlin then muses that it's precisely because Charles isn't like others that he can achieve things at this level. And Charles confirms his ambition, stating he will accomplish far more than anyone before him. His father reflects on the past, acknowledging that if he had known the child would become so important, he would have treated him with more kindness. He wonders aloud if he would have been able to accomplish as much if he had followed the path he had originally planned. Meanwhile, Charles Adenka stands before a grand building, Merlin by his side, considering the challenges ahead. Merlin, ever the loyal companion, urges him forward, as Charles walks through a lavish hall with Versa Merlane. Versa then addresses him with a question. Charles, now with Merlin, responds to Versa's inquiry. Versa then challenges Charles. The Adenka family, known for their immense power and influence, resides in a floating castle, a symbol of their ancient lineage and the challenges Charles must overcome. The path to mastering the Cronin Lord is clear, yet fraught with peril. It demands not only the trials of the Academy of Magic, but also the exorcism of a formidable demonic beast, a daunting task Charles Adenka understands must be carried out. Leaning in conspiratorially, Merlin suggests he feign ignorance. Charles, however, claims uncertainty, which Versa Merlane finds uncharacteristic for the attendant he supposedly planned for her. Internally, Charles seethes, recognizing Versa's manipulative attempt to extract a confession, but outwardly, he calmly agrees with her, addressing her as mother. Versa Merlane then commands his full attention. The challenge of subduing the demon is not one to be completed in a single day, and a shadowy figure warns that Charles will be entirely within his mother's control if that is her desire. As the three figures approach a grand estate, Versa Merlane declares that the crimson demon cannot be taken from her soul by force. Meanwhile, in a lush garden, Pontifex questions why their benefactor is providing funds, yet their mother figure seems distant. Charles Adenka observes that his stepmother has seemingly taken a liking to them. Pontifex, confused, asks why he thinks so, to which Charles reminds him of his perilous past, surrounded by enemies both seen and unseen. Versa, her expression unreadable, reflects that while she may not like them, she will at the very least protect them. Merlin bows deeply before her, assuring her that despite her concern, he will not let her down. She affirms her trust in him, but her thoughts drift to someone who left without any support. Merlin, still bowing, acknowledges her as an amazing martial artist, devoid of fear or hesitation. Davin stands in his formal uniform, a sense of eager anticipation stirring within him. Meanwhile, Sarvana, her dark hair adorned with a vibrant yellow flower, observes her surroundings, asking if someone is watching her. Back with Davin, his gaze is resolute as he declares that today marks his brother's first true step forward as a knight. Meanwhile, a green-haired servant diligently attends to his duties outside a grand estate, vowing his unwavering service to the young lord. His composure shatters abruptly as he shouts in frustration, demanding to know what new trouble has arisen. A moment later, his anger turns to fear as he recoils, wondering what he could have possibly done wrong. Nearby, a white-haired maid, her expression etched with concern, calls out a name. A maid, carrying a brown satchel, walks with a dismissive huff, her thoughts on someone likely planning mischief. She then approaches a male servant, who stands with his arms crossed, a stern expression on his face. Her eyes widen in disbelief as she questions him. What? Are you for real? The maid then declares that since the young lord has changed, she, as the first maid, has also undergone a transformation. She quickly shifts the topic, inquiring about the young lord's current situation. The servant scoffs at her lack of information, informing her that she's too slow on the news about the young lord. Meanwhile, within the grand architecture of the family estate, specifically the library, a place accessible only to the family's martial artists, Davin sits cross-legged amidst a sea of books, deeply engrossed in his studies. He searches through countless tomes, his frustration mounting as he finds nothing. A desperate cry escapes him, wondering why there are no records from 500 years ago. He realizes with a chilling certainty that only that specific time period is missing, as if it were deliberately erased. His appearance shifts, his eyes now glowing crimson as he considers the implications. Even if there were records of the Great Demon War from 5 centuries past, they're gone. He had predicted this, but now it feels like a deliberate act of erasure. Sitting amidst the scattered books, he ponders if he, a seemingly insignificant being, could have altered history. He considers the implications, knowing that if he were to reveal his true identity as the demon Davin, the other would surely be flustered. A moment of hesitation passes as he wonders, should he truly be truthful? It would be disrespectful to Julian, the previous owner of this body, who shares the same fate. A faint smile plays on his lips as he thinks, Julian, Hopefully you don't get flustered. Suddenly, a searing pain erupts, his eyes flaring with an intense red glow, as if struck by an unseen force. Julian, the blonde-haired manifestation, recoils in shock, reaching out as if to grasp the fading reality, desperately asking for clarification. A dark, swirling aura erupts around him, accompanied by a terrifying, guttural sound, a noise like a black hole tearing through existence. The blonde Julian cries out in alarm, his voice filled with desperate concern. Despite the overwhelming power, he manages to force out a response, insisting he is fine and doesn't wish to know the nature of the disturbance. Charles Adenka looks down at the young lord, who kneels amidst scattered books, a peculiar expression on his face, as Charles remarks, "Anymore." The young lord, Davin, reacts with disbelief. "Oh, really?" he stammers, as a strange glow emanates from the books around him. One particular volume, its cover glowing faintly, is titled First Love with a Watermill. Charles, now standing alone among the towering shelves of the family's meticulously managed library, ponders the presence of such questionable romance novels mixed within its hallowed collection. As Charles holds the peculiar book, Davin exclaims, "No way." The volume, it seems, contains a secret record of the truth of the past. Davin reads aloud from its pages, describing a hot summer day and someone going into a watermill naked, the words painting a vivid, unexpected picture. His face contorted in shock, Davin declares, "The truth is in a form like this." The narration notes that such a different approach would be completely unexpected. His expression shifts from surprise to utter disgust, the explicit content clearly unsettling him. The novel's main character lacks imagery, but its description of love is likened to a tent, prompting Charles to clarify, it's not a normal novel. A shimmering, intricate web of light particles illustrates a fundamental truth. Traits are not simply born from the flow of mana. Instead, their manifestation is brought about by the very flow of mana itself, and to achieve this, one must discard all conventional, elderly theory. The implications of such a radical idea cause Pontifex to recoil slightly, questioning if this truly makes all things possible, or if stacking mana to manifest traits would simply lead to death. He then presents a book to Davin, revealing a record of someone who successfully stacked mana without losing their life, a feat previously thought impossible. The pages illustrate a mana flow with a trait, demonstrating how this method allows for the manifestation of traits. Pontifex explains to him that he has found a way to make him stronger, a method to stack mana that was once considered impossible. The ethereal mana particles swirl once more, confirming the existence of a clue to becoming stronger. Davin, still processing the revelation, questions Pontifex's earlier skepticism, reminding him that he once deemed such a feat impossible, to which Pontifex impatiently urges him to follow. As he walks away, a maid calls out to him, addressing him as young lord. He stands before the kneeling maid, her head bowed in deference, as a wave of memories washes over him. He recalls the maid and butler, their unwavering loyalty a stark contrast to the chaos he'd known, and wonders if this is truly the life he's meant to live. A faint smile touches his lips as he acknowledges the memory, a flicker of recognition for the past. He had been so consumed by his own struggles, so focused on his own path, that he had failed to notice the genuine affection these people held for the original Julian. The maid's voice trembles as she speaks, her words filled with concern for his well-being, while the butler remains silently attentive beside her. Her expression is one of genuine distress, her eyes welling up with unshed tears. He listens to their pleas, their worries about his recent behavior, and realizes they believe he is suffering from some illness or affliction. The maid continues to express her deep concern, her voice filled with unwavering loyalty, while the butler echoes her sentiments, both servants desperate to help their young lord. Meanwhile, outside the grand residence, Merlin stands, his gaze fixed on the entrance, a silent sentinel awaiting his next command. Inside the opulent residence, Davin stands with his loyal maid and butler, a moment of quiet domesticity before the outside world intrudes. Suddenly, from beyond the walls, a knight in crimson armor calls out, his voice echoing with urgency, "Lord Revan." Davin's eyes widen slightly as he hears his alias, the knight's voice cutting through the silence, "Vincian." Later, seated in a more private chamber, Davin remains deep in thought, the maid and butler observing him with quiet concern. The maid's expression is etched with worry, her brow furrowed as she considers her young master's recent behavior. Outside, Merlin stands contemplative, his gaze distant as he processes his next move. Davin glances towards the window, catching a glimpse of the knight, the words "I thought he had something to say" echoing in his mind. The butler, ever attentive, breaks the silence with a polite inquiry, "Lords, would you like a sandwich?" Outside, Merlin shifts, a subtle movement indicating his readiness as he prepares to act. Merlin stands with Charles Adenka, his gaze fixed as he prepares to speak. His voice rings out, declaring, "I came to repay you for the assembly of true swords." Meanwhile, in a flash of memory or an alternate reality, Davin, in a powerful, adult form, clenches his fist, a fierce determination burning in his eyes as he hears his alias. "Vincian." Pontifex, clad in red training armor, draws his sword with a swift, practiced motion, a faint blue aura shimmering around him. Charles Adenka watches him with concern, while Pontifex's brow furrows in intense focus. Suddenly, a sharp pain strikes Pontifex, his face contorting in agony as a faint red glow emanates from his body. He shoves Charles away with surprising force, his eyes wide with desperate urgency. Leaving Charles to reel from the unexpected push, his mind racing to comprehend the sudden shift in his friend's demeanor, knowing that skill alone won't work against whatever is affecting him. Later, Charles stands in a grand hall, a massive, ornate sword held firmly in his hands, while the maid and butler observe him from a distance. His face is etched with determination, a fierce resolve burning in his eyes as he prepares for whatever challenge lies ahead. The maid, however, looks on with a mix of concern and defiance, her thoughts clear. She cannot abandon him. She thinks of Vin, acknowledging the immense debt she owes him. Looking up, she questions, then remembers how he forgave her, even though she was once the foe of his disciple. Charles Adenka, kneeling, reflects on his own past cowardice, how he tried to hide his arm at the sight of his brother. Though he has regained his arm, he feels he has been unable to give anything back in return. He acknowledges his past self as a coward, but declares he no longer wishes to be one, his hand sliding across the hilt of a massive sword. Standing tall with the blade now in hand, he states, at this moment, he swears his unwavering loyalty. Charles Adenka, having made his decision, kneels before the young Lord Revan, his posture one of unwavering commitment. Meanwhile, the maid watches on, her expression a mix of surprise and understanding, as she remarks on the gravity of the situation, observing that the young Lord Revan is indeed serious. Charles Adenka, looking up at the blonde-haired figure, confirms his identity, acknowledging him as the young Lord Revan. The young Lord, in turn, acknowledges Charles Adenka's presence, his gaze sharp and assessing. A moment of realization dawns on Revan, as if a forgotten detail has just clicked into place. Charles Adenka, now holding a large, ornate sword, reaffirms his commitment, declaring his intention to serve and repay his debt. Revan's eyes glow with a faint blue light, a subtle sign of his power or deep contemplation. With a firm voice, Revan accepts the oath, formally binding Charles Adenka to his service. Charles Adenka, his face etched with determination, reflects on his past cowardice and the new path he has chosen, wondering if he can truly stand by Revan's side and face the challenges ahead. He looks down, a quiet resolve settling over him, knowing he will not regret swearing his loyalty in that moment. Meanwhile, the maid watches on, a gasp escaping her lips as she whispers, "My God." She continues to observe, a profound realization dawning on her that he has truly changed. The young lord, once known for his weakness, now possesses a presence that feels like a blessing from the heavens, a divine trait from Revan himself. The young lord himself, now wearing glasses, considers the situation, wondering if it was rude to interrupt the man's oath of loyalty. His eyes glow with a faint, ethereal light as he asks, "Shall we try it?" The grand architecture of the estate stands silent, its ornate windows reflecting the light of the day. In a different part of the estate, the father of the young lord sits at his desk, listening intently, and simply states, "I see." He then poses a question, his gaze sharp. "What about the Crimson Demon conquest?" As the discussion continues, Charles Adenka maintains a confident demeanor, his words carrying an air of certainty. He explains that he only communicates with the second son of Adenkaga, Julian, implying no need for physical force, and then reveals the gravity of the situation. The Crimson Demon conquest is a significant event, and the conquest itself has begun residing there. Turning to Merlin, Charles adds a final thought, leaving the red-haired knight with a questioning expression. Meanwhile, within young Lord Revan, a profound internal transformation is underway, his very essence glowing with nascent power. He sits in quiet meditation, enveloped in a soft blue aura, his attendants, Pontifex and the butler, observing his focused state. Pontifex, ever diligent, encourages him, urging him to continue his progress and make a favorable loop again. The butler, with a cautious tone, guides Revan, advising him to proceed carefully. Following his meditation, Revan delves into ancient texts, seeking answers within the pages of a worn book. His eyes, now glowing with an ethereal blue light behind his glasses, scan the intricate script, absorbing information about the Crimson Demon conquest. He looks up at the blonde-haired man, who asks if he will help him, to which he replies that he will, if the deal isn't deceitful. The blonde explains that he will guide the flow, and Revan will operate right beside him, a proposition that Revan acknowledges as trusting him with his life. Pontifex reminds him of his sworn loyalty. Later, Pontifex questions if he would go into battle with trust ungiven to someone in his position, to which Revan replies that there's no way he could. A smirk plays on Pontifex's lips as he admits that this loss doesn't feel bad at all. Meanwhile, a raw, uncontrolled mana surges around Revan, the sheer power without reason, making him wonder who would be crazy enough to try and break the fixed laws of existence. The blue energy swirls intensely around his closed eyes. Pontifex leans over him, instructing him not to just do whatever he wants, but to go get some, prompting Revan to question if he's merely being used as a pawn, even against his own family. As the raw mana surged through him, Davin struggled to contain it, his eyes glowing with an unstable power, while Pontifex watched, urging him to push past his limits. Kneeling in meditation, A faint blue aura pulsed around him as Pontifex's voice cut through the struggle, reminding him that he was already past all previous boundaries. The young man's internal turmoil was immense, a thought echoing that he couldn't even imagine what lay beyond his current life, while Pontifex, now joined by Charles Adenka, coldly declared this was how he had judged Julian. Suddenly, jagged lines of purple energy erupted from him, a powerful surge as the voice of his mentor urged him to risk danger and move forward. The uncontrolled mana continued to spiral and crackle around him, forming intricate, chaotic patterns of raw power. His body contorted in agony from the immense pressure, as Pontifex's cold assessment cut through the pain, warning him he would die at this rate. Despite the torment, a desperate resolve fueled him, a silent plea for just a bit more strength to endure. His eyes flared crimson as the mana concentrated around his face, a singular thought driving him to connect the flow and complete the surge. With a final, explosive burst of energy, the ground beneath him cracked and shattered. His body contorts, veins bulging as red energy lines crackle around him, the internal mana surge threatening to tear him apart. No, Vincian, it's still too early. Despite the warning, a powerful burst of purple and blue mana erupts from his form, swirling outwards in concentric rings. His eyes glow with an intense blue light as he screams in agony and exertion, the sheer force of the release overwhelming him. I did it. Streaks of concentrated purple energy lash out, cracking the air around him. The mana culminates in a violent, localized explosion, sending shockwaves through the chamber. The ground beneath him shatters and cracks, unable to withstand the immense power. Finally, utterly spent, he collapses to the floor, a faint purple aura still clinging to his form. His face is a mask of pain and exhaustion, eyes closed as he struggles to recover. Meanwhile, in a different chamber, Pontifex stands before Charles Adenka, who is seated at a desk. Is there still about half a month left until the next cornerstone entry? Pontifex asks, to which Charles replies, yes, that's correct. Versa Merlane reflects on the young lord's progress, acknowledging that Vincian has already reached the second star, a feat that might seem simple for him. Meanwhile, in a grand hall, Noah confronts Vincian, his voice laced with disbelief, calling him foolish. He struggles to comprehend the rapid advancement, questioning how Vincian could have achieved so much in only half a year, already a part of something significant, yet still pushing further. Back with Versa Merlane, she remains lost in thought, her expression unreadable. An older man, his face etched with concern, muses about a past surrender, wondering if the young lord had given up all over again. But Vincian's resolve is clear, his goal to defeat the Crimson Demon within 1 month firmly set. Merlin, his eyes glowing with a faint blue light, reacts with utter shock, questioning what he had just been told. A crisp, rhythmic sound echoes through the grand halls, as a figure steps with purpose. It was here that Revan, the young Lord Vincian of the Adenka family, was born. The Grand Chamberlain, his expression etched with concern, remarks that the child, blessed by the gods, is already 1 month old, and that there isn't much time left. He calls out, his voice echoing through the opulent chamber, searching for the young lord. His head snaps around, his eyes wide with a mixture of urgency and alarm. Later, in a different part of the estate, the Grand Chamberlain is met by the household staff, one of whom addresses him, acknowledging his presence. As he came to explain Revan's birth, the Grand Chamberlain reached for something, his mind racing with a single, pressing question. A purple aura flaring around him as he looked down at the faintly glowing infant, he knew that if the critical time was missed, the child would face grave danger. Meanwhile, in another part of the estate, Charles Adenka, looking weary, tried to reassure a concerned maid, telling her he was merely meditating. But even as he spoke of his own struggles, admitting that others wouldn't understand his post-meditation state, the maid pressed him, asking if he truly intended to continue worrying them with his constant meditation. He offered a quiet apology, his resolve hardening as he declared he couldn't burden future generations with his worries, acknowledging that his current life felt vastly different from his past ones. With a heavy sigh, Charles turned and walked away, leaving the maid to watch him go. The Grand Chamberlain, still consumed by his own anxieties, muttered to himself, insisting that whatever form this meditation took, Charles needed to hurry, calling the lord of the Adenka family a maniac for his recklessness. He then confronted Charles, who was now meditating on the floor, with the butler observing, sternly reminding him that the sacred rite of passage must be completed within 1 month. His arm bandaged and his face etched with exhaustion, Charles Adenka affirmed his duty, declaring himself Lord Revan, the eldest son of the Adenka family, bound to complete the sacred rite. He stands firm, his gaze unwavering, knowing that great expectations rest upon him. A faint smirk plays on his lips, a silent acknowledgement of the burden he carries. Meanwhile, Pontifex approaches, his expression etched with concern, reminding him, young lord, you are already past the time limit for the sacred rite. You must hurry. He continues, explaining that even the renowned Sir Noah would take at least 2 months to defeat the Demon King, but the young lord is expected to do it in 1. Pontifex reiterates the daunting challenge, but 1 month. Later, a maid approaches him with similar urgency. With only 1 month, you better hurry, young lord. She adds, her voice tinged with worry. You can't ever give up, okay? Charles Adenka meets her gaze, his resolve clear as he responds. Okay, I promise. The maid, observing the faint, shimmering particles around him, wonders aloud. This is mana? As Charles Adenka continued his sacred rite, a maid carefully tended to him, observing the significant amount of mana emanating from his body. She confirmed her understanding of the situation, then pleaded with him not to be left alone with Revan, expressing her concern. The heavy, ornate doors of the chamber remained closed. While elsewhere, Pontifex observed Charles Adenka, reminding him of the strict one-month deadline for the rite's completion, a challenge Charles Adenka acknowledged with unwavering resolve. From his chest, vibrant streams of mana pulsed and swirled, forming intricate, glowing patterns across his skin. Pontifex, witnessing this powerful display, recognized the energy as the sacred mana. Elsewhere, the Grand Chamberlain and the butler reacted with astonishment, the Chamberlain exclaiming that the rite had been completed. He further elaborated that with the rite's completion, a new manifestation was now possible. Both the Grand Chamberlain and the butler could only stare in wide-eyed wonder, uttering a soft exclamation of awe. As the sacred rite concludes, Charles Adenka's form glows with an intense purple aura, his eyes burning crimson as he declares his intent to surpass all expectations. 3 weeks later, the scene shifts to a vibrant, sun-dappled forest, where the air hums with a different kind of energy. Charles Adenka stands poised, flanked by a young man in glasses and the now-grown Revan, who watches with a serious expression. He announces his intention to begin the manifestation of death, his gaze fixed on an unseen point. A gulp escapes Revan, his composure momentarily broken by the weight of the announcement. The young man in glasses also reacts with a visible swallow, his eyes wide with apprehension. Charles Adenka turns to Revan, instructing him to step back, but the young warrior remains resolute. Revan refuses, determined to witness the manifestation for himself, acknowledging Charles Adenka's success. Charles Adenka confirms his readiness, a subtle, all right escaping his lips, while Revan, observing his companion, remarks on his unwavering loyalty. With a focused gaze, Charles Adenka begins the ritual, a soft blue glow emanating from the orb held firmly in his hands as he declares, I'm starting. Between his palms, vibrant purple and electric blue energies intertwine, swirling with increasing intensity. The coalescing magic expands outward, taking on the distinct, ethereal shape of an hourglass, shimmering with an otherworldly glow. As golden particles erupt from the expanding energy, Revan feels an inexplicable sensation, a question forming in his mind. But what's that feeling? Charles Adenka continues to channel the immense power, the swirling energies around him intensifying as Revan watches, his expression a mix of awe and concern. From the heart of the swirling magic, a colossal, spectral figure of death fully manifests, its skeletal form adorned with horns and a flowing beard, glowing with an ominous purple light. Both Charles Adenka and Revan gaze upward, their eyes fixed on the imposing, newly formed entity that towers over the forest. Intricate lines of glowing energy trace the contours of its spectral head, a silent testament to the immense power now unleashed. A young man with glasses trembles, his voice laced with disbelief as he questions the nature of the entity before him, wondering how a being like himself could even perceive such a rejected existence. As the chaotic energy swirls, a spectral hand reaches out, accompanied by a deep, resonant sound. The manifestation completes itself, revealing the full, imposing form of the spectral figure of death, its presence humming with ancient power. Overwhelmed by the sight, the young man recoils in sheer terror, shielding his face from the immense aura emanating from the entity. Meanwhile, a colossal column of brilliant golden light erupts from the earth, piercing through the forest canopy and ascending into the heavens. Amidst the radiant glow, he lets out a guttural cry, his body enveloped in a shimmering aura as he channels an immense power. His gaze sharpens, his eyes flaring a vibrant, intense red. With newfound resolve, he holds aloft a newly manifested, intricately glowing golden orb, humming with contained energy. Standing beside him, a red-haired knight observes the orb, which is revealed to be the blessing of generations of warriors, containing Revan's very own power. He truly did it, achieving so much in just a month, despite being only 7 years old. Yet, even with the looming task of the Demon King's subjugation, he had already received the blessing of the warriors. A dismissive thought crosses his mind, as if telling someone to go back home already. Now, he muses, he can truly overcome the Demon King's subjugation, with only the blessing of the warriors left to secure. His companion expresses gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Revan, it's all thanks to you." To which he simply replies, "Thank me after you've succeeded." However, his companion then adds, "There's another favor I have to ask of you." 2 days later, a grand carriage makes its way through the countryside. The Grand Chamberlain, accompanied by Charles Adenka and Pontifex, announces his arrival, declaring, "I've come to pay the lady of the Adenka house." He clarifies his purpose, stating it is for the hidden treasure of the Adenka house, and promises to return it once his task is complete. He declares that to fully utilize the Lord's time limit, only 2 weeks each year will be allocated. Meanwhile, Charles Adenka and Pontifex walk through the halls, Charles asking, "What is it?" They consider the implications for their lord, his brothers, and the others within the Adinka family, all of whom are part of this grand scheme. The Grand Chamberlain, observing a shadowy figure, states with conviction that none have ever failed to pass this trial. He laments that his own body is the first to feel the pain of this process, but reassures the young master not to worry. Charles and Pontifex look down at the sleeping young Revan, wishing him happiness and hoping he finds what he needs. A vision of Charles Adinka appears, surrounded by a swirling red and purple aura, as if manifesting from a deep memory. Behind him, the shadowy forms of his brothers and other ancestors of the Adinka line emerge, their presence a silent testament to a long and storied lineage. Then, the image shifts to Versa Merlane, her own form wreathed in a potent purple glow, as a voice echoes, proclaiming that none have ever managed to bring her down. Back in the present, the Grand Chamberlain, his silver hair neatly swept back, offers a calm assurance, advising against concern over baseless rumors. Charles Adinka, his expression serene, responds to the Grand Chamberlain, promising that nothing untoward will happen. Meanwhile, a carriage rumbles along a path, its journey marked by the rhythmic creak of its wheels. From within, a hand reaches out, its gesture unseen by those outside. He watches the screen intently, a guardian on a mission, knowing how unreliable such a role can be, while Merlin questions why the Crimson Demon is still being studied. Merlin continues, wondering why they would bother with such a dangerous entity, and Charles Adinka responds that the Crimson Demon is the only one who doesn't have an eye on them. Merlin then asks if he has studied the Crimson Demon himself, a question that hangs heavy in the air. Meanwhile, a gray-haired official, seated in a different room, remarks that while it's good to know the Crimson Demon exists, it's not something one should know too much about. Charles Adinka, now in the official's presence, assures her that he only knows the basics, and she advises him not to worry, as the Adinka family has always been involved in such matters. He reflects that the Crimson Demon is the first entity he has subjugated, a fact that seems to weigh on him. The official continues, stating that even with his strength, he shouldn't let his guard down, emphasizing the constant vigilance required. She then humbly states that she doesn't consider herself a very important person, despite her evident authority. She concludes by revealing her true role, declaring herself the guardian and proctor of this very realm, her words carrying immense weight. But that's unreasonable, he challenges, his voice laced with disbelief. Were you truly going to keep this hidden? The carriage jostles, but the thought lingers, impossible to dismiss. Perhaps you intentionally gave me something to grasp onto, she muses, a faint smile playing on her lips. Her gaze remains steady, contemplating his words. If you wish to keep secrets from me, he proposes, looking away, then let's make a deal. The horse whinnies, pulling the carriage onward. Finally, the journey concludes, and she announces their arrival. Their boots touch the damp earth, the sound echoing softly. Standing beside Pontifex, Charles gazes upon the vast, eerie landscape, recognizing it as the very lair of the Crimson Demon. An ancient, overgrown ruin stands silently amidst a desolate landscape, a place with no true name, simply referred to as the Old Temple. Having tracked down one of the Crimson Demon's remnants to this very spot, Charles Adinka surveys the desolate structure. A familiar frustration crossing his features as he realizes Arslan has once again managed to slip away, defying all expectations. Without a word, Pontifex begins to channel his energy, a small, glowing orb forming in his palm. Then gripping the hilt of his sword, readying himself for whatever lies ahead. As he prepares, a shimmering, ethereal barrier begins to coalesce around them, its light expanding rapidly. Charles Adinka watches, surprised by the sudden appearance of the mana barrier, while Pontifex maintains his focused stance. A shadowy, cloaked figure stands, its form radiating an immense, oppressive aura, a power so profound that only the strongest could ever hope to attain such a level. A deep, guttural growl echoes from within its form, as a vibrant purple energy swirls around it, hinting at the destructive force contained within. Elsewhere, a hand, clad in a pristine white sleeve, reaches out, perhaps in a gesture of command or observation. The shadowy figure lets out a deafening roar, its glowing red eyes burning with an intense, malevolent light as crimson energy erupts around its face. Charles Adinka stands with Pontifex and another man in a white coat, their expressions serious as they survey their surroundings. Charles then addresses a kneeling, armored figure, instructing him to report everything he sees, emphasizing the importance of his word to the imperial family. The shadowy figure, wielding a staff, is once again engulfed in a swirling vortex of purple energy, its power growing more intense. Charles observes the scene, his back to the viewer, contemplating the unfolding events. He wonders aloud how this individual can wield the Crimson Demon's power, with Pontifex concluding that he must be a remnant of the Crimson Demon itself. Davin's foot lands with a sharp crack. As he lunges forward, his sword drawn and enveloped in a brilliant blue aura. Arslan, shrouded in his red hood, watches the approaching attack with glowing crimson eyes. Davin's blade connects with overwhelming force, driving Arslan back. His own eyes now glowing a fierce red, Davin declares, "Don't even think of swinging that scythe." The sword continues its relentless assault, overwhelming Arslan as purple and crimson energy flares violently around him, forcing him further back. Sent flying through the air, Arslan boasts that doing a clone is as easy as breathing, but Davin retorts, it should be difficult. Arslan plummets from the cliff edge, a voice noting that this was Davin's first true fight at 14 years old. He moves with an otherworldly grace, a voice observing that his very presence defies common sense, as if he hails from a different dimension. A powerful orange aura erupts around him, the trait of the dwarf king manifesting with incredible force. Meanwhile, Merlin soars through the air, confident in his enhanced mobility, declaring he can move this much with an awakened body. Arslan, cloaked in a red hood and crackling with purple lightning, reveals his true intent. All of this is merely a distraction for the real attack, a sword rain. Davin's eyes blaze with an intense red glow, his expression grim as he prepares for the coming assault. Merlin continues his aerial maneuvers, a vibrant blue aura trailing behind him. Arslan raises his staff, purple lightning coiling around it, ready to unleash his deceptive strike. But Davin moves first, a powerful blue aura exploding from him as he declares, now. Arslan is caught mid-air, purple energy erupting around him as he plummets downwards, his attack intercepted by a superior force that can bridge any distance. Davin descends rapidly, a faint purple energy shimmering around him as he prepares to engage. The Crimson Demon, a towering manifestation of red energy, looms closer, its presence draining his mana, and he knows he must intercept it, unable to allow his energy to be constantly depleted. He anticipates the next attack will be slow, creating numerous openings, just as a volley of crimson spears erupts from the demon's form, streaking towards him with lethal intent. But before they can connect, he intercepts, his blue energy sword flashing into existence, deflecting the projectiles with a surge of power. A brilliant blue sphere of energy erupts from his blade, shattering the remaining crimson attacks in a blinding explosion. Observing the momentary vulnerability of the Crimson Demon, he recognizes the perfect opportunity to strike. His eyes glow a fierce red, his resolve hardening, as he vows to himself that he will not lose this fight. With a surge of power, a single eye glows a vibrant purple, activating a new ability, Slippermanship, a manifestation of the Dwarf King's trait. Arslan's ornate scythe, wreathed in dark, shimmering energy, is poised to strike. With a swift, powerful motion, he unleashes a sweeping, purple energy slash. The powerful attack connects with a blinding flash, accompanied by a guttural cry. Arslan's eyes glow crimson with fury, his body radiating a menacing red aura as he pushes his power further. His Crimson Demon manifestation fully erupts, transforming him into a monstrous, shadowy form with a glowing red core. But Davin stands victorious, his blue energy sword still active, as a red orb, a fragment of Arslan's power, falls to the ground. He turns, his expression serious, to address the Grand Chamberlain, asking, "Did you see that, Grand Chamberlain?" The Grand Chamberlain reacts with a look of profound surprise, clearly taken aback by the intensity of the battle. The Grand Chamberlain's brow furrows, a silent question echoing in his mind. Does he truly not comprehend the gravity of what he's asking? Meanwhile, the true nature of the Crimson Demon's resilience begins to unfold, revealing that it cannot be defeated by a single blow, as a pulsating red orb of raw energy swirls with dark particles. This is because the Crimson Demon possesses a unique characteristic, manifesting as a sharp, crimson energy slash. For it truly has two lives, a shadowy, scythe-wielding figure cloaked in dark power. But as the secrets of his enemy's power are laid bare, Davin stands firm, his own formidable presence now fully revealed, clad in noble attire and wielding a sword, with vibrant red energy wings unfurling behind him. His eyes glow with an intense purple light, a powerful aura radiating from his form. The reason the Crimson Demon cannot be defeated with a single attack lies within its very essence, a core of volatile red energy. This is because the Crimson Demon possesses not one, but two lives. As this truth is revealed, Charles Adenka's eyes ignite with an intense purple light, his expression grim as raw power surges around him. Then, with a deafening roar, a massive explosion of fire erupts, consuming everything in its path. A title card appears, as a desperate cry echoes through the air. A female attendant, sword in hand, screams, "Young lord." The scene shifts, focusing on a single eye, glowing an ominous red. As a cloaked warrior, his form wreathed in a crimson aura, prepares to unleash a devastating strike with a blade of pure red energy. The impact sending shockwaves through the very fabric of space. Charles Adenka watches, a thoughtful expression on his face, remarking, "Even that's the same as 500 years ago." His own eyes begin to glow with a vibrant purple light, and a blade of crimson energy manifests in his hand. As a monstrous, red-scaled creature lunges forward, only to be met by Charles Adenka's swift, decisive strike, shattering the ground beneath them. He moves with blinding speed, a purple aura flaring around him, wondering if his movements are fast enough. A fleeting vision of the red-hooded warrior, eyes glowing crimson, flashes through his mind, questioning if these ancient shadows existed even 5 centuries ago. Meanwhile, a gray-haired woman with spectacles observes, her thoughts echoing the grim reality that a revived criminal demon is now running berserk. Charles Adenka continues his assault, his own speed and strength proving unbelievable. He clashes with the monstrous red creature, his red energy blade meeting its form in a burst of power. The battle rages, Charles Adenka soaring through the air, his blade a crimson streak against the monster's fury. Landing amidst a crumbling, rocky landscape, he realizes the perilous situation. The monstrous entity blocks his path, making it clear that the retreat route through the shattered wall is now completely cut off. A massive, clawed hand lunges forward, accompanied by a guttural roar. The monstrous red demon continues its relentless assault, its glowing claws tearing through the very fabric of the ancient temple, sending debris flying. Each strike echoes with a deafening impact, a testament to its raw, destructive power. Caught in the maelstrom, Charles Adenka cries out, his voice strained with urgency, Vincian, Vincian. The battle rages within the crumbling confines of the temple. With a surge of blue energy, he draws his sword, his expression hardening with resolve. From a hidden vantage point, a blue-haired man watches with concern, exclaiming, "This isn't going well. We have to help him, our lord." His bespectacled companion, however, remains cautious, advising, "No, not yet. He hasn't shown us his hand down." The red demon, now fully revealed in its hulking form, prepares for a devastating blow, its observers noting, "Make sure it's trying to use its ultimate attack. We aren't fully prepared for the ultimate attack." With a sinister grin, the monster declares, "At that moment, I will simply cut the plan." A guttural roar erupts from its throat, shaking the very foundations of the ruins. As the young lord's battle raged, Arslan watched from a distance, his back to the chaos. His fist clenched, he knew that any intervention from him would only signify the young lord's failure. A silent plea escaped him, begging not to be the one to ruin Adenka's future. Meanwhile, a new presence emerged, Lady Sarvana. With a bright smile, she remarked on someone's formidable power, declaring, "You're really strong." She continued, finding it a waste for such potential to be idle, and extended an invitation. "We're on an expedition of martial artists. Do you want to join?" Elsewhere, Arslan explained his origins, stating, "Coming from a Sydney family, I survived the battle on the country border. I'm a knight of the country border." Sarvana, still reflecting on the recent events, admitted, "It was shocking to see such a monster, but the young lord won. I thought that he was just a no-name human." Then, with a sudden realization, she added, Oops. I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Sarvana. Nice to meet you." Sarvana turns to her companions, asking if they too have come to terms with the situation. Arslan, however, dismisses her concern, stating he didn't care about the previous events, prompting Sarvana to remark on his nature. She finishes her thought, calling him so stubborn, and adding that he's just like the young lord, always acting on his own, while Arslan reflects on the young lord's strength, acknowledging that he might have lost his way from an earlier life. He considers the possibility that he was influenced by her, perhaps referring to Sarvana, or a deeper, unknown force. Arslan concludes his thoughts, realizing he knew joining them, and the young lord, was part of Adenkaga's legend. As Arslan remains lost in contemplation, the group continues their journey through the desolate landscape. Suddenly, the ground trembles as massive, clawed feet land nearby, and a hand begins to glow with an ominous energy. A towering ogre, its skin like rough stone, emerges from the shadows, its immense form casting a dark pall over the area as Arslan braces himself. With a swift, decisive motion, Arslan unleashes the glowing energy from his hand, striking the monstrous foe, a quiet apology escaping his lips as he does so. A warrior named Raelsa charges forward, her spear blurring with incredible speed. Even as she declares with a wry smile, "I'm not the protagonist." Her spear erupts in a blinding flash of purple energy, striking her unseen foe with devastating force. A confident smile plays on her lips, her eyes gleaming with fierce determination. But a shadowy, monstrous figure, its eyes glowing crimson, lunges from the darkness, its claws tearing through the air. Raelsa, however, is faster, her body enveloped in a vibrant purple aura, as she prepares to unleash another overwhelming strike. With a final, explosive impact, the shadowy monster dissipates into nothingness, leaving Raelsa victorious. She reflects on the creature, acknowledging its strength and beauty. A triumphant smile returns to her face as she confirms, "Conquest weapon succeeded." Elsewhere, the Grand Chamberlain, now wearing glasses, looks down thoughtfully, musing on Raelsa's formidable power and how she could make people fall, even in his own hopeless life. He closes his eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips as he recalls Raelsa, a true ray of light in their grim world. His thoughts drift to another, acknowledging the amazing Lady Sarvana. Suddenly, a wailing cry echoes through the grand halls, revealing the infant Davin, swaddled and sobbing. The Grand Chamberlain stands over the crib, his expression unreadable, as two servants discreetly observe from the background. A tear escapes his eye as he whispers Sarvana's name, the infant's cries continuing unabated. Reaching into the crib, he attempts to soothe the distressed child. Davin's tiny face is contorted in sorrow, his cries echoing the weight of an unknown burden. Finally, the Grand Chamberlain lifts the infant into his arms, a somber realization dawning on him. This is not the time for him to be out. and this child carries a significant destiny. Far from the Grand Chamberlain's concerns, Lady Sarvana finds herself reflecting on a past slight, a memory of being left behind, feeling as vulnerable as an insect caught in a charm, despite her status as a respectable martial artist. But the weight of her emotions presses down. A decorative ribbon, perhaps a symbol of a broken promise, lies discarded. As her despair deepens, overwhelmed, she collapses to the floor, a pained groan escaping her lips as she cries out, "You're so cruel." Huddled on the ground, she pleads with an unseen figure. "Why don't you try to be more friendly to me instead?" she asks, her voice barely a whisper as she acknowledges, "Yes, sister." From above, a woman with neat purple hair and piercing blue eyes looks down, a cruel laugh echoing. "Ah, you really did it just because I said so." Her expression shifts, a hint of feigned concern in her voice as she continues. "Don't you think that we're friends, Lady Sarvana?" "Yeah, I contemplated that for a while." Sarvana's thoughts turn inward, a bitter question forming. What can I expect from this loser Vincian? Should I leave Adenka? Merlin peeks through a door, a look of admiration on his face. He recoils in shock as a shadowy figure manifests behind him, its voice echoing. "You're capable of your father's behavior, my son." Both Merlin and Raelsa stare in disbelief, while the Grand Chamberlain stands nearby, equally stunned, as Merlin quickly denies the figure could be the Grand Chamberlain. Raelsa, her expression serious, processes the revelation that the young lord has been recognized by the Overlord. Her eyes widen, a sudden realization dawning upon her. A faint smile touches her lips as she whispers, "Finally, I started to see hope," urging him not to give up. A dark scythe materializes, accompanied by a chilling voice that simply utters, "You." Merlin stares in terror at the towering, red-skinned entity now fully formed, radiating a potent purple aura. The monstrous face of the entity, eyes glowing with malevolent power, fills the space. A chilling command echoes through the air, demanding that all action cease, as Arslan stands amidst a crumbling ruin, his form enveloped in a vibrant purple aura, eyes burning with an ominous red glow. The power intensifies, surging around him, a critical moment arriving as his gaze sharpens with fierce resolve. Reacting to the overwhelming surge, Merlin and Raelsa move with incredible speed, streaks of red and blue energy trailing behind them. From a distance, the Grand Chamberlain watches, his eyes wide with a mixture of shock and profound concern. As fiery energy crackles in the air, a question forms in the mind of an observer. Could this truly be the one who passed the test? The air itself shatters, as a devastating golden-red energy blast erupts with blinding force. Undaunted by the raw power, Merlin charges forward, a crimson aura blazing around him as he closes the distance. Amidst the swirling energies, a voice cries out, confirming the identity of the powerful figure, Revan Adenka. His eyes blaze with an electric blue light, a reddish-orange aura flaring around him as Arslan grits his teeth, the raw power of his transformation surging through his very being. A sudden movement catches Arslan's eye, his expression shifting to one of profound shock as he utters a single name. Revan. Meanwhile, a figure cloaked in red armor streaks across the landscape, leaving a trail of shimmering blue energy in their wake. Moving with impossible speed, Arslan's eye widens further, reflecting the impossible velocity of the approaching threat. Before he can react, a gauntlet fist connects with devastating force, sending him flying backward as the attacker's voice echoes, "The guy who passed. Revan." The impact radiates with explosive orange and yellow energy, a testament to the raw power behind the strike. Standing firm amidst the dissipating aura of his attack, Davin is wreathed in crackling orange and yellow energy. His eyes glow with an intense yellow light as the name echoes in the air, "Revan Adenka?" Davin's jaw is set, his expression one of grim determination. Locked in a fierce, almost ethereal battle, a white-haired figure clashes against a red-haired warrior, their forms wreathed in crackling blue and fiery orange energy. Meanwhile, an elderly woman with lavender hair and spectacles observes a distant, glowing scene, her voice filled with a quiet determination as she considers the young lord, Revan Adenka, and the trauma he carries, believing it is her duty to help him overcome it. Her gaze fixed on the ethereal glow, she murmurs, "I'm counting on you." Elsewhere, the young lord himself, his white hair wild and eyes glowing an intense green, struggles against an unseen force, one arm pulsing with a crimson light, as Charles Adenka watches on with deep concern, Davin crying out, "End it before I fall." His power erupts in a blinding flash, a torrent of blue energy and glowing particles swirling around him. Finally, he settles into a meditative pose, his eyes now a calm blue, surrounded by floating orbs of light as he attempts to master the overwhelming power that courses through his being. Back in her study, the elderly woman gasps, her face etched with alarm, wondering if he is losing his mind. As he struggles to maintain control, Davin reminds himself that he must not succumb to the trauma again, even as a menacing voice whispers, "Kill you." Suddenly, a monstrous, red-hooded figure with glowing eyes materializes before him, its presence radiating pure malice. His own eyes glowing green with a surge of power, Davin hears the entity's taunt. "Heh, where are you going? I'm the one who's going to kill you now." Responding to the threat, he clenches his hand, a brilliant white light flaring around an unseen object. Then, clad in crimson armor and wielding a unique weapon, Davin charges, meeting the monstrous figure head-on in a furious clash of power. The red-hooded monster recoils, its face contorted in a silent, enraged roar. Moving with impossible speed, Davin becomes a blur of red, leaving streaks of light in his wake. As his eyes glow with fierce determination, the monster's voice cuts through the chaos. If you didn't lose to Vincian, you're my prey. With a surge of power, his armored hand glows, activating an ability known as Steelman. Davin unleashes a furious assault, his armored fist glowing with crimson energy as it slams into the monstrous, red-hooded figure. His eyes burning with a fierce green light, he scoffs, finding the creature's resistance pathetic. The monster recoils with a guttural cry, its form distorting under the impact. Still, it holds its ground, prompting Davin to curse its stubbornness, his frustration mounting as his own power seems to crackle around him. The monster, however, finds a new way to strike, taunting him with the name Vincian. Ignoring the provocation, Davin unleashes another devastating blow, his fist glowing with a fierce pink light. Yet the monster's words linger, igniting a deeper fury within him, his face contorted in a snarl of pure rage. The red-hooded entity continues its relentless psychological assault, repeating the name Vincian over and over. Driven by a surge of raw power, Davin retaliates with a blinding, focused strike from his glowing hand. Still caught in the shadowy grip of his opponent, Davin trembles with the immense pressure. His face contorted in a desperate struggle, sweat beading on his brow as he pushes back with all his might. A guttural cry escapes him, yet an unseen voice commends his efforts, acknowledging the sheer power he's bringing to bear. Suddenly, glowing blue energy lines snap into existence, pinging with an ethereal resonance. Then, with a surge of crimson power, Davin retaliates, his glowing red blade cutting through the air towards the white-haired figure. He unleashes a devastating swordsmanship technique, swirling energies of purple and white erupting around him. From the maelstrom of power, a glowing red orb manifests, surrounded by dark, swirling energy and crimson particles. The orb begins to crackle and splinter, red lightning arcing across its surface with a sharp, creaking sound. The red energy orb, unleashed by Davin, begins to crackle and destabilize, before erupting in a violent burst of purple energy that engulfs the immediate area, sending both him and Merlin reeling from the impact. Merlin, recovering quickly, offers a grateful smile, acknowledging the power of the attack, thanking Revan for his efforts. While Davin, looking down at the lingering magical residue, can't help but feel a pang of guilt for the sheer destructive force he just unleashed, even as Merlin questions if that immense power truly came from him, Julian, the young lord. Charles Adenka then steps forward, his expression serious, to congratulate Merlin, but quickly adds that his father might not approve of the help he's receiving. Charles presses on, reminding Merlin of his ambition to surpass his father's expectations, prompting Merlin to retort with a wry comment about Charles's impetuous nature. Merlin then shifts the conversation, explaining that the monster Davin created was designed to allow only one creature to enter at a time, a small, fluffy red monster with glowing eyes. As his hand reaches out towards the creature, he clarifies that this was only the first one. Indeed, a much larger, more menacing red beast with glowing eyes begins to emerge from a swirling portal, confirming that another, more dangerous one is coming right after it. Arslan stands before a grand structure, his resolve hardening. As he declares his intention to prove himself, he holds a shimmering, multifaceted stone, its power radiating softly. A surge of purple energy erupts around him, enveloping his form. With his body now strengthened, he realizes he can finally harness the miracle stone's mana. He faces a towering, monstrous creature, reflecting on the past rejection that fueled his determination, understanding it was due to his inability to control the very mana he now wields. With a focused gaze, he unleashes a powerful skill. He stands before the monstrous red creature, a faint purple aura already swirling around him. As the code of the swordsmanship activates, its power surges, multiplying his strength with every opening he finds, a glowing red orb with a single eye manifesting as the core of his skill. The monster lets out a guttural roar, its multiple eyes fixed on him. He meets its gaze, a determined expression on his face. His mind races, visualizing a weakness, a path to victory that is much easier to exploit, represented by a blue-skinned demon wielding a glowing purple blade. With that insight, he unleashes a devastating purple energy slash, tearing through the monster with explosive force. From a distance, the Grand Chamberlain watches, his eyes wide with surprise. The miracle stone pulses with vibrant pink and purple energy, its power flowing freely. It turns out, the Grand Chamberlain had nothing to worry about, as the young man's control over the stone was far greater than anticipated. Standing over the defeated monster, his back to them, Arslan hears Merlin's amazed declaration. As sweat beads form on his brow, a testament to the immense power he just wielded, he gazes at the glowing miracle stone in his hand, acknowledging that for his body to withstand such power, he needs the stone, along with motivation, as these are the three things that make it possible. Merlin, concerned, suggests he rest, assuring him that Railsa will take care of him, noting that Arslan's swordsmanship is just like the Adinka families, the true code of the swordsman units. Clenching the stone tighter, Arslan's resolve hardens, vowing that he will never fall. The Grand Chamberlain watches him, a subtle smile gracing his lips. The scene shifts to a tranquil forest, birds soaring through the clear sky. Below, a complex magical circle begins to glow with an ethereal blue light. The light expands, revealing ancient, glowing ruins bathed in the same mystical energy. Merlin stares upward, a question escaping his lips. As blue energy crackles around them, Charles Adenka and Merlin exchange confused glances, both uttering a sound of bewilderment. Meanwhile, the Grand Chamberlain, staff in hand, observes the unfolding spectacle, acknowledging the immense power at play. The source of their awe is revealed, a colossal, intricate magical construct, pulsating with vibrant green and purple energies. Blue light emanates from its core, hinting at the raw power contained within. The Grand Chamberlain's expression shifts to one of dawning realization, a single word hanging in the air. His thoughts crystallize into a terrifying conclusion. They are facing a relic guardian. A surge of raw, untamed magical energy crackles through the air, its vibrant blue and purple hues illuminating an unseen space. Deep within this ethereal glow, a strange, organic structure pulses with an inner light, hinting at something ancient and powerful. A woman with purple hair and glasses gazes down, her expression a mix of awe and trepidation as she whispers, "This is." Her words are cut short by the terrifying sight of a colossal, rocky hand, its palm bearing a single, malevolent red eye that glows with an ominous light, as another voice exclaims, "A relic guardian." Both the woman and a red-haired man stand before the monstrous entity, its sheer scale dwarfing them within the cavernous chamber. The fact that a guardian of this magnitude hasn't been discovered until now means it's highly likely that it was sealed deep within the temple, its single, glowing eye continuing to pierce the darkness. A young woman introduces herself, her voice clear and resolute, as Railsa Belladonna, a servant of the Adinkaga family, tasked with protecting the young lord. Meanwhile, the colossal hand of the relic guardian pulses with an ominous blue light, its ancient power stirring once more. Railsa's expression tightens with concern, knowing the danger this poses to the young lord, and she urges him to be taken away immediately. Charles Adenka, already carrying the infant Davin, nods in understanding, telling Sarvana to move quickly as they begin their desperate escape. From above, the scene unfolds. Railsa sprints towards the fleeing group, the monstrous hand of the relic guardian still visible in the distance, its power growing. The guardian's hand flares with an even more intense, fiery red glow, energy crackling around it. Railsa's eyes narrow, a determined expression on her face, as a vibrant blue aura flares around her, signaling the activation of her own abilities. Charles, still clutching Davin, and Sarvana rush through a shimmering blue portal, escaping the immediate danger as the tunnel glows brightly around them. Railsa watches them go, a thoughtful hum escaping her lips, before a voice calls her name from behind. Railsa and Merlin stand on the precarious, crumbling ice, a chilling wind whipping around them. The monstrous relic guardian's eye pulses with an ominous, cold light, its power crackling. A voice echoes, commanding the very elements, blow, northern wind, as a colossal ice storm erupts, transforming the landscape into a frozen wasteland. A massive, glowing ice formation surges upward, radiating an immense, frigid energy. The ground itself begins to fracture under the sheer force, ice cracking and splintering with sharp reports. Railsa, now wielding a staff, channels an overwhelming torrent of brilliant blue energy, unleashing it with devastating force. Her hand glows intensely, the raw power surging through her, manifesting as a swirling vortex of frigid mana. From a distance, the Grand Chamberlain watches in stunned disbelief, his eyes wide as he begins to grasp the true magnitude of what he's witnessing. He finishes, "That's the level of a 7th star." As Railsa stands triumphant amidst the newly formed ice, her aura blazing. Merlin holds the young Charles Adenka close, his expression grim as he mutters that it is not yet time. Meanwhile, the Grand Chamberlain, his gaze fixed on a distant point, directs attention to something unseen, simply stating, "Over there." A colossal surge of purple energy then erupts from the landscape, tearing through the air with destructive force. The Grand Chamberlain watches, unblinking, as the devastating blast continues its trajectory, its raw power reshaping the environment. Back with Merlin, the young Vincian struggles in his arms, demanding to know what he is doing. Merlin, however, seems lost in thought, muttering about having gone for nothing, or perhaps to be told something important. The Grand Chamberlain's eyes widen slightly behind his spectacles, a single word escaping his lips, "Is that?" Before him, a monstrous, mechanical guardian stands revealed, prompting him to question if this is its true form. Merlin, still holding Vincian, looks on in shock, wondering when the creature could have escaped. Arslan hangs suspended in a vibrant blue aura, his expression a mix of shock and confusion as he questions the sudden, overwhelming force that just struck, a system notification flashing, revealing the Milky Way Wanderer's blessing trait. Below him, The shadowy form of the guardian materializes, its glowing blue eyes piercing the darkness, a chilling presence now fully revealed. Arslan descends, landing with a surge of dark energy swirling around him, the impact of the guardian's arrival still resonating. The guardian, however, is already a blur, moving with impossible speed, a mere streak across the visual field. Its sudden acceleration catches Arslan and Merlin off guard, their eyes widening in surprise as Arslan clutches a red box, barely reacting to the guardian's swift passage. Merlin's gaze sharpens, his form crackling with blue energy, focusing intently on the vanishing threat. But even his power is not enough, as a massive blue energy construct, likely a defensive barrier, shatters into countless fragments, unable to withstand the guardian's overwhelming force. In the aftermath, Charles Adenka rushes to their side, asking if they are all right, to which Merlin replies that he thinks so, while Arslan simply remarks on the guardian's incredible speed. The Grand Chamberlain reflects on the guardian's actions, musing that it must have been protecting the treasure, despite its unusual nature. Meanwhile, Charles Adenka expresses his astonishment, wondering how the young lord could have possibly discovered and warned them about such a thing. The Grand Chamberlain then directs his attention, urging someone to look over there, believing that whatever lies ahead is what the guardian was truly safeguarding. The scene shifts to reveal a vast, icy cavern, its crystalline formations glowing with an ethereal light. Beyond the cavern, a dense forest stretches into the distance, a stark contrast to the frozen landscape. Back inside, the Grand Chamberlain gazes out a window, a faint, unsettling sound echoing from outside. Later, the group stands together in the rocky terrain, Charles Adenka questioning what exactly they have found within this mysterious place. The Grand Chamberlain holds up a small, glowing object, revealing it to be a dragon's skeleton, or perhaps, as he suggests to Merlin, a dragon's heart. Charles Adenka and Arslan react with awe, recognizing it as a super rare magical material and a priceless treasure, realizing that this must be what the guardian, which Arslan had prepared the site for, was protecting all along. Kneeling before the young lord, the Grand Chamberlain formally presents the newly discovered treasure, urging him to claim it. Arslan acknowledges the discovery, remarking that out of all who sought it, he was the one destined to find it, thus making it rightfully his. The Chamberlain then cautions him about the political ramifications, explaining that rumors of such a find would inevitably reach the church, posing a significant burden if discovered by others. Meanwhile, Charles Adenka stands in a desolate forest, a newly acquired sword gleaming in his grasp, its presence radiating a subtle, powerful hum. The blade itself pulses with an ethereal blue light, its intricate hilt hinting at ancient craftsmanship and immense magical energy. With a resolute expression, Charles Adenka gazes forward, declaring his ambition to ascend and become an overlord. Back in the cavern, the Grand Chamberlain expresses his gratitude to Arslan, acknowledging that he couldn't have obtained the treasure without his assistance. Arslan, in turn, offers his thanks to the Chamberlain. Later, the powerful sword stands alone, planted firmly in the desolate earth, its purpose for now seemingly fulfilled or awaiting a new wielder. The legendary sword, once thought lost, was discovered within Adinkaga's grave, a place shrouded in mystery and ancient power. Its discovery was immediately reported to the church, acknowledging the immense power it represented. Standing in a serene garden, the Grand Chamberlain recounts the event, his gaze distant as if reliving the moment. He explains that what he witnessed was far greater than a mere relic, prompting his urgent visit. A thoughtful expression settles on his face, his eyes narrowed in contemplation. Raelsa, listening intently, inquires if he is referring to the young lord who defeated a demon, a feat that had been widely reported. The Grand Chamberlain's expression remains serious, his gaze fixed on some unseen point. He confirms that the young lord did indeed defeat a dragon's bone demon alone, a testament to his extraordinary power. Raelsa then identifies the object of their discussion, revealing it to be the half-dragon sword. Raelsa questions the Grand Chamberlain, wondering if Vincent truly accomplished such a feat alone. He confirms the young lord's singular victory, as Raelsa internally chides herself, believing she must have missed something crucial. Meanwhile, the Grand Chamberlain's thoughts drift to the dragon's bone, pondering its destruction. Raelsa then receives a small, ornate box, recognizing it as an order for payback, and accepts it with a quiet resolve. Just then, a sudden, powerful magical impact erupts from the ground, sending blue energy rippling outwards. Both Raelsa and the Grand Chamberlain recoil in surprise, as she instinctively draws her sword. Enveloped in a shimmering blue aura, Raelsa begins to channel a powerful spell, apologizing to the Adinkaga princess for her impending impudence. The magical energy swirls and coalesces, forming a vortex as she declares, "Flow, northern wind." With a final surge, the powerful northern wind spell erupts, blasting outwards in a torrent of icy blue energy. From a previous magical disturbance, a large block of ice now stands, its surface pristine and unblemished. Suddenly, with a sharp clang, the ice shatters, revealing a simple wooden sword within its core. Arslan, holding the newly revealed blade, questions how such a thing could be, wondering aloud how a mere blacksmith could have broken a dragon's bone. His purple eyes glow with a profound realization as he whispers, a single word echoing his deepest thoughts: father. The wooden sword now rests firmly embedded in a stone pedestal, a testament to the sincerity of its creation. Merlin, observing the scene alongside Arslan, concludes that Vincian must possess a special power, advising his companion to take great care of him. As they stand together in a serene garden, the implications of this discovery weigh heavily, hinting at a path of revival and new beginnings. Arslan stares wide-eyed, a look of profound concern etched across his face as he murmurs the young lord's name. Meanwhile, Charles Adenka, Railsa, and Merlin stand nearby, with Charles Adenka urgently declaring that Wilson, the young lord, needs to rest after the subjugation. Merlin, looking annoyed, snaps at Charles Adenka to be quiet, questioning why he still acts like a prisoner and asking if he isn't ashamed of being so loud. Back with Arslan, a chilling, shadowy figure with glowing red eyes looms behind him, causing him to stammer in fear. Elsewhere, Sarvana calmly recounts a common fortune teller's prophecy, stating that she is a woman chosen by the gods, a prophecy later confirmed by the prophetess Sarvana herself. Charles Adenka turns to Merlin once more, asking if Julian has not caught on yet. Arslan, still reeling from the ominous presence, suddenly exclaims in surprise, realizing the mana is flowing from Sarvana's body. Sarvana herself reacts with a startled expression, questioning the sudden mention of mana. Arslan's expression is grim, his thoughts consumed by a past event, as he mutters to himself, convinced of a recurring phenomenon he witnessed years ago. His blonde-haired assistant, sensing his master's preoccupation, gently interrupts, inquiring about the mysterious Hixley's full name. Arslan, snapping back to the present, reveals his own connection to the name, stating his origin from the island of Hixley. The assistant, clearly perplexed, admits his ignorance of any concept called Hixley's magic body. Arslan continues, explaining that the Hixleys possess a unique, magic body, a concept intertwined with something called the heavenly exoskeleton, a visual representation of which appears as a skeletal figure and a glowing skull. The visual representation of this magic body glows with ethereal purple energy, confirming it is a magical construct infused with mana. The assistant prompts for clarification, and Arslan explains that a complete magic body could prevent the heavenly exoskeleton from fading away. Meanwhile, in another part of the estate, the Grand Chamberlain questions Railsa about the Hixley family and the magic body, but before she can answer, he receives urgent news. The young Lord Revan's body has been found. Railsa, her expression troubled, reflects on the young lord she once knew, implying a significant change or transformation. She listens as the Grand Chamberlain reassures her, stating that she wasn't expelled from the Assembly of True Swords to the site of revenge. He then questions why a minor noble would have been invited to such an assembly, to which she suggests it might have been because of the Sarvana family. It was through this path, it seems, that the Sarvana family ascended to become the royal family. The Grand Chamberlain then recalls another person, the young lord's mother, who had passed away. Railsa's eyes widen in surprise as she learns the young lord's mother was not only a Hixley, but also a healer. Both she and the Grand Chamberlain admit they had never heard this information, expressing their ignorance. The Grand Chamberlain speculates that it's likely forbidden to mention Lady Sarvana's name, explaining their lack of knowledge. This prohibition stemmed from Lord Adenka's intense fury whenever her name was spoken. His stern gaze, framed by white hair and glowing blue eyes, reflects the depth of that ancient anger. Railsa expresses her concern that Lady Sarvana was an incredible person, despite the Grand Chamberlain's previous warnings. He explains that Lady Sarvana was especially incredible because she was a Hixley, a healer who ascended to royalty, but was then brought into the Adenka household. Charles Adenka, now older, agrees, adding that he also heard that the young lord's mother was a Hixley. The Grand Chamberlain, addressing the young lord, asks if he is present, his voice filled with a mix of respect and urgency. A moment later, a voice announces that he is leaving. Merlin, now a young knight, stands ready on a forest path. As Charles and the Grand Chamberlain join him, confirming they've secured the Crimson Demon and cannot stay much longer. Merlin, however, has one more favor to ask. As the family history of the first king and his lineage is recounted, Charles Adenka stands before the now adult Davin, who is clad in formidable red and black armor. Charles apologizes, admitting he may have misjudged him. Davin, recalling a past connection, compares their reunion to a first love with a water spirit, confirming that he has regained something important. With a firm grasp, their hands meet in a gesture of renewed understanding. As Davin kneels before him, Charles assures him that he will stand by him, unwilling to cause him any further embarrassment. Later, in the serene garden, Charles and Davin stand together, a silent testament to their reconciled relationship. Meanwhile, Railsa confronts the Grand Chamberlain, questioning if his kindness towards her is merely a way to demonstrate loyalty to her mother. Merlin, having completed his mission, extends a hand, revealing his final request, a favor concerning Adenka's son, Vincian Adenka. As Charles and Merlin walk away, the weight of Merlin's request hangs in the air. With a determined expression, Davin looks up, his own request clear. He wants to be trained. His eyes glowing with a fierce red light, he declares his unwavering resolve, stating that he will not stop until he achieves his goal. Facing him, Railsa, with her long, light purple hair, questions his dedication, asking if he will now be devoted to young Lord Vincent, not as his mother's son, but as a faithful artist. Her words carry a sharp edge, like the glint of a knife she holds, as she presses him further, demanding to know if he will be dedicated to young Lord Vincent now. With a resolute expression, she asserts that she will never waver and insists on hearing his answer. A moment of internal struggle passes, a silent apology for any perceived weakness, a weak resolution that must be overcome. Her gaze hardening, she makes it clear that she will not be soft on him, expecting nothing less than his full commitment. Looking directly at her, Davin acknowledges her challenge, his expression softening slightly as he states, "I'm counting on you, Raelsa." Outside, the grand, ornate architecture of a magnificent building stands under a clear sky, its intricate details hinting at the power and history contained within. He stands before her, sword in hand, ready to begin his training. "You can learn this sword manner?" she asks, her voice firm. He simply replies, "Yes." Her hand rests on the hilt of her own blade, a silent promise of the rigor to come. "All right, but since you asked as a martial artist," she continues, "I will not simply tell you everything." Davin, focused and determined, questions her choice of weapon. "Are you not going to use the blade of the rite of passage?" As a vibrant blue-green aura begins to emanate from her, swirling around her form. "You have 5 months until going to the Dragon Fortress," she states, the energy intensifying. The glowing energy pulses around her, a clear demonstration of her power. "If you wound me even once," she warns, "I will teach you the trait." Her eyes glow with an ethereal light, a slight smirk playing on her lips as she issues her challenge. "Try to cut me with that strange sword path of yours." Davin's expression shifts to concern, realizing the gravity of her words. "Wait, did you not see before?" he asks. "A permanent wound could be." The two stand poised, surrounded by the shimmering blue-green energy of Raelsa's aura, ready to begin their intense training. As a powerful, swirling blue aura erupts around him, Davin challenges the notion of his identity, asking if he truly resembles young Lord Revan. Raelsa's eyes glow with an intense blue light, recognizing the unique power of his trait. Enveloped in a vibrant purple aura, she moves with blinding speed. A concentrated blast of blue energy erupts from her, forcing him to raise a defensive barrier, the impact rippling through the air. She explains that she understands the power of that trait well, and therefore has no intention of going easy on him. He acknowledges the intensity of her attack, muttering that it was truly impressive. Raelsa then reveals that she knows of his friendship with Arsene Julian, and warns him that no help will be forthcoming if he needs it. She presses her assault with a sword, forcing him to parry, and he questions her ruthlessness, the clash of steel echoing through the space. With a slight smile, she reiterates her stance, assuring him that she will not go soft. 1 week later, under the pale glow of the moon, the rigorous training continued. The sharp clang of steel echoed through the night. As Raelsa, wreathed in a vibrant blue aura, lunged forward with a glowing energy blade. Davin met her assault, his arm flaring with a powerful purple energy. His face etched with intense concentration as the forces collided. But Raelsa's speed was overwhelming, her voice cutting through the air, telling him, "Your precision is too slow." A blinding blue explosion erupted around him, and Raelsa calmly announced, "2 swordsmanship attacks, more would be overdoing yourself. We will stop here." Davin lay defeated on the ground, acknowledging the harsh reality of his training. That was rough. Julian observes the barrier, noting that he's getting much better, though he still feels the need to call for his master. The barrier itself begins to shimmer and crack, on the verge of breaking once more, a familiar sight after countless attempts to reinforce it. A sharp, resonant sound echoes as the barrier finally gives way, and the master, a burly figure with a flowing beard, watches the remnants of the energy dissipate, a faint glow still clinging to his powerful form. He remarks that the title of master seems to have been lost since their last encounter, as Julian stands behind him, contemplating the broken shield. Meanwhile, in a different chamber, the elderly lord considers the situation, muttering that it would be a tragedy if someone were to complain about the barrier's repeated failures. Back in the training area, the master stands with a thoughtful expression, his gaze fixed on the distance. The Grand Chamberlain, her expression stern, informs the burly, red-bearded man that they have lost their bet, and all he has left is his life. She continues, stating it would be a tragedy if he supplied trash to the Adenka royal arsenal, then addresses him directly, calling him Hansen. Hansen, initially dismissive, lets out a surprised gasp, his eyes widening in a sharp intake of breath. Later, in a bustling workshop, the Grand Chamberlain challenges him, asking if he came to annoy her with his trash, then commands him to take a look at something. And with a sharp crack, an object shatters into glowing fragments. The Grand Chamberlain continues her interrogation, pointing out the inferior blades Hansen supplied to the royal arsenal, noting that they couldn't even cut through a monster's hide. Hansen, still reeling from her previous demonstration, can only manage a hesitant agreement, the weight of his failure pressing down on him. She presses further, asking if he'd encountered any monsters with unusually sharp teeth, or perhaps a martial artist. He denies both, suggesting he would have known if such a formidable opponent had appeared. The Grand Chamberlain then inquires about a specific blade, one made with 7 runes, to which Hansen defensively asks if she thinks he has a death wish. Ignoring his outburst, she continues, asking if that very blade had clashed against a great sword. Hansen admits his ignorance, stating he doesn't know anything about a great sword, but expresses concern about an ancient demon that might be involved. The Grand Chamberlain's eyes widen in surprise as she hears of Vincian, and the mention of an ugly young lord seems to connect the pieces for her. Hansen, equally stunned by the new information, demands to know why the Crimson Lotus is being brought into the conversation. The Grand Chamberlain approaches Merlin in the courtyard, his voice carrying a hint of urgency as he asks what the matter is at this late hour. Later, the Grand Chamberlain apologizes to Hansen for the untimely call, explaining that someone wanted to know about the Crimson Lotus. Meanwhile, in a different location, Merlin turns to Davin, confirming that the Grand Chamberlain is referring to Vincian. Back with the blacksmith, Hansen's eyes widen in shock, the name Blacksmith Hansen echoing in his mind. He muses to himself that he is a dwarf who could even call him so desired, a statement hinting at his own unique status. Merlin continues to explain to Davin that Hansen is a famous blacksmith, renowned as the best in the Adinka family, a true prodigy, yet not one of their own. The Adinka Royal Arsenal, a place where only the finest are allowed to enter, stands as a testament that it doesn't matter if one is a prodigy or a genius, lineage still holds sway. Davin, listening intently, remarks on what an incredible guy Hansen must be. Merlin then adds that Hansen is known for protecting other people who are weak, a quality that seems to deeply impress the young lord. He stands before Merlin, a young man of noble bearing, declaring himself the 7th young lord of Adinka, Vincian. Merlin, with a slight smirk, acknowledges the pleasure of meeting him, then asks, "Master?" A wide, almost boisterous grin spreads across Merlin's face, as he exclaims that this young lord truly knows how to amuse people. The young lord, however, remains earnest, his hand pressed to his chest, apologizing for his late arrival and asking if everything is now in order. He clarifies that he was not trying to humiliate Merlin, his expression still one of sincere concern. Merlin's demeanor softens, assuring him that he made the correct decision in the path he chose. Yet, Merlin knows that Hansen's path is different, a unique trajectory that sets him apart. He recalls a time when he addressed a gathering, his gaze firm as he spoke to those assembled. Among them, Hansen, the Grand Chamberlain, and other prominent figures listen as Merlin warns that one will be ridiculed by many, but still, he continues his address. Merlin looks down, a knowing smile playing on his lips, as he confirms the correctness of a decision made. Meanwhile, Hansen's eye widens slightly, a soft oh-ho escaping him as he observes something intriguing. Back in the ethereal space, Merlin remarks to the young Davin that a certain trait seems to run deep within his family line. Davin, with a hint of surprise, acknowledges the comment, taking it as a compliment despite Merlin's initial thought that he might be a burden. Elsewhere, Hansen's hand reaches for a magnificent, crimson-bladed sword, the legendary Crimson Lotus, needing to check its condition. With a firm grip, he secures the weapon. Hansen's brow furrows in contemplation, his gaze intently fixed on the blade. Back with the young lord, Merlin's expression turns more serious, as he informs Davin that he will be the one burdened with Adinka's 7th son. A look of utter surprise washes over Hansen's face, his mouth agape in disbelief. Hansen continues to scrutinize the legendary Crimson Lotus, a faint blue glow emanating from its hilt, wondering why the blade appears so damaged. He muses that it's as if the sword cut itself with its own immense power, rather than being damaged by an external force. Merlin, standing nearby, questions what kind of damage Hansen is referring to. Hansen, looking weary, admits he's too tired to carry around the sword any longer. Meanwhile, Merlin cradles the infant Davin, reflecting on the heavy burden the child carries as Adinka's 7th son, a responsibility he knows Davin will have to bear every day. Back in the workshop, Hansen is startled by a voice calling his name, his expression one of surprise. It is Raelsa, who asks if he's not making a fuss over nothing. The group, including Merlin, Hansen, Raelsa, Sarvana, and the Grand Chamberlain, stands together, revealing that Hansen took in Raelsa and her siblings when they were living in poverty, and they have been among them ever since. This confirms their bond, as Raelsa and Hansen are essentially father and daughter. He looks at Raelsa, a hint of concern in his eyes, as she asks if he's truly leaving, wondering if he's found someone else to care for. Merlin then approaches, informing Hansen that he plans to visit the horses tomorrow, and Hansen confirms he will join him, bringing Sari along. Meanwhile, the Grand Chamberlain looks at Sarvana, urging her to promise she'll stay strong, a serious expression on his face. Later, as Hansen walks away, Raelsa watches him go, a narration reflecting on her past, how he took her and her siblings in when they were just children, a fool for his daughter. She thinks of the infant Davin and the immense burden he carries. The scene shifts to an imposing, ancient building, its stone walls reaching towards a bright, cloud-filled sky. Suddenly, a young man, his eyes glowing with an intense blue light, unleashes a torrent of purple energy, black particles swirling around him as he channels immense power. The vibrant aura expands rapidly, engulfing the space with its overwhelming force. The magical burst intensifies, crackling with raw energy, a dazzling display of destructive potential. As the echoes of immense power fade, the Grand Chamberlain and Hansen stand amidst a vibrant, glowing landscape, both utterly captivated by the spectacle before them. Hansen crosses his arms, a thoughtful expression on his face, remarking that the aura feels like that of a great demon king, despite originating from what appears to be only a low-rank monster. A smirk plays on his lips, his eyes briefly glowing with a faint red light, as he concedes that the display is not bad. Later, in a different setting, Raelsa approaches Hansen and the Grand Chamberlain, inquiring if the current situation is sufficient for them. Hansen turns to the Grand Chamberlain, noting his apparent lack of interest in the proceedings. The Grand Chamberlain remains impassive, his gaze distant. With a sigh, the Grand Chamberlain finally speaks, revealing that one crucial element is still missing. As Hansen questions him, the Grand Chamberlain holds up a small, glowing red object, explaining that the king ordered him to create one more thing, but it requires a core in the middle. Hansen's expression shifts to one of intrigued surprise, his eyes fixed on the glowing item. He presents a peculiar, furry object, declaring it something so precious that no amount of wealth could ever acquire it. As Raelsa looks on, he identifies it simply as a mastodon horn. The weight of his words hangs in the air. As the horn itself glows with an ethereal light, its ancient power palpable. Bringing the legendary item to Hansen, the Grand Chamberlain asks if he can forge a sword from it, leaving the blacksmith utterly speechless. Hansen's eyes widen in disbelief, the words mastodon horn escaping him in a stunned gasp. Still reeling from the revelation, the blacksmith exclaims his astonishment, wondering aloud how such a legendary item could possibly have been acquired. After a moment, a smile spreads across Hansen's face, a sense of destiny settling over him as he accepts the challenge. He agrees to forge the sword, though a thought crosses his mind. If it were up to him, he would shape it into a demonic lotus instead. Still holding the newly forged sword, Hansen listens as the Grand Chamberlain questions his choice of weapon, asking why he would craft a new sword when the Crimson Lotus already exists. The Grand Chamberlain clarifies that he wants the mastodon horn transformed into a sword, not the Crimson Lotus, but Hansen internally muses that he always thought the horn would be better suited as a demonic lotus. Despite his reservations, he confirms his intention to add the horn to the Crimson Lotus, proceeding with the Grand Chamberlain's request. 3 weeks later, a young Davin, accompanied by Sarvana and Raelsa, stands before a familiar structure, the air thick with the scent of smoke. Raelsa gasps, her voice filled with disbelief, as flames engulf the workshop, crackling and spitting with destructive energy. The fire rages, its heat intense, reducing the sturdy structure to embers. Davin's eyes widen in shock, a single word escaping his lips, the workshop. Before the smoldering ruins, Hansen stands in despair, his face etched with grief, as Davin, Sarvana, and Raelsa look on, helpless witnesses to the destruction. A holographic interface displays a list of names and stats, a system familiar to those who have experienced reincarnation. Suddenly, a distant building erupts in a fiery blaze, sending plumes of smoke into the sky. Davin, Raelsa, Merlin, and Sarvana stand together, their backs to the viewer, watching the inferno with growing concern. Raelsa, her face etched with distress, turns to Sarvana, imploring her to maintain composure. Davin's expression hardens as he realizes the implications of the fire, his thoughts racing to the blacksmith who must be inside. Merlin, seeing the determination in Davin's eyes as he grips his sword, questions his reckless intent to rush into the blaze. But Davin's resolve is unwavering, convinced that his blacksmith is too stubborn to perish from such a trivial incident. Ignoring the warnings, Davin surges forward, a vibrant purple aura flaring around him, leaving his companions to watch in stunned concern. The magical energy intensifies, a powerful surge accompanying his desperate charge. His eyes burning with an intense purple glow, Davin focuses his will, a fierce determination etched across his face. Then, with a surge of power, he unleashes a torrent of purple energy, blasting a path through the burning structure. The impact cracks the ground and sends debris flying, the flames momentarily recoiling from the sheer force. Standing amidst the swirling purple aura, he prepares to push deeper into the blaze. Spotting Hansen through the smoke and flames, he charges forward, ignoring the searing heat. Hansen, battered and struggling, cries out in pain as the building collapses around him. With each powerful stride, Davin's feet crack the very ground as he closes the distance. He holds the injured Hansen close, a faint purple glow emanating from his hand as he urges the blacksmith to get a hold of himself. But then, a familiar voice cuts through the chaos, and he turns to see Merlin, demanding to know how he got here. Meanwhile, the raging inferno intensifies, its fiery core identified as the dreaded Crimson Lotus. Sarvana, witnessing the destructive power, questions if it truly is the Crimson Lotus. The Grand Chamberlain, observing the scene with Merlin and Raelsa, explains that the demon skeleton's power far exceeded Hansen's expectations. Merlin, ever practical, suggests they prioritize carrying Hansen out first. Davin, a vibrant blue aura now surrounding him, carries Hansen deeper into the fiery, collapsing structure. His expression hardens as he realizes the direness of their situation. The exit is completely blocked. He clutches Hansen tightly, the heat of the Crimson Lotus raging around them, but his resolve remains unbroken. Even if the building collapses and the flames consume them, he will not let Hansen die here. Meanwhile, a young man with glasses observes the inferno, a question forming on his lips about the nature of their defense. The Crimson Lotus, a swirling vortex of destructive energy, continues its relentless assault, its power seemingly endless. The sheer scale of the magical fire makes one wonder if this level of power is truly possible. As Davin pushes through the inferno, Merlin, Sarvana, and Railsa watch on, Merlin expressing his regret that he cannot assist further. His eyes, now glowing with an intense blue and purple light, reflect the immense power he is channeling. A fleeting vision of a younger Davin, perhaps from his past as Sabanat and Kaga, emerges amidst the chaos, hinting at the origins of his formidable abilities. The destructive force of the Crimson Lotus is met with a counterforce, a gentle steel, that promises to withstand the inferno. He unleashes a torrent of vibrant orange and purple energy, a powerful force erupting around him. Focusing his will, he declares that the soft blade breaks the steel, his mana quantum depending entirely on his resolve. As purple energy swirls around him, his eyes glowing with an intense light, he reiterates that his mana's very essence is bound to his will. Slowly, he extends a hand, striking directly at the flow of mana approaching him, unleashing a massive wave of purple energy that expands outward with overwhelming force. Merlin watches the display, his eyes wide with disbelief, a stunned gasp escaping him. The air crackles with residual power as Davin stands calmly amidst the swirling energy, leaving Merlin to question the true identity of this old man and the source of his immense power. Dust and debris still swirl through the air, glowing particles slowly settling after the immense magical discharge. As the echoes of the recent chaos begin to fade, a faint smile plays on Davin's lips, his eyes holding a subtle, satisfied glow. He kneels amidst the rubble, confirming their survival with a quiet declaration, "We're alive." Nearby, a muscular man with a top knot coughs, disoriented and struggling to regain his senses. Merlin, now sitting up, stares at Davin in disbelief, his mind reeling from the recent events. "How are you all right? How did you?" The muscular man, eyes now open, looks up at Davin, his voice raspy with confusion. "How are you?" "Using the Aaron brothers." Davin offers a slight smirk, dismissing the man's incoherent question with a calm assurance. "Since you're uttering gibberish, you must be all right." Merlin, still processing, looks down at his hands, muttering, "If you intended to use it to escape, then that is not that agility. I feel that would be impossible. Let me check my..." The arduous forging process is complete. The newly crafted blade, now fully revealed, pulses with an intense, fiery glow, radiating heat and light. Standing before it, Hansen stares in disbelief, while Merlin watches with wide eyes. "I've never hammered a dragon skeleton before," Hansen mutters. "How could I have known mana would flood out of nowhere and spit out flames?" Merlin's hands reach out, gripping the hilt of the magnificent weapon. As he lifts it, a brilliant golden aura erupts from the blade, enveloping him in its radiant energy. The light intensifies, swirling around his form. And a profound realization dawns on him. "It's as if the blade is communicating with me," he exclaims, his eyes still wide with wonder. The sword itself hums with power, its intricate patterns glowing with an inner light. Still enveloped in the sword's golden aura, Merlin gazes at the newly forged blade, a profound sense of wonder washing over him. The blacksmith, Hansen, watches him intently, his own awe evident as the sword pulses with an incredible energy. A strange thought crosses Merlin's mind, a feeling that something about this blade is deeply unusual. Hansen, noticing his expression, asks, "Why are you so dumbfounded, Julian? Don't you like it?" Julian, still processing the sword's profound nature, understands that it was not merely forged by human hands, but rather, it was born from the essence of a dragon, a being that transcends mortal understanding. A noble nearby, observing the scene, remarks, "If it were Arslan, he would have left a warning with it. Wouldn't he have left it for such an occasion?" Julian's gaze falls upon the blade once more, a new understanding dawning on him. This sword is merely a practice, a prelude to the forging of the next true dragon. Hansen, still perplexed by Julian's reaction, asks for clarification. "What is it, Julian? You mean a new dragon will be born if you forge this sword?" Julian, with a newfound resolve, declares that with this practice, he is confident the next attempt will be even better. He surveys the mess left behind by the forging process, acknowledging the extensive cleanup required, yet feeling completely drained of mana. He questions the immediate point of it all. Hansen, however, is less concerned with the mess and more with Julian's audacious plans, questioning if he'll even survive another such endeavor. Julian stands, the newly forged dragonbone sword still in hand, before revealing a small, rectangular object that pulses with a soft, golden light, presenting the glowing item to Hansen and confirming it's what the blacksmith had been searching for. Hansen's eyes widen in disbelief, the words "another dragon skeleton" escaping his lips, hinting at the item's true nature. A faint glow emanates from his head as he processes the revelation. Overwhelmed, Hansen clutches the object, a pained grunt escaping him, while Julian calmly notes that only the fairy race possesses the knowledge to find such an item. Hansen then reveals that Sarvana's sister is a loyal fairy, implying her involvement, and emphasizes the immense value of the item to their kind, calling it gold for the fairy race. Hansen, the blacksmith, lets out a sigh, acknowledging the persuasive power of the young lord. He finally concedes, agreeing to forge the dragon skeleton sword, though he knows it will be a monumental task. Meanwhile, Raelsa walks through a grand courtyard, her thoughts drifting to the past, remembering how she had almost given up on a certain endeavor. A look of profound admiration crosses her face as she considers how the young lord had managed to mature the very beast she had struggled with, leaving her utterly impressed. Julian, now facing Raelsa, offers a polite apology before making a request. He asks her to perform a task for him, holding out a glowing, rectangular object that immediately captures her attention. The Grand Chamberlain, standing nearby, watches as Julian declares this item to be the complete payment for the dragon skeleton from 14 years ago. The Grand Chamberlain's eyes widen in disbelief, questioning where Julian could have possibly obtained such an exquisite piece of the dragon skeleton, recognizing it as an unparalleled treasure. With a confident smirk, Julian holds the glowing artifact aloft, promising Raelsa that she will become even more overjoyed once she understands its true significance. Merlin's hand grips the hilt of a glowing, intricate sword, radiating a powerful aura. He reveals his strategy, explaining that he had conceived of a control device, a method to overcome his adversaries and fully comprehend their abilities. The Grand Chamberlain, his eyes now glowing with an intense blue light, recalls Merlin's earlier words, acknowledging the repeated warnings, but declares that he will not yield easily. A low hum reverberates through the Grand Hall, as a powerful surge of blue energy erupts with a deafening crash, spreading outwards in an overwhelming wave. Amidst the chaos, Sarvana unleashes a torrent of glowing blue particles, driving them directly into Merlin, who braces himself against the magical onslaught. The impact sends a jolt of pain through him, his face contorting as the energy washes over him. Sarvana, now airborne, continues her relentless assault, her form wreathed in a vibrant blue aura as she sends another wave of power downwards. The cascading energy threatens to overwhelm him. As she declares, "You said you would defeat me, but you're not even close to winning." Merlin is violently thrown backward by a powerful magical force, his body tumbling through the air amidst a torrent of blue energy. Meanwhile, Sarvana stands firm, her blue magic radiating intensely, a clear sign of her overwhelming power. Where Merlin landed, a massive magical explosion erupts, sending debris flying in all directions. Yet, a glowing blue barrier suddenly manifests, deflecting the brunt of the devastating blast. Merlin's sword then flashes forward, clashing directly with Sarvana's magical attack in a shower of sparks. Despite his defense, a cry of pain escapes him, his face contorted from the sheer magical pressure. But he stands firm, now enveloped in a powerful red and gold aura, having managed to block the attack. From a distance, the Grand Chamberlain observes, surprised by Merlin's unexpected resilience. Merlin's sword deflects another magical projectile, though Sarvana's confidence remains unshaken, believing he still cannot defeat her with his current mana. A torrent of blue magical energy erupts from her, crackling with raw power. Yet he, now enveloped in a vibrant purple aura, stands ready, his sword gleaming. He moves with incredible speed, a blur of motion through the shimmering energy field. She recoils slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing her features as the blue energy still swirls around her. From a distance, the Grand Chamberlain watches, his expression shifting as he realizes the sheer difference in his current power. Merlin himself questions the source of this newfound strength, a purple glow still emanating from his form. His gaze falls to the sword in his hand, which now glows with an intense, fiery red and orange light, revealing itself as no ordinary blade, but the Lotus Armorer's masterpiece, a sword designed to absorb the power of its user. This is the newly forged Crimson Lotus. Merlin, now wielding the strengthened Crimson Lotus, faces Sarvana, who acknowledges the sword's enhanced power, stating, "The Crimson Lotus has been strengthened." He replies, "Yes, Master Hansen worked hard on it." His resolve hardening, he declares his intent to fight more aggressively, adding, "Then I'll try to be more rough." Before he can make a move, Sarvana's eyes glow with intense blue energy, and she vanishes in a blur of speed, leaving only a faint quang in her wake. Merlin reacts with surprise, realizing her sudden disappearance as he exclaims, "She disappeared." He looks around frantically, surrounded by shimmering blue particles, searching for his elusive opponent. Suddenly, a volley of sharp, blue energy blades streaks through the air, accompanied by a resounding quang as they close in. Merlin swiftly parries the incoming projectiles with his glowing purple sword, deflecting them with precise movements amidst another quang. He maintains his focus, reminding himself, "Let's not be overwhelmed by her attacks. We have to find a way to open up a chance." With a powerful, sweeping motion, he unleashes a purple energy slash, calling out, "Over here," as the quang of his attack echoes. As the magical energies continued to surge around them, a vibrant purple aura pulsed, marking the ongoing intensity of the battle. Merlin, his sword drawn and glowing with a faint blue light, stood firm, a defiant challenge in his eyes as he declared, "You're wrong." His expression remained resolute, the blue light from his eyes reflecting his unwavering focus. A mocking smile spread across Sarvana's lips, her voice dripping with amusement as she conceded, "Yes, of course I was wrong." Undeterred, Merlin tightened his grip on the golden staff, its surface shimmering with stored power. The two combatants then met in a furious clash, Sarvana enveloped in a fiery orange aura as their weapons collided. From a distance, an observer with pinkish-brown hair and glasses watched in disbelief, muttering, "With her bare hands?" And he was able to reach the 8th stage within only. The battle raged on, both combatants surrounded by their respective auras, Merlin's voice cutting through the din with a sharp exclamation, "Variation!" A powerful figure, a dwarf, charges forward, his axe glowing with fierce energy. He moves with the authority of a king. With blinding speed, the dwarf closes the distance, a blur of motion and raw force. His weapon now a gleaming sword, he prepares a devastating strike. The impact erupts in a blinding flash, shattering the air with explosive force. Meanwhile, in the arena, Sarvana stares down at the ground, a profound shock washing over her as she realizes her opponent has lost all trace of his mana. Yet was he always this powerful? Her gaze falls upon her own weapon, lying discarded, and she laments. She has lost her sword. A voice, firm and unwavering, cuts through the silence, commanding her to pick up her sword. Merlin stands tall, his blue hair shimmering, as he declares, he cannot fight someone who has lost their sword. Merlin's eyes glow with an intense blue light, his expression focused as he prepares to unleash a powerful spell. Standing before the young master, he declares, "That was quite the act of arrogance, young master." He continues, "Not all useful artifacts and monsters belong to you, young master. Nor do I have." As a brilliant blue aura flares around him, Merlin reminds him of the fundamental truth of power, opponents who are weaker than you. A complex magical symbol begins to form behind him, radiating immense energy, as the young master is told, "You must remember this, young master." The demonstration concludes, and the young master, now understanding the gravity of the lesson, simply replies, "All right, I get it." A slight smirk plays on his lips as he acknowledges the power he just witnessed, thinking, "What an incredible man." Merlin's glowing eyes narrow slightly, his expression serious as he imparts one final instruction, "Please take care in conquering this." With a decisive step, his foot descends, surrounded by crackling blue energy. Elsewhere, a gray-haired woman with glasses, wielding a sword, stands ready, a faint blue aura shimmering around her. A powerful, blue-tinged attack descends, leaving a glowing symbol etched into the dusty ground. His gray hair whipping around him, Merlin reacts with a sharp intake of breath. His eyes widening in surprise behind his glasses as he mutters, "Huh?" Before he can fully process the attack, Davin closes the distance in a blur, engaging him in a swift, decisive strike. Holding the surprised mentor close, Davin states calmly, "I wounded you." Merlin, now composed, begins to explain the intricacies of combat, noting that there is only one way to block his signature double sword stroke, and he wonders how Davin managed it. The technique is known as the double sword stroke. This was the third part of the encounter with the Heavy Knight forged. Still processing the unexpected outcome, Merlin questions, "He sliced through my mana to block my attack?" His disbelief palpable, he wonders if such a feat is even possible. He continues, his gaze fixed on the young man before him, reminding him of the promise made and the expectations that come with it. Observing the subtle shifts in Davin's aura, Merlin notes that the flow of mana through his body is already remarkably smooth, a testament to his innate talent. With a knowing smile, he then speaks of his blessing, a signature of regeneration that will aid Davin in his journey, a crucial step in his encounter with the Heavy Knight forged. As Merlin's words resonate, a powerful, glowing symbol of regeneration manifests, its ethereal light filling the space. Later, Davin sits in deep meditation, absorbing the blessing, while Raelsa watches over him with quiet intensity. She muses that he should be able to master this new ability within 2 days, remarking on his potential to manipulate mana once he fully lets it flow through him. As he continues his meditative state, a soft, blue glow begins to emanate from his body, signifying the deepening connection to his inner power. The glow intensifies, swirling around his torso in vibrant blue energy, a visible manifestation of the regeneration blessing taking root. A swirling vortex of brilliant blue mana erupts, crackling with raw power. As the energy intensifies around him, Davin stands, his mentor Merlin observing closely, a hint of concern in his voice as he hopes the surge won't pierce through the roof. His eyes, usually a calm brown, now glow with an intense, ethereal blue, reflecting the immense power coursing through him. The blue aura around Davin expands, enveloping him completely, while Merlin, now also radiating a soft blue glow, stands steadfast behind him. The magical energy around Merlin takes on a distinct, almost spectral form, a testament to his own formidable power. Far from this display of raw power, a new location comes into focus, the formidable Crimson Fortress. Perched atop a snow-dusted peak, the grand fortress stands as a beacon of strength amidst the harsh winter landscape. Inside, a man with glasses confronts a red-haired woman, demanding to know why she hasn't touched any of the documents, or if she's planning to run out again. She retorts that as a magical artificer, she can't handle such mundane paperwork. With a sigh of resignation, Meredith Schill, the headmaster of Crimson Fortress, finally agrees to work. Her eyes widen, a gasp escaping her lips as she processes the name. Wait, Vincent Adenka. A voice confirms, isn't he from the main family? Yes, he's the seventh son of the main family. The man scoffs. Humph, someone bothering is coming again. The lowest tier son, Vincent. He's a loser like the rest of them, and will be rounded up and sent to the front lines. His expression hardens. We must not let the Emperor hear about this. Davin stands bare-chested, his muscular form enveloped in a swirling, vibrant blue aura that pulses with raw power. His hands glow with the same intense energy, intricate patterns forming as the magic coalesces. The blue light twists and flows, manifesting into a complex, glowing symbol that hangs in the air. Facing a young man with light hair and glasses, Davin explains, with that said, I have already gone through the body. His eye, now a vibrant, cosmic blue, reflects the immense power he wields. The young man, now also faintly glowing with a blue aura, looks back with a mixture of awe and apprehension. Davin then exhales a cloud of shimmering blue energy, a silent demonstration of his control. The young man can only stare, his glasses reflecting the light, utterly bewildered by the power he has just witnessed. Davin continues to manifest his power, a vibrant blue aura swirling around him, his form ethereal as he floats amidst glowing symbols. His eyes glow with an intense electric blue, and he declares that the galactic empire he serves consists only of himself. The blue energy intensifies, swirling violently as a cry escapes him. The cold emanating from his power is palpable, and he notes that she is gone, the energy dissipating around him. Back in a more grounded setting, Davin sits cross-legged, the young man with glasses observing him intently as he explains that nothing will remain, not even a trace, upon the frozen book. His eyes still glow with a faint blue light as he reveals the name of his ability, Frostwalk. He holds a glowing blue orb, intricate symbols etched into its surface, the last vestiges of his power. Later, Davin sits at a desk, engrossed in a book, a subtle blue glow still emanating from him, while the young man with glasses stands nearby, a faint white aura surrounding him as well, observing his companion. He points to a specific spot on a map, his hand glowing with a faint blue energy, indicating a location deep within the mountains bordering Adenka. He recounts a time long past, when the followers of the Abyss launched their devastating invasion of Adenka, a dark period in history. It was then that Aryan, clad in crimson armor, along with other heroes of that era, successfully repelled the invaders and subsequently took on the vital role of heading the training academy. As they pursued the retreating forces, they began to speak of a frozen book, perhaps even a treasure from the Abyss itself. However, the man with glasses clarifies that it wasn't the frozen book they sought, but rather another legendary treasure, one spoken of in ancient myths. This treasure, he explains, is known as the heavenly fruit, a golden apple shimmering with ethereal light. It is said to be more potent than any artifact in existence, capable of even reviving the dead, and rumors suggest that only those deemed worthy will possess the key to unlock the heavenly fruit tree's secrets. The man with glasses reflects on this, admitting he wouldn't have believed such a myth in the past, but their current dire circumstances make him reconsider everything. He explains that the heavenly fruit is not merely a legend, but a tangible object, though its location is shrouded in mystery, and that they must find a way to obtain it. The man with glasses then reveals a grim truth. Their current situation is dire, with only 3 years left until a catastrophic event, or perhaps even less, given how much they've already overextended themselves. Merlin, listening intently, turns away, a faint rustling sound accompanying his movement, as the weight of the revelation settles upon him. Undeterred, the man with glasses declares his resolve, insisting they will uncover the heavenly fruit's secrets and claim it for themselves. His eyes gleam with determination, a focused intensity radiating from him as he speaks of their ambitious goal. Merlin, now seated and engrossed in a book, looks up, addressing him by his alias, asking, HMP? Julian. He continues, explaining that according to the legends, the heavenly fruit is guarded by a powerful entity, and that they would need to defeat the king of the Golden Forest to obtain it. The man with glasses holds out his hands, a vision of gold coins and small figures appearing before him, as he considers the immense financial resources required to prevent any mishaps. He then ponders the next challenge, realizing that other families and powerful entities will also be seeking the fruit, leaving him to wonder where they will acquire the necessary funds. Still discussing the daunting task ahead, the man with glasses reassures Merlin, telling him not to worry. He then poses a question, asking about a magic tower. He explains that if the magic tower is rebuilt, they can research and develop their own magic, considering it payment for Merlin's contribution. Continuing his explanation, he clarifies that they can sponsor the mage's research and get their contribution back in money. As the image of a grand, glowing magic tower fills the view, he reveals that the mage he is working with has already presented a proposal. Standing before them, a figure in a distinctive purple hat and robes is introduced as Annabella Mason, the 6th Magic Tower co-owner. Annabella explains that the man with glasses proposed the idea, investing his own money to become a co-owner, then invites them to enter. She then adds, referring to the man with glasses, he's the kind of person I'm working with. As a surge of magical energy glows brightly, the tower's power seems to awaken. As the magic tower roared to life, a torrent of vibrant green energy erupted from its core, tearing through the air. Amidst the chaos, a chilling thought echoed. Could someone of a co-owner's standing truly perish so easily? The surge intensified, now manifesting as a deep blue, almost dripping with raw power. At the heart of it all, Annabella Mason stood, her form enveloped in a vibrant purple aura, eyes glowing with an intense blue light. Suddenly, a stark splatter of blood marred the pristine white, a grim sign of an unseen violence. A document, bearing an official seal, lay amidst the chaos, its contents now shrouded in grim implications. Witnessing the unfolding horror, the man with glasses and Merlin could only stare, a shared question of disbelief etched across their faces. The man with glasses threw his hands up in despair, his voice cracking with anguish over his lost investment, demanding to know if this was truly the time for such disrespect. His eyes wide with fury, he reiterated his outrage, unable to comprehend the audacity of the situation. A scoff escapes the man with glasses as he stares down, his frustration palpable. Meanwhile, Merlin and a young man with dark blue hair examine a document, a narration box revealing it details the Adenkaga's seventh son and the Magic Tower's co-ownership. In another location, a stern official with black hair declares, "We're going to be starving in the fortress." He continues, his voice laced with resignation, "I know we were born into the pagoda family." Back with the blue-haired young man, he stands before a towering structure, a magic tower, pondering its immense potential, yet questioning, "Wasn't I considered a failure? Just how?" He concludes, his gaze fixed on the distant tower, "I suppose so." A close-up reveals his determined expression as a narration box confirms, the time remaining is 4 months. He stands resolute, the narration emphasizing the urgency to gather information before a significant time jump of 4 months, placing him on the outskirts of the Crimson Fortress. We must gather as much information as possible soon. After 4 months of preparation, the journey to the Crimson Fortress begins, traversing vast, snow-capped peaks, then descending into the dense, ancient forests that guard its approach. A man with silver hair and glasses explains the strict protocols, stating that due to security reasons, they must walk the rest of the way. The young man with blue hair acknowledges, understanding the necessity. His boots crunch on the forest path, carrying him deeper into the wilderness. The silver-haired man points ahead, confirming that taking this path through the forest will lead them directly to the Crimson Fortress. The blue-haired young man expresses his profound gratitude, unsure how he could ever repay such kindness. His companion dismisses the sentiment with a wave, assuring him it's no problem. He then muses internally that his mother would surely think the same. If that was overcome, it'd be overcome. As the journey concludes, the guide offers a final word of caution to the young lord. The carriage continues its path through the snow-covered terrain, its wheels crunching softly on the frozen ground. Inside the Crimson Fortress, the guide informs the headmaster of young Master Vincent's imminent arrival. The headmaster, Meredith Schill, lets out a frustrated sigh, clearly annoyed by the news. She dismisses the task of dealing with older people as not her style, but the guide reminds her it is her duty. The guide then presents a glowing blue crystal, revealing it to be Zephyra, a true monster that demands a high-ranked magician to handle. Upon hearing this, Meredith's demeanor shifts, and she declares her intention to go, embracing her duty as headmaster to protect the fortress's residents. However, she quickly adds a request for reinforcements, acknowledging the true danger of the monster. She considers the situation, her gaze fixed on the distant, glowing blue crystal, a new monster named Zephyra, as her attendant reminds her of the high-ranked magician required to handle such a threat. Suddenly, a booming shout echoes through the fortress, startling them both, a clear sign of immediate trouble. And Merlin, without hesitation, plunges from the window, a vibrant blue aura flaring around him as he descends through the rain, leaving the attendant to stare in disbelief at his reckless departure, muttering about the dunce who just jumped. Below, Merlin lands gracefully, his staff planted firmly as 2 fortress guards immediately confront him. His blue aura still faintly visible around him. The guards, standing before the majestic, snow-capped mountains and the Crimson Fortress, declare their humble respect to absolute glory, before questioning Merlin about his intentions regarding young Master Vincent. From a high vantage point, Davin and his guards watch the commotion below, one of them pointing out the source of the disturbance. He brings a spyglass to his eye, a soft HM, escaping him as he focuses on the figure. Below, Merlin stands amidst the guards, who exclaim, "Isn't that Sir Merlin?" "Railsa." One of Davin's guards confirms, "Yes, Railsa," with the private bodyguards. The situation is clear. Davin's brow furrows in thought, recalling whispers of Merlin being a magician, yet also the vice commander of the Wyvern Knight unit, a position that seems at odds with such immense power. Turning to the man with glasses beside him, Davin asks, "How about the examination? Did you increase the difficulty?" The attendant replies that they fully recruited last year, and he will personally be testing him. A determined glint in his eye, Davin thinks, I was going to weed him out. His hand begins to glow with a faint blue aura, particles swirling around his palm. The blue energy intensifies around him as he declares internally, anyone who gets in my way, the first trial. His eyes glow with fierce intent. In a dimly lit chamber, a red-haired knight and a blonde-haired scholar discuss the fate of their young master, wondering if they should quietly dispose of him, but ultimately deciding he will prove useful later. Meanwhile, the young master, Davin, thinks to himself that he was going to weed out someone. A surge of blue energy crackles around his hand as he considers eliminating them before they even had a chance to enroll. Holding a glowing orb, Davin dismisses the upcoming challenge, finding the first exam, a subjugation of monsters, utterly boring. Far away, a young man with dark green hair and a woman with light blue hair trek through a snowy mountain pass, their journey leading them towards a distant, imposing structure. Their eyes widen in surprise as they recognize their destination. The woman exclaiming, "Isn't that the Crimson Fortress?" A vast, snow-covered landscape stretches out, leading to a distant, sprawling city nestled amongst towering peaks. Along a winding path, two figures make their way through the pristine snow, their cloaks billowing gently in the crisp air as they approach the city gates. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoes through the air, causing the blue-haired protagonist and his female companion to halt, their gazes snapping upwards in alarm. Above them, brilliant blue energy crackles and swirls, forming intricate, glowing patterns in the sky as a voice questions the unfolding event. The blue-haired protagonist and his companion stare up in disbelief, a gasp escaping one of them as the celestial display intensifies. Amidst the swirling energy, a red-haired figure in a dynamic pose declares her defiance, vowing to make someone pay for their actions. The blue-haired protagonist, his red eyes gleaming with resolve, echoes the sentiment, his own determination hardening. As he takes a powerful stride, blue particles shimmer around his leg, his gaze fixed on the imposing structure of the Crimson Fortress. An ominous, shadowy presence with glowing red eyes manifests from the darkness. A figure in a flowing white cloak stands with his back to the viewer, his sword at his side, ready for whatever comes next. Suddenly, a massive, clawed paw slams down, tearing at the very ground. From the shadows, a colossal white tiger with distinctive blue markings emerges. Its piercing blue eyes fixate on its prey, the creature known only as the blue-eyed white tiger. It looms over the small group, its immense form dwarfing Davin and his companions. Davin, his expression grim, acknowledges the danger, while his red-haired companion expresses concern. Without hesitation, he charges forward, a blur of motion towards the monstrous beast. Blue energy crackles around him, his eyes glowing with fierce determination as he prepares for battle. The colossal blue-eyed white tiger, wreathed in a vibrant blue aura, reacts instantly to the rapid movement, its massive form tensing. A thunderous roar erupts from its maw. As the beast unleashes its fury, the blue energy around it flaring even brighter. Davin, his expression resolute, acknowledges that he has successfully drawn its attention. Yet, a flicker of doubt crosses his mind, as he senses something unsettling about the creature before him. Its glowing blue eyes seem to hold a deeper secret, making him question if this is truly just a blue-eyed white tiger. Regardless of its true nature, Davin's resolve hardens. He will defeat it. With a sudden burst of speed, he closes the distance, a blue trail of energy following his swift movement. The air crackles around him as he continues his relentless charge. With a sharp impact, Davin's attack connects, drawing blood from the tiger's face. He slams into the blue-eyed white tiger with a devastating blow, blue energy erupting around the beast as it recoils from the impact. Yet, even as the dust settles, a new, unsettling presence makes him question, another one. His leg glows with a fierce, orange light, activating his body-strengthening ability in preparation for what's to come. He descends rapidly from the sky, a streak of blue energy following his path, landing with a powerful thud as Merlin and the glasses-wearing figure look on. Now on solid ground, Merlin points into the distance, alerting Davin, "Brother, look over there." Davin quickly scales a nearby tree, perching on a branch to get a better view of the approaching threat. Merlin counts the figures in the distance, his voice grim as he reports, 3, 4, 5, and some on the hill. Leaving the massive crater behind, Davin and Merlin move forward, preparing for the inevitable confrontation. The crater is now surrounded by a horde of blue-eyed white tigers, a chilling revelation confirming there are 18 in total. He listens intently as the man with glasses voices his disapproval, concerned by the sheer number of illusory tigers, even if they are not real. Something feels off to him, as Merlin confirms the tigers are indeed illusions, yet their presence carries the undeniable scent of blood. The illusionary tiger stands menacingly, its form shimmering with an unsettling reality. Determined to uncover the truth, Merlin begins to channel his magic, a complex blue circle forming before him with a soft hum. Davin watches the display, a silent question forming in his mind. Did he notice? With a resolute expression, Merlin declares his intent to confirm the illusion, even if it drains his mana completely. Davin clenches his fist, a flicker of self-doubt crossing his mind as he wonders about his own capabilities as the good-for-nothing seventh son. His companion's voice is grim, expressing uncertainty about their ability to endure until a solution can be found. Meanwhile, a massive, ancient tree dominates the landscape, its presence hinting at something profound and elemental. He explains a method for using picture spells of the same type simultaneously, asserting that instead of numerous individual spells, a single assembly element can be utilized. This approach allows one to branch out and cast spells more effectively, requiring significantly less mana. As the glasses male suggests that finding the original illusion would make everything else disappear, Merlin acknowledges the truth of his statement, but questions how such a task could be accomplished. Davin confidently declares his ability to locate it, explaining that a human's nature is fundamentally different, and in such magical realms, monsters operate on an entirely distinct level. The glasses male identifies the central figure among the illusory beasts as the forest boss, prompting Merlin to wonder if it's the ancient forest itself. With a determined stride, he moves forward. As rings of vibrant blue energy emanate from his form, Davin activates his Galactic Wanderer's blessing trait. The massive blue-eyed white tiger lets out a thunderous roar, its eyes glowing with fierce intensity. A surge of powerful, crackling blue energy erupts, filling the air with a deep, rumbling growl. A powerful, blue-tinged roar rips through the air, the blue-eyed white tiger's fury echoing through the magical space. But before its challenge can fully register, he activates his Frost Walk, a swirling blue aura enveloping him as he moves with impossible speed, leaving only a shimmering trail of ice in his wake. The glasses male watches, his expression a mix of shock and awe, wondering if what he just witnessed could truly be Frost Walk. Merlin, equally astonished, recognizes the trait, muttering about Railsa's power and how it could possibly be here. In an instant, Davin arrives at the assembly point, his destination reached with impossible speed. His eyes now burning with a fierce red glow, he locks onto his target, confirming this is indeed the one he seeks. The blue-eyed white tiger responds in kind, its body erupting with a furious red aura, recognizing the challenge Davin presents. Unyielding, Davin raises his arm, blue energy crackling around his hand, determined not to hesitate or miss this crucial opening. He wastes no time, manifesting a vibrant blue magic circle that pulses with raw energy. With a powerful surge, he propels himself forward, a blur of motion closing the distance to the startled tigers. His focus sharpens on the blade in his hand, his crimson lotus sword, now imbued with the strength of a demon's blood. The weapon glows intensely, absorbing the very properties of his mana. As his hair flows with ethereal light and his eyes burn crimson, he activates the absolute sword sense variation. With a decisive swing, the skill erupts, a powerful blue-purple energy field manifesting to lift the tigers, including the formidable blue-eyed white tiger, helplessly into the air. He continues to channel immense power, the blue-purple energy field around him intensifying as it lifts his targets higher. Suspended in the air, the Wanderer's skill pulses with raw force, propelling them further into the sky. His eyes glow with fierce determination, mana crackling visibly around his hands as he focuses the attack. With a final, decisive command, he declares his intent to banish them beyond the reach of his blade. As the energy dissipates, Davin descends, his powerful technique now complete. The blue-purple force continues its work, propelling the white tigers further and further away. High above the snowy peaks, the magical trails stretch into the vastness, carrying the beasts beyond sight, until only faint wisps remain, disappearing completely into the distant horizon. Meanwhile, Merlin reflects on the display of power, musing that the young lord will not forget the lesson learned today, and that true swordsmanship requires one to forget the sword itself. A stern-faced officer reflects on the sheer depth of magical understanding displayed by a certain individual, as the name Vincent Adenka echoes in his mind, prompting the question of what kind of caster he truly is. Meanwhile, Davin, now a young man, stands poised and powerful, contemplating whether the ceremony for the Crimson Fortress proceeded to satisfaction. Elsewhere, a scarred officer, holding a cup, inquires how they should process the results of a recent examination. His colleague, a man with glasses, responds with disbelief, asking what he means by his magic being completely obliterated. The scarred officer confirms the devastating truth. Even the artifacts they sell are affected, to which his colleague can only respond with a sharp, "Yes, sir." The discussion continues, noting that while the fortress is typically a training ground for martial artists, it's highly unusual to encounter mages of such an extraordinary level. Back in the Grand Hall, Davin is greeted with an enthusiastic cry of, "Young master." As he stands with a blonde attendant, Davin confirms that such talent is indeed rare, believing himself to be far too unique. Within the grand, echoing halls of the Crimson Fortress, a new presence was about to make itself known. As Davin strode forward, accompanied by his attendant and two officers, whispers followed him, acknowledging him as Vincent Adenka, the young master of the fortress. Before a formidable gate, guarded by a disciplined line of soldiers, the officers declared that the seal had been broken, permitting his entry. With a formal bow, the black-haired officer welcomed him, stating, "Welcome, young master. We will permit your entrance into the Crimson Fortress. You may be our division." Davin returned the sentiment with a polite nod, acknowledging the welcome. Later, speaking with his blonde attendant, Davin learned that while they couldn't bring their family's funds directly into the fortress, there was an alternative. The attendant explained that a sponsorship system existed, allowing talented cadets to be sponsored within the fortress. A sly smile played on the attendant's lips as he continued. Now we're going to score some major points with this fortress, and Davin's expression hardened, his voice firm as he finished the thought. Get back all the money. A confident smirk plays on his lips, a faint blue aura swirling around him. As Vincent Adenka declares his strategic move, they have invested in the magic tower. Headmaster Meredith Schill addresses a group of new cadets, informing them that she has granted them permission to reside within the fortress, but emphasizing that they must adhere strictly to its regulations and be prepared to share their living quarters with others, a situation that might prove uncomfortable for some. As the glasses-wearing officer continues the briefing, Davin calmly asserts that he will not be uncomfortable. The officer explains that upon entering the fortress, they will be considered full members, and any previous status they held will be forfeited. Davin listens intently, his sharp blue eyes reflecting the gravity of the situation. Nearby, Annabella Mason, the scarred officer, and the black-haired officer observe the proceedings, one of them exclaiming in surprise. The glasses-wearing officer continues, stating that their condition will be assessed the following day, with much information to be revealed, prompting Davin to inquire about his current rank. He is informed that all cadets begin at rank 1, with advancement exams held annually. The explanation of the fortress's ranking system continues, detailing that ranks range from 9 to 1, and to pass the annual advancement exam, one must voluntarily break through either martial arts or magic. The ultimate goal is to graduate from the fortress, having acquired a new martial artist. As the briefing progresses, Davin raises a hand, asking if he may pose a question. The black-haired officer, seemingly testing him, mentions the assembly element, prompting Davin to remind him that the blue-eyed white tiger was the very assembly element of his magic. The officer confirms his statement, but then challenges him, questioning how he could know about magic if he only understood martial arts. Davin, looking downcast, admits he was awful at martial arts and knew nothing else was possible for him. With a determined expression, he asserts that since knowledge is power, there's no need to hide such fruitful things. The black-haired officer, now with a look of impressed understanding, acknowledges Davin's talent and insight. A slight smirk plays on Davin's lips as his full name is revealed, Vincent Julian. He then poses a question of his own. As the black-haired officer, seemingly ignoring the deeper implications, asks how one obtains a monthly salary. A scoff escapes him as he stares down at the pathetic creature, wondering if it would be even tougher to be recruited by such a legend. He then muses that perhaps the blue-eyed tiger, a creature of legend, will choose its own master, hinting that it might even be Davin himself. From the side, the man in glasses silently dismisses the idea, believing the dean considers it nothing more than a myth. Davin, however, acknowledges the challenge, remarking that gaining true recognition will prove difficult. The carriage continues its journey, its wheels creaking rhythmically, until the officer's voice announces their arrival. Before them stands the imposing fortress, designated for rank 9. He is informed that his bedroom awaits on the 3rd floor, specifying that he will be staying on the 2nd floor of Residence Hall 9 as a cadet. The officer then clarifies the significance of the sun badge, explaining it designates him as a rank 9 cadet. The intricate golden emblem gleams, a symbol of his new status. Davin, gazing at the badge, silently acknowledges the weight of its meaning, a humble respect for absolute glory. A moment of quiet contemplation passes as he takes in his surroundings, which are revealed to be the academy at the Crimson Fortress. Standing formally, the black-haired officer is introduced as rank 9 cadet Vincent. Davin then utters a single word, Dean. He arrives at Residence Hall 9, floating just above the ground in the doorway, as the blonde-haired attendant looks up in surprise. Inside the grand hall, he stands amidst a group of uniformed figures, his white robe a stark contrast to their dark attire. A nervous gulp escapes him, as the blonde attendant eyes him with a mixture of annoyance and confusion. The attendant leans in, his voice hushed, asking what's happening and if he, Julian, has done something wrong. He glances down at the sun badge on his chest, uncertain how to answer. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the air, announcing his presence with a gasp from the attendant. It's Malone Adenka, a rank 9 cadet Residence Hall officer, who questions why Vincent is there, calling him a good-for-nothing. Malone stares down at him, wondering why he isn't at the academy, while the blonde attendant watches from the background. Trembling, he utters Malone's name, as the attendant notes his terror, barely able to lift his head. A wave of dread washes over him, his eyes glowing with an inner turmoil. This memory, he realizes, is not a figment of his imagination, it was real. He recalls the cadet who once bullied the weak, using his power daily, a stark reminder of the man now before him. And it seems, that behavior is continuing here as well. Meanwhile, the attendant explains, Malone is rounding up the cadets for a big meeting. A heavy thud echoes through the hall. Then, a familiar voice cuts through the air, addressing him directly. Long time no see, Vincent. He can only stammer a weak. Huh? Yeah. Malone continues, his tone condescending. I don't think we're in a relationship to talk like this, no? Looking down, his glowing eyes betray his inner turmoil. He couldn't even imagine this confrontation. His eyes burning with a fierce red glow, a menacing grin spreads across Davin's face, a silent challenge to the man before him. Malone Adenka, caught off guard by the intensity, can only widen his eye in a moment of surprise. Shaking off the momentary shock, Malone turns his attention away from Davin, calling out to another cadet, "Hey Sizen, come forward." Before Davin can react, Malone's hand shoots out, grabbing him roughly by the collar and pulling him close. The sudden aggression triggers a memory, and Davin's voice trembles as he asks, You are Vincent Adenka?" Malone's grip tightens, his words a cold warning. "The next time that happens, you're going to get hurt. Got it?" As Malone's words echo, Davin's mind flashes back to a shadowy figure, the memory whispering, "He's the worst. To think our lord is a descendant of goblin." His red glowing eye reflects a mix of terror and simmering rage, the past trauma resurfacing with brutal clarity. Meanwhile, Malone, seemingly unfazed by the encounter, stands casually beside the blonde attendant, his attention already elsewhere. He stares intently at the man before him, a question escaping his lips. The other man, his expression hardening, begins to speak, his words laced with a challenge. Before he can finish, Davin's fist connects with his face, a burst of purple energy erupting from the impact. He seizes the man by the collar, his grip tight and unforgiving. Davin's face contorts in a furious shout, his rage boiling over. Two officers, one with black hair and another with a scar on his cheek, watch the scene unfold, their expressions a mix of shock and alarm. Malone Adenka, a smirk playing on his lips, utters a familiar, unsettling name. With a menacing grin, he extends a hand, a crimson aura flaring as he prepares to strike. Davin recoils, a defensive blue aura flaring around him, bracing for the incoming assault. He recalls something he learned in this era, a crucial insight that guides his next move. Before Malone Adenka's attack can fully materialize, Davin closes the distance with blinding speed, his fist already arcing towards his opponent. A devastating impact rocks Malone Adenka's jaw, snapping his head back. The thought echoes in his mind, they do not deem martial arts important here. Following through with a powerful kick, Davin sends the officer flying, a purple aura of energy flaring around the impact. Malone Adenka sails helplessly through the air. He crashes hard onto the ground, the impact echoing through the grand hall. Malone Adenka groans, struggling to push himself up from the floor. Turning to the other officers, Davin commands, "Everyone, listen up." He explains that the only fear a true martial artist is allowed to feel is respect. This, he asserts, is the sole path to becoming a martial artist. Malone Adenka, his face contorted in a furious snarl, curses the blue-haired officer. Red energy crackles around him as he defiantly asks, "You dare to challenge me?" The blue-haired officer, now emanating a faint red aura himself, responds with a question of his own. "In this residence hall?" A man's face contorts in fury, his eyes glowing a fierce red as he clutches a dagger, demanding to know who dared challenge him. Meanwhile, Davin looks down with a calm, almost detached expression, the challenge echoing through the residence halls. A soft purple aura emanates from him as he turns away, his presence commanding attention. He stands before his companions, a blonde attendant and a black-haired officer, who plead with him, reminding him of their father's wishes. The blonde attendant, however, sees an opportunity in the unfolding chaos, suggesting they might turn the situation to their advantage. As Davin walks away, his aura shifts from purple to a vibrant red, a silent testament to his resolve. Far from the halls of power, a serene, snow-capped mountain range looms, overlooking a village near the Fortress Illa. The village itself is a cluster of quaint, snow-dusted buildings, a stark contrast to the tension left behind. A massive, green-skinned monster, its body covered in rough scales, lets out a pained cry, its yellow eyes wide with distress. Standing before the subdued creature, the blonde-haired man with glasses addresses the red-haired officer, saying, "Thanks to you, Headmaster, we can rest easy at night." The black-haired officer nods in agreement, while the red-haired man simply replies, "No problem." The blonde-haired man then asks, "And you're sure you can handle this alone?" The red-haired officer, his glowing red eyes fixed on the monster, confidently states, "Yes, I'm not supported by anyone." A slight smirk plays on the red-haired officer's lips as he adds, "But since it would be rude to refuse your courtesy, please give me a drink as well." The black-haired officer, his electric blue eyes wide with shock, stares at the red-haired man, who explains, "I need a drink because my superior officer is wearing me out." The black-haired officer gasps, recognizing him. "Es Sir Vargan." A frothy mug of ale is presented, alongside a plate piled high with sausages and bread. "So," Vargan muses, his red eyes thoughtful, "that great descendant Unshin fork. Only strictly logical assembly element." He casually mentions the significant number of people residing in the area, including instructors, teachers, disciples, military personnel, and children from various families. And as the black-haired officer processes this, he realizes that if servants are included, the population is even larger, making the situation far more precarious than he initially thought. Vargan, however, seems unfazed, his thoughts drifting to a past event where another descendant demolished an entire snowy mountain city, a memory that causes a sudden, explosive burst of energy around him. Taking a long gulp from his mug, He dismisses the act as nothing more than cowardice. The black-haired officer, growing increasingly exasperated, urges Vargan to return to the fortress, while Vargan simply replies that he must be excited to find something new to eat. A small chime sounds as the officer's concern deepens, his expression etched with worry. Clutching his head in distress, the officer mutters about Malone and Vincent, a glowing blue butterfly fluttering near him as his anxiety mounts. His eyes widen in disbelief as he processes Vargan's words, a profound shock washing over him. A sharp, blue energy construct slices through the air, leaving a shimmering trail in its wake. Meanwhile, Vargan stands with an unnerving composure, his glowing red eyes fixed on something unseen. He continues his conversation with Vincent in the grand hall, the black-haired officer still reeling from Vargan's unsettling pronouncements. Vincent, trying to make sense of the situation, explains that he had assumed the zone between the two residences was for Cadet Vincent's request, his expression etched with confusion. Vargan dismisses his assumption, clarifying that the Rank 9 dormitory was for bronze-ranked cadets, before commending him and instructing him to report everything directly to Cadet Vincent going forward. As they walk away, Vargan continues to speak, his words carrying an air of knowing authority. He mentions having heard that Vincent had already secured a performance-based zone dedicated to Malone, adding that they would overlook it since a report had been received from Cadet Vincent. Vargan then regards Vincent with a knowing look, a faint smile playing on his lips as he murmurs, "Sly fox." He accepts the implied compliment, before stating that even with his authority as dean, he personally cannot intervene between these two cadets. "Both of you, please be honorable," Vincent urges, his gaze steady. Vargan, however, ignores the plea, a soft metallic rasp filling the air as he slowly draws a blade that glows with an ominous red light. The blonde-haired man with glasses flinches, his eyes widening in alarm, wondering aloud if the weapon could merely be a replica. Vargan turns his attention to the observer, a challenging smirk playing on his lips as he asks if it truly looks like a mere copy. Undeterred, the man insists it does, confidently declaring he would bet his right arm on its falsity. Vargan's eyes glow with an intense crimson, dismissing their skepticism as the foolishness of weirds who should instead show proper respect. His hand begins to radiate a potent red energy, a chilling promise escaping his lips that he will soon make them remember. The air crackles with an overwhelming force, a coercive power specifically targeting the daughter of perfect blessing trait. Vincent struggles against the sudden, immense pressure, a guttural cry escaping him as Vargan's crimson aura engulfs the space. Overwhelmed by the coercive aura, Vincent gasps, his body recoiling from the invisible force. He struggles to breathe, the pressure intensifying as a voice calls out, "Ugh, young master." From the side, the glasses-wearing figure watches with concern, asking, "Brother, are you again?" Vargan, radiating power, dismisses the struggle with a taunt, "You're fine?" Now, his overwhelming presence stems from his very spirit. He then declares, "A swordsman must not fear another swordsman." The glasses-wearing figure, angered by the statement, retorts, "Do you mean that noblemen who can't even fear you are allowed as a martial artist is respect? Is it possible to ignore a trait with that kind of crap?" Vargan, unfazed, simply replies, "Because this is a matter of mental state and resolve." The glasses-wearing figure stares, utterly shocked. "What? Is that unexpected?" Still reeling from Vargan's unwavering conviction, the glasses-wearing figure watches as Vincent, despite the coercion, appears to be holding his own. Vargan, however, refuses to accept this, purple energy flaring around him as he declares, "You must have played a trick, Vincent." His hand glows with crimson power as he vows, "I will crush you with my sword and spirit." Vargan's attack connects, sending Vincent recoiling with a sharp exhale, the impact momentarily pushing him back. But before the full force can take hold, Vincent counters with blinding speed, his own power meeting Vargan's blade in a thunderous clash. The sudden reversal leaves Vargan stunned, his eyes widening in disbelief. As Vincent smirks, Vargan's mind races. What? Where did he go? Before he can process the thought, Vincent slams him into the ground, the impact cracking the very earth beneath them. Vincent stands triumphant, blue energy radiating from him, as Vargan kneels, utterly bewildered by the speed that overwhelmed him, muttering, "Where did this speed?" Vargan's face contorts in disbelief, his mind reeling, wondering, since when could he move like that? Meanwhile, Vincent descends with impossible speed, a dark aura swirling around him. He tears through the very fabric of space with a flash of electric blue energy. A sudden, unseen impact sends Vargan reeling, a gasp escaping his lips as blood splatters from his mouth. Vincent's eyes blaze with an intense blue light, his resolve unwavering. A powerful wave of azure energy erupts from his form, slamming into Vargan and sending him crashing backward. The challenger stares, utterly bewildered, his glowing sword held uselessly as the realization dawns on him. No amount of physical strengthening could have prepared him for this. Vincent, a blur of motion and electric blue energy, spun into a devastating attack. His strikes landing with brutal precision, sending Vargan reeling from the sheer force. The challenger collapsed to the ground with a heavy thud, as Vincent looked down, remarking that everyone knew Malone was trash. Vargan lay motionless on the arena floor. While Vincent considered whether his opponent was merely foolish or genuinely overconfident, certain he would overdo it. From his defeated position, Vargan thought of Vincent as a threat that needed to be removed, then noticed the young man looking intently towards the doorway. Suddenly, two cadets arrived, one with spiky purple hair, exclaiming in surprise, wondering what everyone was doing gathered there. His voice trailed off as he took in the scene. He stands beside a younger cadet, who points towards the arena, asking if the figure on the second floor is Malone, and noting the dean's presence as well. The cadet, still looking at him, confesses a belief in the importance of the person who allowed him to enter the academy without a permit. With a hopeful gaze, the cadet wonders if he could ever become like him. Vincent's expression remains impassive as the cadet exclaims about the severity of the situation, only for him to curtly dismiss it, stating it's none of his business. His mind drifts, reflecting that the coercion he felt was a trait Vargan obtained separately. Yet, Vargan's true blessing, his inherent power, was an entirely different matter. A new voice cuts through the air as a blonde-haired young man, Vincent's brother, approaches with a grin, hoping he hadn't completely hurt the opponent. Vincent finds it strange, considering he had made Vargan drop his sword. Still, the dean had yet to announce the victor. A blinding surge of golden energy erupts with a thunderous impact, the power crackling and expanding to fill the entire space. As the ground rumbles from the sheer force, two figures stand observing the powerful phenomenon from a distance. One of them remarks, "One of the greatest gods has the power to control electricity." The golden energy intensifies, coalescing into a more defined, almost humanoid form at its core, causing Vincent to gasp in profound shock, barely able to articulate his disbelief. Another powerful burst of golden energy radiates outwards, revealing Vargan standing resolute amidst the swirling power, his form radiating immense strength. The sheer magnitude of it all overwhelms Vincent, forcing a pained cry from his lips as he clutches his head. He surveys the grand estate before them, a place bustling with activity, as his attendant remarks that it houses quite a few people. Their instructor, teachers, disciples, military personnel, and children from various families all reside here, and the numbers grow even larger when their servants are included. A purple-haired cadet stares wide-eyed, his jaw dropping in utter shock as a voice declares that he is the one who possesses the blessing of the Imperial Giant. Suddenly, a colossal, armored figure, radiating an intense golden aura, materializes before him, a manifestation known as the blessing of the Imperial Giant. The golden energy surges and expands, leaving the cadet speechless, barely able to utter a sound as he witnesses the incredible power. A faint golden aura begins to emanate from his own body, his form glowing with the newly awakened strength. His red eyes, now burning with an intense light, reflect the surging energy within him. The shock gives way to a fierce determination, his glowing gaze fixed on an unseen future. He stands amidst the swirling energy, a colossal golden figure of the Imperial Giant manifesting behind him, as a voice calls out, urging a brother to witness the spectacle. Meanwhile, a different figure, eyes glowing with a fierce yellow light, boasts of his own abilities, challenging the very air around him. The red-eyed challenger watches, purple energy tendrils coiling around him, his mind reeling at the sight of the Imperial Giant's blessing, unable to comprehend how such an inferior trait could manifest such power. Another observer, the figure with glasses, recalls his own arduous training, frustrated that even after 3 years, he couldn't achieve such a feat. His expression remains etched with profound shock. Malone Adenka, however, dismisses the display with a casual arrogance, believing true mastery lies solely in the sword. He looks down, a smirk playing on his lips, insisting he wasn't trying to conceal anything. His final thought on the matter is one of simple annoyance, a testament to his unwavering self-assurance. Amidst the varied reactions, the purple-haired cadet's eyes glow with renewed intensity, a look of surprise and fierce determination crossing his face as he processes the unfolding events. He stands beside a blue-haired companion, who remarks on the sheer number of people present, noting that instructors, disciples, military, and children from various families reside here. The blue-haired companion continues, adding that if servants are included, the numbers are even larger, while Malone Adenka, looking down from above, dismisses the notion of hard training, believing his birthright alone grants him the Adenka fortune. Elsewhere, the red-eyed challenger, flanked by his attendant and the figure with glasses, echoes a similar sentiment, declaring he has no need to train like some dog. The purple-haired cadet, his eyes burning with a fierce red glow and purple energy flaring around him, snaps back at Malone, who is now walking away up a grand staircase, still speaking dismissively about those who rely on swords rather than magic. The cadet's anger intensifies as he continues to retort, accusing Malone not only of disregarding the responsibility that comes with power, but also of trampling on the efforts of others. His eyes glow brighter, and the purple aura around him flares as he challenges Malone, asking if he truly believes his words. With a final, charged declaration, he asserts that his right arm is completely powered up, hinting at the revelation of the name Zodiac. With both hands glowing with intense yellow-orange energy, the purple-haired cadet prepares to unleash his power, a challenge echoing in the air. He unleashes a devastating blast, a torrent of light surging forward with a resounding roar. But the red-eyed challenger, cloaked in shadow, effortlessly intercepts the attack, his own dark energy flaring to meet the incoming force. Undeterred, the cadet vows to break his opponent's wrist, his resolve hardening even as the challenger's power becomes apparent. From a distance, Davin observes the clash, recognizing the challenger's immense power and the cadet's reckless courage, knowing this fight is far from over. The red-eyed challenger extends a hand, a focused burst of crackling electricity erupting from his palm. The electrical attack connects with brutal force, a shockwave rippling through the air as the cadet takes the full impact. He's thrown backward, blood spraying from his mouth, the sheer power of the challenger overwhelming him. Malone Adenka watches the scene unfold, a shout of shock and anger escaping him as the cadet falls. He screams a defiant challenge, a torrent of blue electrical energy erupting from the red-eyed challenger's hand and engulfing him. The attack intensifies, a blinding vortex of crackling power swirling around the cadet. From a distance, Malone Adenka observes the devastating display, remarking that the challenger is holding back his own mana, even with such power. The electrical assault culminates in a concussive explosion, sending debris and shockwaves rippling through the air. At its core, the blast radiates an intense, searing heat. When the dust settles, the purple-haired cadet lies defeated on the ground, blood trickling from his mouth as a maid looks on in horror. Her eyes widen in shock and concern, a silent gasp escaping her lips. Malone Adenka's face contorts in a furious shout, his anger palpable. His enraged cry echoes, a testament to his outrage. A young woman with long purple hair and blue eyes gasps, her face etched with shock. Her distress deepening, she can only stare at the unfolding chaos. The arena lies in ruins, the purple-haired cadet defeated and sprawled on the ground, while the red-eyed challenger stands victorious over him. Malone Adenka seethes with barely contained fury, his gaze fixed on the scene, as Davin observes with quiet intensity. The challenger, his hand glowing with a vibrant blue aura, asks if everything is all right, his power swirling around him. As he raises his hand further, the maid looks up at him, her voice catching in her throat, barely able to utter a sound. Composing herself, she manages to affirm his question. With a calm declaration that he will teleport her to safety, the challenger takes hold of the young mistress, who cries out in surprise. As the blue energy engulfs them, he remarks on the sheer amount of mana within her body. The young mistress's eyes widen in disbelief, her own mana now visibly reacting to the challenger's power. A sudden shift in perspective reveals a new confrontation, as the red-eyed challenger reacts with a surprised gasp, before a mocking laugh echoes through the air. Hovering in a radiant golden aura, he taunts his unseen opponent, demanding they descend from above. Even as he speaks, his mind assesses the situation, acknowledging the opponent's powerful trait, yet noting its numerous vulnerabilities. Meanwhile, the black-haired officer, enveloped in a shimmering blue aura, launches himself forward, his thoughts fixed on finding an opening and reaching the center with his frost walk technique. His foot blurs with incredible speed, a confident wink flashing across his face as he executes the maneuver. A vibrant blue trail marks his rapid trajectory. As he mentally reminds himself of the technique's limitations, frost walk can only be maintained for a short time, meaning one powerful strike must end this. He lands with a burst of energy, the red-eyed challenger observing his arrival with a dismissive, "What a sight." The red-eyed challenger taunts, declaring his mother, the creator of the creature, is the one to thank, as he intends to use the power of the Adenka to destroy the world. A vast mana barrier expands, its intricate runes glowing with ominous power. He observes the barrier, noting its slow speed, a deliberate opening for him to attack. The challenger sneers, demanding to know what his opponent will do now. Julian finds it difficult to maintain an absolute short burst of speed at this moment, as his opponent suddenly increases his mana output, making it impossible to hold his technique any longer, identifying the surge as Screaming Flame. With a furious roar, the challenger lunges, screaming for his opponent to die. But before the attack can connect, a devastating impact shatters the ground, golden energy erupting from the point of collision. Julian stands firm, trusting in his own strategy, his voice resolute. He unleashes a powerful, lightning-infused strike, the force of it rattling the very air. Though his barrier shatters under the assault, the red-eyed challenger remains unfazed, declaring his broken defense was merely a feint, part of a larger strategy. Julian's blue eyes glow with fierce resolve, his expression unwavering as he presses his advantage. With a taunt, the challenger's hand ignites with a searing orange glow, promising a grave for his opponent as he unleashes his own fiery counter. He sneers, believing this attack to be perfectly suited for a pest like Julian. A massive pillar of flame erupts from the ground, engulfing the area in a blinding inferno. But a triumphant smirk plays on Julian's lips as he realizes his opponent has fallen right into his own trap. Before the challenger can even react, a sudden, devastating counterattack sends him hurtling backward through the air. The impact creates a massive, blue-tinged explosion, shattering the ground and sending debris flying in every direction. The purple lightning of his countertrap rips through the air, as the challenger unleashes his own swirling energy, causing him to react with a surprise. But the ground beneath the challenger erupts in a fiery explosion. leaving him stunned, only able to utter, "Ich, umhh." The force sends him hurtling upward, debris scattering around him. As the massive explosion consumes him entirely, he lands amidst the rubble, groaning in pain. And with a defeated sigh, admits, "The city of Adenkaga is weaker than anything." "Our father, I will defend your honor," Julian declares, his voice firm amidst the shimmering motes of light. The defeated challenger, bound by glowing restraints, struggles to lift his head from the debris, a desperate plea escaping his lips. "A little brother cannot put his older brother into a liar," he rasps, his red eyes burning with a final, defiant spark. Unmoved by the plea, Julian's hand descends, a blade of crimson energy crackling into existence, poised to deliver the final blow. The glowing blade plunges into the challenger's back, eliciting a sharp cry of pain as the energy courses through him. A system interface displays the standard of reincarnation, showing a hooded figure and a character portrait, along with various metrics like days 99 for both Adenkaga and WARP. Meanwhile, in a desolate, ruined landscape, a figure in a white cloak stands over a defeated opponent, musing that the idea of a martyr is beyond their comprehension. As shimmering light particles drift around them, the cloaked figure vows to defend their honor with the sword bestowed by their father. From the ground, the blonde-haired man pleads, begging them to wait and hold on. His eyes glowing a fierce red, the black-haired officer dismisses the plea, stating that a younger brother cannot turn his older brother into a liar. A close-up reveals the intricate fur collar of his attire, as he prepares to deliver the final blow. His gloved hand grips a blade, which ignites with a vibrant red glow, sending crimson energy particles swirling around it. Then, with a swift, decisive motion, the glowing red blade slashes downward, leaving a trail of raw power. The blonde-haired man collapses face down, a faint red glow emanating from his body, as the attack finds its mark. A swift, brutal strike echoes through the chamber. As the black-haired officer stands over the defeated figure, his gaze unwavering, dismissing any trivial pleas. He cares only for the hidden weapon. With a decisive motion, he draws his glowing red blade, preparing for the final, devastating blow. A piercing scream tears through the air. As the figure with glasses clutches his now severed arm, his agony palpable. Standing victorious over the dismembered form, the officer reveals his name, Vinchan Adenka. Suddenly, the scene shifts, and Vinchan, now with blue hair, stands beside an older, bearded man, who speaks of an incomplete thought. They observe a bustling courtyard, filled with various people and a grand carriage, as the older man explains that instructors, military, and children from noble families reside here, their numbers growing even larger when including their servants. The blue-haired protagonist finds himself under attack, a knight's blade and a mage's spell converging on him simultaneously, while a high-class priestess observes the unfolding confrontation. Her eyes widen in surprise, a sacred knight token clutched in her hand. He glances back at her, a question in his gaze. The knight, once the strongest among their third class, now lies defeated at his feet, leaving the priestess stunned. A subtle smirk plays on his lips. She confirms his victory, explaining that she had adjusted their ranks to match his own. With a hint of concern, she offers to treat his wounds. A soft, verdant glow emanates from her hands, enveloping him in healing magic. The mage, too, falls to the ground, letting out a pained groan as the blue-haired protagonist stands victorious. A sudden, furious attack erupts, the orange-haired man screaming accusations of betrayal. But before his rage can fully ignite, he finds himself swiftly subdued, pinned to the ground by a calm, blue-haired figure. Looking down at his defeated opponent, Davin muses aloud, wondering if it would truly be in his best interest to heal the man's wounds. A sinister smile spreads across his face, his eyes glowing with an unsettling blue light, as he confirms this thought is exactly what occupies his mind. The orange-haired man, still on the ground, desperately offers a binding oath, pledging his right hand to his big brother if he were to break it. Standing now, Davin places a hand on the man's shoulder, his words a veiled threat about finding his head, implying it would be an honor to take it. The orange-haired man recoils, his face contorted in fear and anger, realizing he's being forced to choose between his right hand and his very life. With a nervous sweat beading on his brow, he concedes, acknowledging the necessity of staying on Davin's good side. As Davin walks away, leaving the shaken man behind, a distant voice exclaims, "Amazing." He stands before the protagonist, his orange hair disheveled, a desperate plea escaping his lips as he's forced to make an impossible choice. His mouth contorts in anguish, the weight of the decision crushing him. From the sidelines, the blonde-haired observer watches with concern, muttering that he can barely hear the orange-haired man's words, urging him to speak louder. The orange-haired man's face twists in a desperate shout, his voice cracking as he insists he's not pretending. Davin's grip tightens on his collar, as the orange-haired man finally concedes, admitting he has no honor left. Held firmly by Davin, the orange-haired man's resistance crumbles, while the blonde observer watches the scene unfold with a worried expression. Now kneeling, the orange-haired man is enveloped in a vibrant green aura, floating debris swirling around him as the magical oath takes hold. With a resigned expression, he holds a small, glowing object, acknowledging that he must now stay on Davin's good side to avoid further consequences. Davin's hand remains steady, his resolve unwavering as the oath is sealed. He stands in a grand hall, listening as a purple-haired cadet explains that this place is home to instructors, teachers, military personnel, and children from various families. The cadet continues, adding that if their servants are included, the numbers become even larger, a fact that seems to surprise a blonde attendant standing nearby. A voice cuts through the explanation, advising him, "If you own overture your fate." The voice continues, suggesting that he can surely achieve much more than his current potential. The words resonate deeply, leaving him with a look of intense contemplation, his brow furrowed in thought. The red-eyed challenger, Vargan, stands beside him, remarking that Cien and the others are already catching up to him. A small, glowing orb appears in his hand, and he wonders, "Don't you think that the kind of this place is too?" Kneeling, the orb still glowing in his grasp, he resolves, it's still not too late. As a faint, blue aura begins to emanate from his leg, he thinks, I can incorporate Cien's skill and slam his head. As a faint blue aura pulses around his arm, the explanation echoes, the only way to wield Cien's power is if one's hand is fully awakened. The black-haired officer continues, explaining that this also means one must be able to hold a magical orb that appears only once in a lifetime. He emphasizes that only then can his power truly be wielded. The blonde attendant listens intently, acknowledging with a simple, "Understood, sir." 1 week later, the scene shifts to a grand hall, marked by a prominent sign, the plaque of Dean Vargan Pagoda. Davin, still holding the glowing orb, reflects on the situation, murmuring, "Yes, and the opportunity presented in this era." Nearby, the glasses-wearing male offers a word of praise to the blonde attendant. "Good job." Davin's grip on the orb tightens, the narrator concluding, "This is how you wield your condolences in this era." The officer, his gaze sharp and unwavering, addresses Davin, reminding him that he was once a guest of the Queen. However, he quickly adds that if Davin is here to offer his condolences, he is 4 months too late. A sigh escapes him, as he admits the situation is uncomfortable. He continues, questioning Davin's true intentions, asking if he truly believes he can simply return to the capital and reclaim his position as the 7th son of Adinkaga. Davin stands calmly, the mysterious glowing orb still clutched in his hand. The officer, holding a delicate flower, then shifts his tone, suggesting that perhaps Davin has come to take what he believes is his. His expression hardens as he concludes that Davin approached him intentionally. The officer's electric blue eye narrows, reflecting his deep distrust. Later, in a different setting, Davin stands with his companions, the blonde attendant and the man with glasses, as the attendant exclaims that this is it. The black-haired officer stands before Davin, stating his purpose, to discuss the matter of the Queen's guest. Davin, his expression unreadable, admits that initially, that was indeed his intention. However, he continues, after investigating the officer and hearing the full story, his perspective shifted. A man with a scar over his eye reflects on the past, admitting the revelations made him question himself. The officer's thoughts drift to a younger Davin, a fatherless child who had lost his background, and the profound impact that story had on him. Back in the present, Davin offers a knowing smirk, his gaze sharp and assessing. The officer, still focused on his mission, reiterates his desire to speak with him. Davin, now seated with his companions, acknowledges the officer's intentions, but admits he doesn't fully grasp what the man wants from him. After a long time, Revan finally returned to the front lines of the war. Davin continues his conversation with the black-haired officer, asserting his lack of interest in attaching himself to his sister or family. The officer's sharp blue eyes narrow as he presses, wondering why Davin hasn't forsaken the pagoda name. A moment of silence hangs between them, the weight of the question palpable. The officer leans forward slightly, his expression unreadable as he awaits an answer. Elsewhere, a collective gasp echoes through a grand hall, as Davin's companions, the red-eyed challenger, the purple-haired cadet, the orange-haired brother, the figure with glasses, and the blonde attendant, react with shock to something he has just revealed. The blonde attendant turns to him, a look of concern etched on his face. He begins to speak, a single word hanging in the air, "So?" As the attendant finishes his thought, Davin turns and walks away from the stunned group, leaving them to process his words. Later, alone in his bed, Davin lies with an arm over his eyes, deep in thought, the day's events weighing heavily on him. From his rigid stance, Davin remains perfectly still, his gloved hand clenching tightly at his side. Across from him, the red-eyed challenger, Vargan, glares with pure malice, a chilling promise escaping his lips. The name Vincian echoes through the tense silence, a stark reminder of the target. Suddenly, arcane red symbols ignite above a nearby surface, pulsing with dark energy. As a swirling mass of black aura with glowing red eyes manifests, the orange-haired brother steps forward to confront it. He looks up, a mix of shock and resolve on his face, as a question hangs in the air. "You want me to help you?" Meanwhile, Davin's face is etched with stark terror, sweat beading on his brow as the situation escalates. The black-haired officer's sharp eyes narrow, demanding to know why the pagoda name hasn't been forsaken. He stands before Davin, his posture rigid with unspoken authority. His hands are clenched on the table, barely containing his fury. The officer's conviction echoes, a declaration that the pagoda name must be abandoned. Turning back to Davin, he addresses him as Dean, his voice sharp, ordering him to silence. His face contorts in a sneer, dismissing Dean as a mere brat without any stars. The officer leans in, his voice laced with contempt, questioning Dean's right to speak as if he knows anything. Dean's jaw tightens, his teeth gritting, as the weight of the officer's words and his own unspoken struggles press down on him. The black-haired officer's voice cuts through the air, a stark warning about the potential for war between the Samyo and Adenka families. He declares his intent to destroy the very magic tower that ruined his life. But Davin simply looks down, a quiet admission escaping his lips. I know. His gaze remains fixed on the ground, a somber expression settling on his face. The officer recoils, taken aback by the unexpected response. What? Davin closes his eyes, reflecting on his own past desires. I was the same, but what I wished for in the end. He continues, his voice firm. A memory flashes, a younger Davin held lovingly by a woman, as his true desire is revealed, but acceptance and love. As Davin turns and walks away, the officer's voice follows him, a final, bitter observation. The Samyo family doesn't have the name Pagoda. It's because you're the only one who remembers me as you are. The black-haired officer observes the grand estate, noting that quite a few people reside within its walls. Instructors, teachers, military personnel, and children from various families, along with their servants, swell the numbers even further, he explains, as a soft thud echoes from the desk where Davin sits, lost in thought. His mind drifts back to a memory of his sister, so bright and radiant against the setting sun. He recalls enduring all the bullying and hardship out of envy and admiration for her, clutching her hand tightly. Later, unable to find his place within the house, he felt he couldn't be a burden to her, a younger version of himself consumed by a dark, swirling aura. The only path he saw was to run away, forsaking his family and clenching his fist in silent resolve. Returning to the present, the officer's voice cuts through his reverie, suggesting he be honest about his emotions, for they are nothing to be ashamed of. Looking directly at Davin, the officer adds that he would never hide from him. Finally, Davin responds, acknowledging that he can now understand what the officer means. The blonde-haired attendant, his expression earnest, assures Davin that he will become his personal attendant, ensuring he won't have to worry about anything at the fortress. Davin, still processing the offer, hears the attendant exclaim, "My honor is retrieved." With a triumphant flourish, the attendant holds up a formal document, expressing his gratitude. He then gently takes Davin's hand, and with a mischievous glint in his eye, reveals his cunning plan, stating that Ryan Palesa, Master Hansen, and even Dean Vargan have all fallen for it. He notices Davin's skeptical gaze, asking why he's being looked at like some kind of con man. The attendant then clarifies, with a knowing smile, that Davin's image as a minor god is simply amazing here. Davin, clearly unimpressed by the attendant's manipulative tactics, can only utter a resigned, "How terrible." Undeterred, the attendant proudly announces that he has already secured Davin's position on the team, and the rest is just a matter of time before everything is settled. He stands before the purple-haired cadet, a formal exchange underway. This is secondary cadet representative, Selbira, who winks with a confident smirk. He speaks of the honor of meeting the vice commander and the minor god, his hand resting on his decorated uniform. As they shake hands, Selbira acknowledges his position as a secondary representative, while Davin confirms his own role as the vice commander. A sudden realization dawns on Davin, his eye widening in shock. He acknowledges that Selbira's power isn't at a comparable level, a subtle tremor running through him. Selbira's eyes glow crimson as a dark, swirling aura erupts around him, his voice echoing with a chilling confidence. He challenges Davin to try and stop him, his glowing eyes fixed on the vice commander. Davin's own eyes flash red as he processes the impossible truth. Selbira possesses no mana at all. He stands in a grand hall, a faint red glow emanating from his form, as a thought crosses his mind. And then, a voice cuts through his contemplation, a soft apology offered. Sorry if I made you feel bad. The purple-haired cadet looks surprised, his own question echoing his confusion. How did he know? Davin, however, presses on, his gaze unwavering as he asks, what about your hidden power? A power that can stand alone without mana. Selbira hesitates, then explains that it would be difficult for him to get lost in the details, but that he always had this power. He looks down, a shadow falling across his face as he admits. You could say the evil spirit gave me this power. The cadet continues, revealing that the evil spirit knows everything about the world, and that it has been with him since birth. With a sudden shift in demeanor, his eyes glowing red, Selbira declares, if you did that all of a sudden, I wouldn't know how to react from the inside. So please don't do that again. After Archdemon Davin, he was the evil king, his spirit spreading over the world. Unlike the fragmented souls of Horcruxes, some remnants of the evil king's spirit have formed contracts with humans, granting them various strengths. However, the scholar explains, there are no records of anyone ever truly controlling the evil king's spirit or using their lives as a vessel. Davin's expression hardens as he processes this, wondering aloud, if this evil king truly existed, or if it was merely a legend meant to frighten children. Selbira clarifies that while it might seem like a legend, there are indeed contracted spirits that have been passed down through generations. Davin remains unconvinced, thinking to himself that people don't truly believe in such things, considering it all ancient history from 500 years ago. Despite his skepticism, a determined resolve settles over Davin's features as he absorbs the weight of this new, unsettling information. Later, Selbira sits on his bed, a sense of peace washing over him as he remarks that thanks to Davin, he had a nice, good night's sleep. A shadowy, formless entity with two piercing red eyes materializes, its presence radiating an ominous red aura. As the orange-haired young man recoils in terror, the chilling realization dawning on him that the legends are true. This is the evil king's spirit. The red aura intensifies around him, twisting into arcane symbols, as he desperately questions if the contract he made is truly unbreakable. Sweat beads on his brow, his mind racing back to the moment he forged the pact with the spirit. A spectral hand reaching out to him, its voice echoing a stern warning not to gaze upon its domain. Then, a final, singular red eye fills his vision, its power overwhelming him. Later, a soft creak of a door breaks the silence of a sleeping dormitory. As the black-haired officer steps out, noting that everyone else is still asleep, he continues down the long aisle of beds, the purple-haired cadet following close behind him because it is late. He confirms their departure, thanking the cadet for accompanying him. A thoughtful hum escapes him as the cadet observes that Malone is nowhere to be found. Outside, the officer's boots crunch softly on the snow-covered ground, a faint sigh escaping his lips as he gazes up at the imposing structure before them. The cadet's voice breaks the silence, remarking on the eerie nature of the night. Suddenly, a sharp, unsettling sensation jolts him, his face contorting in a gasp of fear as a strange blue light flickers around him. A sudden, unseen force strikes the purple-haired cadet, sending him recoiling as blood and feathers burst from his form, the impact twisting his body in midair. His face contorts into a mask of pure terror, as a torrent of glowing red energy engulfs him. With wide, horrified eyes, he manages a choked whisper, "You are." Suddenly, the orange-haired brother appears, his eyes burning with a furious red glow as he snarls, "Malone?" His rage palpable, he demands again, "Where is that bastard Malone?"